Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Um, Pretty much for most of this is, as I said yesterday, it's a lot of journalists that are inside the courtroom. They taking notes and then they coming out tweeting it, or they're talking to their uh respective news sources that they work for. Um, well, see, I see on Diddy Daily they have not started any updates. Last update was an hour ago. I can't think of the other channel, the other web Twitter page, but I decided I was gonna go with Law and Crime because they had cameras out there and they had that lady. But I said I'm gonna go with DJ Academics because he this nigga read most of the tweets from one of the things, and then what I like about it is since there are no cameras and shit in between interesting tweets and TMZ updates and shit of that nature, he'll listen to something and he'll go find, like he'll hear something and then he'll go find it. And so he did his commentary on it. I don't guess the trial is started yet, or it's about to start. So while we listening to that, if anything new pops up on Twitter as concerning day two, I'll put that on the screen. I'm trying to find the name of that other fucking Twitter site, but I'll find it. Hold on, let me get academics queued up. I don't even see his video no more. I watch too much shit in the morning. But good morning, people. Good morning. Look like Steph Curry going home. They down 3-1. It's a good playoff series. There's gonna be some different teams in the finals finally. That Pacers versus Knicks is gonna be a draw. And the West, I think the Wolves will finally go. Who else is it? The Wolves versus the Nuggets. We already saw the Nuggets. I don't care about them. I'd rather see Anthony Edwards win. The boy balling. All right, Diddy pulled up. Let me get through intro.
Get to the details. Okay? Now, opening statements happen. Now, remember, they were at 43 jurors. They had to whittle it down to 8.
See, he gonna explain everything because at first I was just gonna read all the tweets and show which ones got struck and the objection. I was gonna read all of it because it's people tweeting all this shit. They're tweeting it and they tweets long in the bits, but I'm like, well, he doing it, so fuck it. I piggyback off him.
They did that rather quick this morning. Both sides had what they call preemptive strikes, where they could basically, it's like a red flag or a yellow flag, throw it on the play, get this motherfucker out off the jury pool. They got to 18, and immediately those people got sworn in, and immediately the jury is now seated and is going to be sitting for the duration of the Diddy trial. So what usually happens with the trial, the judge goes over the case, basically says why everybody's here, also explains legally the ramifications of jury selection and whatever, and also what this person is potentially facing in terms of his freedom. And then basically goes into how it's going to work. Then we obviously see opening statements by the prosecutor and also the defense. That's basically a summary, a pre-summary. That's some Lauren LaRosa shit. I can't stop taking shots at that home. I ain't gonna lie. She started disrespect. When I'm dissing her 5 years from now, I hope y'all don't be like, yo, how you dissing this bitch? No, never. I'm not stopping. Fuck.
Yeah. Y'all have to ignore his Tourette's outburst on Lauren LaRosa. He kind of beefing with her at the moment.
Fucking bitch. Anyway, calm down. So, opening statements, it's like a summary, right? Yo, let me tell you what you should expect to hear, as the prosecutor would say that. We're going to bring these witnesses. So it's going to give us a good preview of what is to come. What Diddy's defense team is going to do in their opening statements is kind of take the theory that the prosecutor is going with and say, this is all taken out of context. It's misunderstood. It's a bunch of hogwash. They're trying to bury this guy with all type of things that are, out of context. It might look bad, but this guy's innocent. We're going to, without further ado, let's get into the tweets. I want to say shout out to my man, Interstate Press. Also, salute to some great people who are in court today. They actually said, I got their cell phone numbers. They said, here's the second time. We got you the details. Now, granted, I want to try to start a poll on every platform, Kick, Rumble, and also even
Shut up, nigga, and get to talking.
Go. So, Shout out to Inner City Press. I'm going to read a bunch of his tweets. He's in court. And again, if you don't know, there's not any cameras allowed in court. So essentially, he's...
what's on my screen is what Inner City Press is doing currently. He just did something, as you see, 2 minutes ago. I don't know. Hold on. Give me a second so I can see if y'all can see it or not. Or do I need to make the screen bigger? Hold on. I think I need to make this screen bigger. Oh, wait. Let me do this first. Let's see if this works. And I can still zoom it in some. All right. I think that'll get it. Okay, let me get back to this nigga. This is from today. This is stuff that's going on today. Why he talk about yesterday. Let me speed you up too, Ek. I was slipping. Hell no. Your shit talking ass.
Somehow subscribing to the tweets in almost pretty much in real time to update us on what's going on. By the way, we did the same thing for the 6ix9ine trial. This is going to be our main update way, other than when it's lunchtime, they're going to be able to leave court, and then we can get a video update from whoever was there. We'll try to check as many updates as we can to get a fair, balanced perspective. Because remember what happened in the Tory case. We were hearing pretty much one narrative, like, yo, Tory finna spank this, and Tory gets found guilty. We want to be as fair as we could be. If you're asking my disposition in terms of biasness, I have no bias in this. If Diddy did some of these things, like I've heard about Diddy being this evil monster. So I don't know the nigga. I spoke to him once while he was in jail. Okay? Other than that, I ain't speak to him. I never knew him. And I always saw everybody in hip hop was always kind of scared of him, claiming that he had some other type of, otherworldly powers to get people disappeared. Then we watched last night with I'll Be Sure. He's saying that his mystery coma and stroke, he's blaming on Diddy. So we have no idea. Anyway, let's get into this. So at 8:37 a.m., and this is East Coast time if you guys are wondering, no matter where you guys are from. By the way, real quick, everybody, we do need to do this. We do this pretty much, or I'm trying to do this every stream. I need everybody to check in. Where are you repping? Where are you from? By the way, I haven't ordered my 2 coffees yet. For whatever reason, McDonald's will not deliver before 5 o'clock today. I don't know what the fuck's going on. So I have to schedule for 5. So I won't get coffee for 4 hours. So keep me up. By the way, if you've realized, me with coffee and stream, way better. So I ordered 2 black coffees, but I haven't gotten. Won't get it for a while.
Oh, shit.
Anyway, so everybody check in. I don't care if you're from Wisconsin, if you're from LA, if you're from Seattle, Washington, if you're from Omaha, if you're from Nebraska, wherever the fuck you're from, just check in real quick, okay? Or you're from Idaho, anyway. Or if you're from anywhere else in the world. Shout out to my people, Toronto, Mississippi, Boston in the building, California in the building. Ooh, Arizona. Did I say that already? Somebody says Jamaica. That's where I'm from, born and raised. Damn, I see y'all boys in here. Charlotte in the building. I want to come to Charlotte, but Charlotte looks like a great place. Las Vegas, Vermont, Jacksonville, Florida, East Orange, New Jersey. Okay, we got East Los Angeles in there. Someone said, I'm surprised he's not drunk yet. Well,
shut the fuck up.
Oh, they get over there. Where is the dog Fulton? Even though he's not the official lawyer, but his daughter is. Okay. Anyway, the second reason why I do believe that Tenny Garagos, which is the second, so in order for lawyers, we have Mark Agnafilio. He's going to be the lead. He's going to do most of the heavy lifting, I think. Then we're going to have Tenny Garagos. Okay, I heard she's a very fine attorney, really good. Daughter of Mark Garagos. But here's the thing too: when it comes to sexual assault cases or any cases having to do with the assault of a woman, whether it's domestic abuse all the way to sexual assault, sometimes when a woman is your lawyer arguing on your behalf, it looks a little bit better, right? Because a woman could say certain things like, "Nah, Cassie wanted that."
New York Times and Wall Street gonna do it.
It's a double standard of life. Everybody knows it. A woman could, her tone, her making certain points hits differently rather than a man, right? So she's number 2, and I think it's important that she's number 2 because you need a woman on this at some point. Number 3 is going to be Brian Steele. Will Brian Steele actually cross-examine any of these witnesses? What Brian Steele was pretty good at doing, his cross-examinations were amazing. His motions were amazing. When we looked at the YSL case, will we see any of that? This is a dude who, he's like Luka. He's like, who's the hottest or best player in the NBA right now? That's Brian Steele. So we're not expecting him to just be sitting in the back, like just whispering in, his client's ear or like the ear or just writing notes, passing it to other defense attorneys. We expect him to make some significant impact. He just came off a big win. He has to be involved in some way. We will see how that is. Okay. So Comey and Brian Steele shake hands. Agnafilio and Alex Shapiro are conferring.
Wait a damn minute. I know we supposed to be listening to yesterday, but I'm on today's tweets, and I know y'all see this shit. He suspected she was cheating on him. She didn't answer her phone. She, meaning Cassie, got into a bar fight and tried to kill someone. and her substance abuse outside of their sexual relationship. Oh, this shit finna get ugly. It's finna get ugly. All they dirt is finna come out. Every single thing they have been, ooh, ew, ooh. Now they trying to get the, she knew that in court they was gonna be showing the sex tapes between them because they said they got all this sex on his hard drives that was gonna be used as evidence against him. Now the day of the trial is here, and her lawyers and them like, well, we don't want it released because while shit is not, you can't have cameras in there, they still have documents and stuff that are put out there. Like as they were saying, New York Times wants a copy, which they'll probably get because it's submitted. It's public. It's a public. All transcripts of this file will be made public after the trial. Anything going on in it is public, which is why people can report on it and be in there and write and take notes and witness it. They just can't have cameras and cell phones. So now they want to, she don't want Wall Street Journal and them to be able to get it, but what are they like? Unless they gonna cover that shit, it's really gonna be pointless showing because, like they said, it's pornography, so they can't put it on their website. Well, actually, they could put it on their website. They couldn't put it on things like YouTube and shit of that nature. They couldn't put it on they could put it on Airways. They would just have to edit it. They would have to have the blur over everything, which then would. Why I'm trying to figure out. Unless they having some like unless he beating her and taking it, why is it important to see these two people having sex? How does that go with the case if they just having regular old sex? But whatever. Good morning, everybody coming in.
Alexander Shapiro is a lawyer that was hired for the appellate process. Remember when Diddy was trying to get out of jail? Not only the magistrate, which is an intake judge, the district judge, which is a Submarinian, that guy, he denied Diddy's bail appeal. Right? So what happened was they went to appellate court. And this is how it works in federal court, but it works like this kind of almost in state court. You could do what's called interlocutory appeals, which means appeals within the trial. And sometimes those will be happening while the case is still going, or sometimes those decisions are so important, they'll pause the case to get the decision on the appeal. So what happens is appellate court is so different because appellate court doesn't work like regular court. Appellate court works off, you submit an appeal, right? And after the appeal, you submit these briefs. The ops or the government submit their responses. You submit another response to them. Sometimes they do a counter, and then the judge mulls over everything. Usually they don't make a decision. They usually say, we're going to set a date, and y'all can argue it, 20 minutes each orally. After that, I'm going to take 2 weeks. I'm going to decide. So usually people get different lawyers for that. So appellate court, sometimes you get different lawyers. I believe Alexander Shapiro is, I was going to play this. I think she was working on, appellate lawyer. See, highly experienced appellate lawyer. So when Diddy was trying to get out of jail, remember Diddy quit on doing that. He basically consolidated his team and said, fuck it, let's just go to trial. But his appellate lawyers, he didn't just dismiss them because we're not in appellate court now. We're in main court. But the reason why he's keeping on Alexander Shapiro on his main team, remember, he has 8 lawyers, right? Ryan Steele, Mark Agnifilio, Teddy Garagos, Alexander Shapiro, she comes from the appellate side. Number one, she's a woman, which is a good look. Number two, if there needs to be an appeal, so what happens in court, and this is, again, I'm giving out some basic things that we can understand what we're about to see. If in court, let's say, I don't know, it's a very interesting, like they're about to allow questioning along the lines of, I don't know, Diddy doing something that was uncharged or not a victim. A lot of times what will happen is you'll hear objection, which means, hey, based on what we talked about in pretrial, this should not be allowed in the trial. Now, an objection in a trial is very important. It's what's called...
Again, I know y'all is listening, but y'all is also knows it like me. So fair to say she was in complete control of everything she was doing. Male dancer. I can't say that. I don't know if this is the U.S. attorney, but yeah, it got to be the U.S. attorney because I hadn't heard of Adoniston on Diddy's team. You did not wear a condom? I did not. Your boss told you Miss Cassie Ventura paid for the hotel? Yes. Oh, Cassie was getting hit bare by sex workers. Oh, Cassie. Cassie, you is pregnant right now with your third baby. You is married. Why would you go through this, man? You should have just took the 50 million and rolled. No, Cassie, you was getting fucked by sex workers, bruh. Oh. Oh. You was already fucking. Was Diddy fucking you, bruh? Oh. These celebrities, boy, they is raunchy. They is raunchy. She was full of that coke, full of the cocaine.
Creating a record. So you have to.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's on the screen is day 2. This the shit coming out today. I just wish that they would allow, somebody needs to, I need one of these senators or governors or whoever make these fucking laws to say we need to start allowing cameras in federal court. That shit, if y'all think state court is entertaining, what y'all think federal court gonna be? Shit like this, we need to be able to see. Or they should have said, you know what, just so the world could see this, we gonna let the state pick this trial up. This ain't right. We can't see this shit.
Create so when a prosecutor, defense attorney objects, they put a note on the record that they had a problem with something. That is very necessary if you ever want to appeal. For example, with Tory Lanez didn't object to certain things, and because of his lack of objection, that is weighed differently when he wanted to appeal. So you need somebody to make sure the prosecutor doesn't fuck you over and just takes advantage of you. So having an appellate lawyer in there, I'm pretty sure she's going to be there to say, hey, object to this, because if we lose this argument or lose whatever, I need that objection on the record to appeal, okay? And by the way, so the objection is called preserving the record. Now everything's recorded, but when you object, you preserve that record of what you objected to, and when they look at that in the sense of an appeal, that's how they kind of like, all right, well, you objected to this, the judge ruled it, but you want a second look at it. Okay, let's look at it. You never objected, sometimes they won't look at it, all right? So this person is, and by the way, and interestingly enough, this person also worked for Sam Bankman-Fried. Remember when I told you Diddy was in the jail with not only 6ix9ine, but as well with Sam Bankman-Fried. So Diddy, Sam Bankman-Fried, that's the FBF guy, and Diddy were all in the same jail. Do you think it's coincidental that Diddy basically hires his attorney? Now, granted, all these rich famous guys share attorneys, but he hired his attorney, and I'm wondering if that's probably because of jail talk. Like, yo, who you got for your case? Well, okay.
Now, this tweet is on the screen. This is about the Cassie and well, they're saying the Juror has a problem with it, but the Jurors already knew porn was coming in. Cassie and her team don't want these videos to get out. The videos that they're gonna put into evidence, and as you see the judge say, the public got the right to know what's happening in that trial. They gonna see the next Cassie, they gonna see you fucking. It just is what it is.
I bet let's hire her. Okay, so she is on that case. She's an appellate lawyer. Okay.
Oh, also some new things that came out yesterday. Now you know how everybody is saying Diddy zesty and all of that shit. Well, there's a male dancer that pretty much he hinted at that Puffy. What Puffy was doing is Diddy was kind of like watching a live porn instead of him just watching Pornhub. Yeah, I have the volume sped up because he talks slow. But instead of him watching Pornhub, he decided to do it live. So he would hire porn stars to have sex with Cassie, and he'll be over in the corner doing his due. But it was said if the nigga turned around to look at Diddy, he would lose his shit. He would go the fuck off. He would cuss that nigga out. So I don't know if Diddy was with the gay shit. He might just like live porn. He nigga, don't look at me. Do your job. Do your job.
Remember, appellate lawyer. So if you ask me, what's her role gonna be? Her role is not gonna be doing too much of main court shit.
Hey, all they had to do was just hit up Tyler Perry. He know where all the male dancer looking ass niggas at. He got them all on payroll for his movies. They just hit up Tyler.
He's gonna be sitting back, listening to everything, watching for everything. This is a contingency type of situation. If Diddy loses, appeals are going out right away. That's her job. Sit there, figure out everything that's being wrong in the case that you could use for Diddy. That's number one. Number two, raise these objections, or have Mark or Tenny or Brian Steele raise these objections. Will she be cross examining people? Nah, I don't think so. Will she be doing opening closing statements? Nah, I don't think so. But she's there to make sure if Diddy blows trial, she's one of the best appellate lawyers in the land. She's going to make sure that
Damn, somebody got the documents. Okay, that's the paperwork for it, the official filing, but they got that on Patreon. Okay, get your money then, G.
A case, at least in appellate court. Cool. Let's get back to it, chat. By the way, I'm sorry if you guys have never watched me. I know y'all watch me destroy these motherfuckers on rants. Y'all watch me when I'm doing my comment. Y'all watch me in a lot of different phases. This is the phase where act locks in. I'm gonna give you a lot of details. I'm usually really heavy detail filled. Sometimes you might be like, Act, we know this. There's somebody in the stream that don't know it. I'm trying to break all this legalese down to the regular person. And we don't have cameras, so we're trying to get the best understanding we can. Okay, sometimes sports stuff can be confusing. I feel like I've put the work in to try to understand it, to break it down to y'all. Okay, hopefully you guys appreciate it. I see people spamming on. Okay, so now you guys are getting to cast the characters. We got Brian Steele, looks like he's the third. Okay, this is the big three. This is the big three. We got Mark, Ted.
Shout out to Tory Lanez, stabbed 14 times, survived. I think he said like 4 times in the back, couple times, like 2 or 3 times in the ab, a couple times in the back of the head. Still him. But yeah, they're almost assuredly about to have a race war or some type of prison riots where that happened based on, I don't understand. Niggas are stupid. So whatever jail Tory is there, because niggas be doing the content. Somebody on the inside knew somebody on the outside, and they called the person on the outside telling them that it was some foul play going on with Tory in there as soon as, because the jail got put on lockdown, because he said as soon as the jail the unlockdown come, they going back at him. And I think it was supposed to have been some Mexicans that had done it, and Tory then converted to Muslim, so he kind of in there with the black and Muslim gang. So yeah, it's finna go down in the California Correctional State Prison really, really soon. Just be looking for that to break out on the news. But I don't know why this nigga in the it's not the feds, because Tory's not doing fed time in the state pen. I don't know why he would be on the phone saying this. So now, like, if the police were doing their job and actually monitoring calls, I would just leave the jail lockdown for about a month so you niggas could forget about it, because you are saying for sure. He talking like he a high-ranking nigga in there. Like, it's for sure finna be hell as soon as we come off lockdown. I'm just like, wow, these niggas they getting the content.
Brian Steele, that's the big three. Alexandra Shapiro, she's an appellate lawyer. She's going to still be in there, but we don't expect her to do much other than prepare for any appeals. Okay, the first step is going to be to preemptive challenges to 45 prospective jurors. Okay, 8:53, Sean Combs is now in the courtroom. By the way, they're on time. This is federal court. One thing about federal court, they have a reputation for going fast. They have a reputation for essentially when deadlines are set, we're going to do it when we say it. They move like this. They do get a bunch of cases. Obviously, it's a federal court that serves the entire 50 states and territories of the United States. They're not going to drag out cases for years or whatever. They're usually, when they say they are ready for a trial, they're ready for trial. Okay, and judges are less forgiving in giving you more time, especially if you're not working on a plea or there are other extenuating circumstances. So it's like this. So we're even realizing Diddy gets to court 8:53. Let's get it going on, right? What is he wearing? He's wearing a light sweater instead of last week's dark blue. That also might be kind of, if we think about just optics wise, wearing lighter colors, seeming more, you gotta make this guy not seem like a demon. He's gonna be described as a demon, a monster, his whole trial. Wearing light colors, that might be some psychology right there. Last week, before the jury was seated, he showed up in darker colors. Now he's showing up in lighter colors. And that might be, again, I know this might sound like really trivial. I might be like, well, nah, nobody think. Yes, Diddy's paying tens of millions of dollars. I'm pretty sure they're thinking about everything, including his outfit. Okay, so now he's showing up in a light sweater instead of last week's dark blue. He turns and blows a kiss to his family and members in the second row of the gallery. Okay, 8:56. The clerk basically is going to confirm everybody's good before the judge walks in.
Well, reading these tweets, if she was dating somebody outside of Diddy, then she can't say that she was scared to all the other shit. You just see she had relationships outside of maybe Diddy was like, you could date normal niggas, but you ain't finna date one of these industry niggas. Hell no. Find you a regular Joe. Because this dude here is clearly just a regular dancer. I'm sorry. I keep reading day 2 in with day 1, but it's mixing for a good live, though. We doing the real-time tweets plus getting caught up on yesterday, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
And that's where we're going to go. The clerk says, everybody ready? Everybody's ready? This is game day. Clerk says, Mr. Combs, were you able to get some water? We'll make arrangements for it, okay? The judge still hasn't come in. 9:03. Agnifilio and Tenny, they're going over papers. This is game day. First day. This is game 1 of the NBA Finals. This is the Super Bowl. You can't fuck up. They're going over papers. By the way, the mere fact that we keep hearing about Agnifilio and Tenny, their strategy, even before Brian Steele was hired, them going into it, they're 1-2 in this shit. Yo, look at this. Make sure, remember this? This is what we're going to do on cross. Hey, remember they were probably spent the entire weekend going over, they probably had investigators out the ass go over all 43 people's criminal history, everything history, scour their social media to see who are we going to sit on this jury. Combs, Diddy. He's wearing reading glasses. He's also looking down at papers. You got to be involved in your own trial unless you just want to get sent up the river, right? 3 of the 6 prosecutors are looking at or typing on their cell phones. So the prosecutors are chilling. They're like, yo, we about to send this bum ass nigga Diddy to jail. Okay, they're cool. 9:26. Combs' lawyer, Agnifilio, the prosecutor, Maureen Comer, the only ones in with Judge Subterranean, presumably doing the preemptive strikes to the jury pool. Okay, in New York State Court. This is all done in public, in the court, on the record. Wait for announcement of jurors. Okay, so it looks like they may have done it in private, but this, inner city press is saying in state court, usually this is done in public. So 9:34, we're off. Judge says, good morning. We're here for preemptive challenges. Okay, or there was a part that was done in private, I guess, because they're doing some of this in public. AUSA Comey says, we strike juror 51. Agnifilio says, we strike 52 at 106. Comey says, we strike 216. Agnifilio says, 157 at 112. Comey says, we strike 118. Agnifilio says, we strike 127, 131. See, so they're basically just chopping them down. Comey says we strike 81. Agnifilio says 149 and 20. Comey says we strike 160. By the way, the preemptive strikes, you don't have to give the reasons, right? Before, the judge kind of had to do this with cause, like, hey, well, why don't you want them to go into the next round? You make your point, and then the judge might be like, hey, could you be fair? And if the person said yes, they would pass them on to the last round. This last round is where you could just, you don't got to give no explanation. Get the fuck off of the jury, no? But the other side can do it as well. Okay. Comey said the defense was only supposed to strike 1 this round. Okay. Agnifilio says, okay. So apparently there's a structure. Hey, this round you can strike 2. This round you can strike 1. This round, and they're going to whittle down until they get to 18. And whoever's not strike, that's the jury, right? So Comey, which is the daughter again of James Comey, which is a former FBI director, and her name is Maureen Comey. She brings up a point and says, hey, wait, break the rules. Agnifilio was only supposed to strike 1. He's trying to strike 2, which is 22 and 84. And Mark makes a decision to only strike 22. Then Comey says we strike 163. Then Agnifilio in the next round uses the 84 that he was trying to strike in the same round. Comey says we strike 220. Agnifilio says we strike 25. Comey says I believe he was supposed to strike in the alternate. Agnifilio says okay, so I guess they have like a situation where there's possible people for alternates and possible people for the pool. Agnifilio waits for a second, confers with Nicole Westmoreland. Okay, now this got to be like a lawyer that probably was involved or a jury specialist lawyer. Let's see. Sean Diddy adds another woman, which is a black woman, to his case. Her name it says Sean Diddy has added a team to his high-powered lawyers, a black woman attorney who in 2009 sued a well-known member of the hip-hop community after surviving sexual assault. Nicole Westmoreland, who runs her own firm, joined the rap mogul's defense team this week with a notice of attorney appearance landed in the case docket as jury selection went on the way. Her sole job is probably, as someone who has survived sexual assault, this and third, probably she could notice a few things about the jury pool, help advise them as who they should strike, who not to. Don't know what she's on for the whole case, but we don't know what her involvement is going to be. But we do get her name brought up because she seems important with Agnifilio figuring out who to get off the list next. So she looked like she had some research done. So they then strike, they strike 218.
Hey, man. These tweets is wild. I don't give a fuck. I'm 42. I done some things. I got 4 kids, but this shit is wild. You only saw her drunk one time. I saw her passed out on the couch. Mr. Combs told me, I don't think it's going to happen today, buddy. You ain't getting none of that pussy today. So I'm just saying, now if Diddy was the freaking monster that they portrayed him out to be, do you think he would have gave a fuck that she was passed out? But do you honestly, if he was just out here raping hoes and sex trafficking and doing all the shit that they claimed, why she was passed out, Don't you think he would have handled your business, bruh? You got paid? He said, no, buddy, ain't gonna happen today.
Comey strikes 324. Agnifilo strikes 240. Comey strikes 281. Agnifilo says 1 moment. And he says, I note that the government has struck 7 black people out of 9 strikes. Ooh. By the way, I know you might be like, why are they saying this? Everything he said here is on the record. Everything is on the record. Remember what I said with the objections?
And then if I'm reading this freak off right, this other nigga was there. So him and Diddy was on the sideline with popcorn while this other dude was fucking Cassie. That's what was going on that day. They had their popcorn and he was there as an extra in case bruh got tired or pulled a hamstring or something, I guess. Cause bruh said, did you rotate? Did you get in on the action? Nope, I watched. I was just there for the movie. This is crazy.
The record, but everything said in open court is on the record. He knows the press is going to hear this. He knows that they're not only fighting the biggest fight is the judicial court, but you're also fighting a court of public opinion. This is a great piece for media to grab. Yo, 6 white women that are prosecuting a black man strikes 7 black people out of 9. So the white women don't want to see no black people on his goddamn case as jurors, right? And again, that plays good for the narrative. Again, at the end of it, we're past the point of public court or the court of public opinion. It's all about what's going to be decided. But he made sure to note that, and he's noting it on the record. Okay, cool. Agnifilo says, by the way, the judge says, I'll give you a chance to raise that, but let's continue. Okay. By the way, the reason why he's also bringing that up, remember, you got your appellate lawyer here, right? That could be a conversation about maybe some type of prejudice in how the prosecutor is conducting this whole, trial or their attempt to conduct the trial. If they're trying to make sure a black man getting tried by supposedly his peers, none of the peers is black. Okay, think about it, right? So cool. The judge says, I'll give you a chance to raise that, but let's continue. And the figure says, all right, cool, we're striking 307. Submarinian says, our jurors are going to be 2, 5, 25, 28, 55, 58, 75, 116, 160, 184.
Now, I will say, I do inner city press. Act put me on the inner city press yesterday, but before then, I was doing Diddy Daily. Diddy Daily is thorough too, but not this goddamn thorough. This nigga here, he got to have a tape recorder or something in his goddamn pocket. He a writing motherfucker. He write as fast as the woman type, as the stenographer. But yeah, those the two, Diddy Daily and Inner City Presses, where all the information is coming from.
217, 230, 234, 247, 292, 321, and 330. By the way, let me just tweet this out real quick for anybody who's on X. I gotta stop using my X to be for bum ass bitches and actually come on, man. By the way, I want to know what y'all think. One of our second highest live stream. The number one obviously is Drake and Kendrick. I think I had like several 100,000. Like we shouldn't count it. But other than that, it's always been court shit. So we had Tory at number 2, 6ix9ine at number 3. I really think this is going to be toppling Tory. So I think by the time we get to a verdict, and we're gonna have like probably 100,000 people up in here. This shit is not televised. So again, just lock in with me. We gonna make sure we get you all the shit. Let me just tweet out.
I will be there. I will be there.
Where y'all at right now? Y'all at work? Y'all chilling?
We watching your ass, nigga. Hurry up.
And it says, all right. So Agnifilo says the U.S. struck 7 black people, which amounts to a pattern. The judge says an application has been made under Batson. Ms. Comey. Now the white woman, who was the daughter of former FBI director James Comey, he says no, we're neutral. She says we're neutral. So she's saying now we're not racist, right? An application has been made under Batson. Let's Google what that is. We gotta understand everything that's going on. Batson, I guess
this why I like this nigga, because he is gonna break down everything. He gonna do it for us. We just gotta listen and go through these tweets, like the one that was just put up 2 minutes ago.
Batson versus Kentucky. That's probably a court case. Yep, Batson versus Kentucky. Let's see what it says. Oh, yeah. In a landmark case, Batson versus Kentucky, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in 1986 that a prosecutor cannot use preemptive challenges to exclude potential jurors solely based on race. Ooh. Hey, Submarinian. He's on his shit. As a judge, obviously, this is their job. This is their life's work. When you get anointed or appointed as U.S. District Judge. You serve for life. He's on his shit. He knows exactly what court case this would refer to, or a historic court case that went to the Supreme Court. So Batson versus Kentucky was a case that the Supreme Court listened to, and they ruled in 1986, if you as a prosecutor try to use your preemptive challenges in a racial way to get out all the black people or the Mexicans, whatever, that is wrong. Okay? And by the way, it challenged the removal of these jurors. Basically said he created an impartial rule. By the way, here's the reason. The 72 decision,
man,
the
this
Supreme
trick
Court held
shit
that
going
while
back.
the defendant is not entitled to have the jury completely or partially.
I'm saying inner city press is bad. Like, he just tweeted this a minute ago and it's already got 1.3 thousand views. Niggas is watching this shit.
Of his own race, the state, and by the way, the Supreme Court was operating. Remember, the Supreme Court is the highest court of all the land. Even state courts get to the Supreme Court. So, if you have a state case, it goes to your state Supreme Court, and if the state Supreme Court rules, you could possibly bring it to the actual Supreme Court of the United States. By the way, there's 50 Supreme Courts. Each state has their own state Supreme Court, but there's one Supreme Court of the entire land. When the Supreme Court of the United States rules on anything, that's usually precedence. Not only that affects everything in federal court, because obviously it's a federal body, but it affects state court too, and people and also attorneys usually refer to that case in when they're trying to do whatever. So this case, 1986, Kentucky versus Batson versus Kentucky. It looks like the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in a 72.
Good morning. Y'all just ignore academics ranting and just ignore him explaining legal jargon as he go through day one and just pay attention to these freak ass tweets these people got going on. They were freaky, truth. They was freaky. They was freaky. They was.
Decision, hey, the state is not permitted to use its preemptory challenges, right? And this is how jury selection went. We went over this. We have a couple of different rounds until they will it down to usually 12 jurors and then maybe 4, or sometimes in this case 6 alternates, right? They're saying the preemptory challenges can't be automatically used to exclude potential members just because of their race. The Equal Protection Clause guarantees the defendant that the state will not exclude members of his race from the jury on account of race or false assumption that members of his race are not qualified to serve. So I think that's a great, and by the way, again, chat, this is going to be chess. It's showing you, number one, Diddy's lawyers are prepared. They wanted to raise this on the record. Whoa, 7 out of 9 of the people that they have disqualified are black. What's up? Cool. They bring this on the record. So now it says an application has been made. So the judge is now saying, and this is where all the appellate stuff is going to come in, because now the judge is saying this is on the record. There is going to be further conversation about this, that if you get found guilty, this is a great thing to bring up on appeal. And also you could say that we did say this was not cool during the trial. The judge made a note of it. We're good. So Diddy's lawyers, Agnophilia, as much as I thought it was like kind of stupid, not really stupid, because I know he's smart, but he said too much. He wasn't a good PR lawyer. In court, he's doing his thing. Okay, he's doing his thing. Comey, she says, nah, we neutral. Okay, bet. Comey says, juror, so she's now trying to explain herself why she ain't racist. Juror 51 knew 17 other names, appeared to have seen Making a Man, which is a show Diddy did, has a relative with law enforcement issues. The next strike, he harassed a police officer and didn't report it, had a sister, his sister had an issue, and this clears the bar. There are good reasons, okay? Juror 81, we think they claim to have special knowledge of bipolar. Okay, so she's explaining herself. He said it was inevitable. He'd lose 30% of his income, but one song. So we struck 163, I believe, for cause due to English proficiency, and he had a relative who shot at the police. Okay, so she's explaining why she eliminated all the black people, right? Comey continues to say,
but she has to, since they brought up an exemption, she got to explain why she got rid of all the blacks.
Call the police assholes. We struck them in 281. She said victims can catch a case and jump on a bandwagon. We think she has an agenda. These easily clear the Batson bar. So on the record, the prosecutor in real time has defended why she has taken out 9 of the preemptive challenges that she's eliminated. 7 of them are black. She's saying they got nothing to do with race, but actually because of certain red flags we noticed from them. Judge Submarinian says, I deny. Okay, so it looked like that was almost damn near like a motion. Says, I deny the defense Batson challenge. Those were not based on purposeful discrimination. And by the way, here's the thing. There's pros and cons to all these jurors. It's kind of hard to prove this like Batson, standard, because I eliminated all the black people, but if I could say one thing bad about each black people that I eliminated.
Did you not tell them that Mr. Combs would tell you it's my turn? Objection, motherfucker. We gotta talk. Did you tell the government you would feel jealous because you like Miss Ventura romantically? I don't recall that. We got another little Woody on our hands. How to get your wig to fit properly? Just all types of shit come up on. Why ain't no white bitches putting the wigs on? Okay, whatever. But this is this is getting good. It's been good, but it's getting good.
I'm not racist, y'all. So you're telling me all the white people. So I don't know how many black people were potential jurors, but you eliminated 7 out of 9 of them. Come on now. Anyway, whatever. The judge says we'll bring the jury in a few minutes. Perfect. Here we go. So now 10:17. The jury is now seated. Judge Arun Subramanian says, "Welcome back. This is United States versus Sean Combs. We will be providing lunch for you in the jury room. We will not release your names to the public." The clerk now swears the jury in. Okay. The judge says questions are not evidence. Only answers given by the witnesses and documents are evidence. You can consider circumstantial evidence, like someone walking in with a dripping umbrella. You could surmise it's raining outside, even if you don't see it. The judge says that, by the way, this is instructions I was telling you what's going to happen. That a witness uses a pseudonym doesn't mean that their testimony is any worthy of less weight. Why does this matter? There's going to be, on the record, some people are going by Jane Doe. So there are going to be certain people who are not going to be called by their real name. Cassie will be called Cassandra Ventura, but there's other people that will be called Jane Doe, and it will be listed on the record in the transcripts, and I don't believe their real name will ever be used in court. It's trying to protect them and their supposed victims. Says, during the trial, do not read or view anything and listen to anything about the case. Don't post anything. Once the U.S. rests, the defense can present. So they're saying defense first, prosecutors or AUSA first, then we're going to go to defense, should he choose to. By the way, not in all cases has defenses chosen to produce or provide a response. For example, the guy who killed young Dolph, Justin Johnson, straight shooter, whatever his name is, as soon as the prosecutor finished doing their case, they rested. They said, we don't have a defense. There's no defense needed. We did our cross on their case. We don't want to put nothing else into here. Of course, that nigga got found guilty. Okay, life. Anyway, so I think that's a bad strategy, but I'm giving my opinion. Right? Let's stick with the facts. AUSA Johnson says this is Sean Combs. So this is now, it appears, opening statements, because now we're finally hearing AUSA speak. Right? This is the prosecutor. Now, interestingly enough, Maureen Comey, who's again daughter of James Comey, former FBI director, she's not going first. I thought with all the, she was really heavy in jury selection. So is Mark Agnifilo. I thought she was the lead. We heard she was the lead, but we're now hearing AUSA Johnson, which is somebody else. Let's look up that person, AUSA Johnson. It's important for us to get a look at these people. So this is Emily Johnson, AUSA Emily Johnson. AUSA Emily Johnson. This is the person who's speaking first, and this is her right here. Okay, so she's the one who's speaking first. And by the way, Maureen Comey, this is her right here. So this is James Comey's daughter. And then the other one, AUSA Emily Johnson, is her. So you see 2 of the 6 white women who are going to be doing their thing. All right. So let's go. It says, this is Sean Combs. To the public, he's a cultural icon, a businessman, larger than life. Sorry, let me check this here. This is Sean Combs. To the public, he's a cultural icon. Or that, he was a cultural icon, businessman larger than life. But there was another side to him. You will hear about the 20 years of defendant's crimes. He had a team to help him. Kidnapping, arson, drugs, sex crimes. Let's start with one night. By the way, there's going to be some typos. He's typing quickly. Or somebody's typing quickly. Maybe say, I don't know. He was on the hunt for his girlfriend, Cassie. He forced her to have sex with male escorts while he watched and recorded it. He found out Cassie was seeing another man. Furious, he set out to find Cassie and the other man. He woke up an employee, drove to his house. No one was there. The defendant didn't give up. He kept looking for Cassie. When he found her, he beat her brutally, kicking her in the back and flinging her around like a rag doll. But that wasn't enough. He told Cassie he could release a video of her having sex with male escorts. He broke into a man's house and he beat and blackmailed his girlfriend. These are not his only crimes. Cassie's not the only one he beat and sexually exploited. 20 years of crime. He had a business, bad boy record. That made him right. He relied on his bodyguards, chief of staffs, by the way.
So why did y'all allow him to commit crimes for 20 years?
When you hear chiefs of staff, you know the person who they call is Ghislaine. That's a person named KK, which is Quran. I forgot what her name is. So his last chief of staff was Quran. I'm fucking up the name. Yeah, see? Christina Quran, former chief of staff. By the way, if you remember when Diddy was going through all this shit, she was pictured with him sitting on Star Island while he was looking dumb stressed. Here we go. And apparently she's like the Ghislaine Maxwell. She's been helping him out with a lot of shit. By the way, we've seen her. I don't know if she's showing up to court, but yeah, remember when he was looking stressed right here? She was sitting right next to him, looking like she just woke up too. So I don't know if she's giving him the pussy and she's the chief of staff, whatever. But she looked like she's locked in with him, where she was All right, Sean, let's get through this. But she looked like she's a loyal one for Diddy. And probably the one that if she ever turned on Diddy is wrapped, right? So there's another picture. Look like she's there. Look, Diddy look fucking stressed as a motherfucker. She's, you want a mimosa, you want a back rub, you want your balls tickled, whatever. You know what I mean? It is what it is, right? She's on her phone. Diddy was like, look, Diddy's in a fetal position. She's on her phone. She making sure shit happens. She got to help this motherfucker out, right? Again, it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, bet. So we now hear that the prosecutors are saying chief of staffs have been involved in this, right? It says his bodyguards, chief of staffs, all ran aspects of his life. The group promoted his power. Only his bodyguards kidnapped an employee and set a car on fire, dangled the person. They delivered drugs whenever he said, including to a woman he forced to have sex. They delivered drugs whenever he said, including to a woman he forced to have sex with, an escort. He transported them across state lines, even out of the country. Let me be very clear. This case is not about a celebrity's private sexual preferences. This was criminal. He coerced and even used violence. Along the trial, it will focus on two women, Cassie and Jay. Now, we all know Cassie. Her name is used. The other victim's name supposedly won't be used. Jay. Who is Jay? From what I've been told, likely, I haven't gotten into it yet. We'll figure out who it is by basically what they're saying, because we are going to hear what they're saying or see what they're saying. We won't know who they are. I hear Jane Doe is either one or two people. Remember the girl Gina? The girl who basically went on Tasha and said that he forced me to do like after the abortion, he put his hands on me. It's either her or remember the chef that sued Diddy long ago, saying Diddy was jerking off or whatever when she came to serving food? Chef Diddy. Former chef for Diddy alleges long-standing abuse, blah, blah, blah. So this is either this person or it's Gina Diddy abuse. Remember, she did the interview with
so his nose ass trying to
this woman
figure it out.
Child was, and then he
so either one of them, that's Jane Doe. So we could probably surmise at this point, but we're jumping ahead of the gun. We're gonna find out shortly anyway. But that's witness, that's victim two. That's victim two. By the way, keep in mind, there's two strong victims. The other victims might not even show up to court. One of the victims, supposedly victim 5 or 4, won't be there at all because they said they can't contact that person no more. Some people feel like they may got paid off. Who knows? So the main witness is there's no little Rod, no none of that shit. None of the people that Tony Busby got. We got Cassie and either this woman or the chef. We're gonna figure out who Jane Doe is in a short bit. So let's keep it going, chat. Are y'all here with me? Y'all rocking? I gotta do a little wellness check on y'all sometimes. Y'all good? We got 11,000 strong, on King Academics right now. 5,000 strong on the Academy. We got 20,000 people up in here, bright and early, first day. Okay, let's get to it. So it says, here we go. So we're gonna focus on two women. So they're outlining their plan. We're gonna focus on two women, Cassie and Jane. We will show that the defendant lied, used lies, drugs, threats of violence to force them to have sex with him in front of male escorts. He called them freak-offs, wild king nights, or hotel nights. His staff organized flights, cars, hotels. At his direction, staff set up the rooms with lubricant and lighting. Ooh, lighting? What the fuck? What type of freaking energy is this? What type of lighting you bring to the freak-off?
Man, they had professional movie set lighting, nigga.
What lighting do you bring to the freak-off? Now, we're going to see, by the way, remember we heard this.
They're funny, followed by Cinnabons is funny as hell.
Thing about baby oil, I've always said, listen, it's not TMI, but come on, y'all have sex too. Baby oil is some cheap lubricant, right? Like, I can't imagine a billionaire using baby oil as sex lubricant. That's some cheap shit, right? Just go get KY or something. So we're gonna figure out what the fuck the baby oil is for. It could be for some performance thing.
Sir, everything is better when it's shiny. That's what it was for. It was to see them ass and titties shiny. It's just, it looks better. And the light, when the light hit off a shiny ass and titties, it's a beautiful thing. But that's what it was.
Get to all the details.
It wasn't for lubrication.
One thing we won't see is the videos they're going to show in court. By the way, we haven't heard about necessarily how they're going to treat videos. If maybe they'll say, hey, this is a sensitive thing that showcases a victim being sexually assaulted. Let's clear the courtroom. Everybody get out of here except the jurors. The jurors are going to have to see everything. Jurors in cases, even when it's murder cases, you're going to have to see a lot. Like, it is what it is. That's part of the evidence, right? Freak offs, they're going to have to watch them. Will the gallery and press and everybody else be able to watch them? I don't know. That's going to be a matter of privacy, security, and everything else. Obviously, if you're trying to prosecute a criminal case and you claim these people are victims, you don't want their name to be used. Granted, nobody, I don't think, would be stupid enough to record or try to sneak out a phone and record in federal court, but we've seen that type of dumb shit already. There was a video 6ix9ine testifying. There was a video of 6ix9ine testifying, which should have never been allowed. This was 6ix9ine on the stand here, and people were very surprised that video ever came out. By the way, that after that video came out, the judge scolded everybody in the court, and there was a lot of other shit that came up. Anyway, let's get back to it. So cool. All right, so At the direction of staff, they set up lubricant and lighting. The staff came in with cash to pay the escorts and drugs. Okay, it made them take MDMA or Molly and ecstasy, and it made them sick but also sexually aroused. He directed every step. By the way, also according to a lot of the criminal complaints or the civil complaints, I should say, we heard a lot of allegations that there were. We heard a lot of allegations of the date rape drug. It's called Rufinol, right? Rufinol.
Rufus.
Remember all the civil case that is pattern. Oh yeah, I went there, I took one drink, I almost fell asleep, and I woke up and there's 5 niggas fucking me. Right? No, I don't know how to spell it.
Did Cassie call you after the freak off? Yes.
This is not spelled. It's spelled Rufinol, right? It's a trademark name for whatever, but it's known colloquially as the date rape drug. So we're gonna find out if the prosecutors do have any type of proof that Diddy was using anything to drug women. Now, granted, we're not here to defend Diddy. We're only here to go over facts. What we have heard, even through maybe a few minutes of open statements, did Diddy provide drugs? Yes. Was it the drugs that people expected? We don't know. Did he use something that was out of the ordinary to get somebody in an induced, sedated state that they could be taken advantage of? We haven't seen proof of that yet. However, there's about 80 complaints that claim they had a way to put it in the Ciroc, to put it in whatever. Again, we're at trial. The prosecutors can't come with theories. They got to come with what they could prove. So we're going to hear if we hear anything about date rape drug. So when you hear drug.
47 seconds ago, what did Mr. Combs say to you? He said, it's time for you to go. In the Gramercy Hotel, who was in the room? Me, Diddy, and Cassie. When she appeared to enjoy herself, was Sean Combs always in the room? Now, he said that he wanted to hug her because she seemed afraid, but every time she was getting his dick and enjoying herself, Diddy was in the room. Why wasn't she afraid while you were fucking her, sir? I'm just saying. It don't seem like the afraidness would have stopped. In fact, she probably would have been whispering in your ear, I'm scared. Call the police. Help me, nigga. Something of the sort.
You got to imagine it's the Molly, it's the fucking pink cocaine, whatever they be snorting and all that bullshit. I'm not hearing date rape drug, right? But we'll find out later. Okay, cool. So he expected the women to appear to enjoy themselves. That's very important that they're actually saying this. And by the way, I'm sorry I'm ad-libbing all of this, but we got to be very laborious. It's gonna we're reading tweets here. You know why I think they say that? Because there's gonna be a video where Cassie's probably squirting like a motherfucker, like she's having fun and she's having complete ecstasy while this freak off is happening, and she looks like she's into it, and that's why they're throwing this in early to say he expected them to miss of these things happening. These women were not enjoying it; they were being abused. That's why I think they put that in. He masturbated and recorded the events. Cassie was 19 with a hit song. Says Cassie tried to work on her music, but the defendant made her turn down many opportunities. She recorded, but then he had the final say over the music she released. There was never another album. Sorry, hold on. He hit Cassie in the head and drug her by the hair. Now, that's clearly addressing that 2016 video. We've all seen it. We're going to pull up a lot of old shit that you guys have seen, but we want to make sure we're all staying on track. Cassie, Diddy, Hotel. This is the video they're clearly referencing. Disturbing. They're referencing now, which is this video right here. Hit her in the head, drug her, all that type of stuff. Right? By the way, trigger warning. I know, See? Here's it. Oh, shit, I couldn't see. I'm sorry.
He's showing the video. So.
There was never another album. He hit Cassie in the head and drug her by the heat with it, if you didn't know. In pre-trial, the judge did not agree that video tainted the jury pool and should not be allowed. Anyway, let's keep it going. So it says, so there was never another album. He hit Cassie in the head and drug her by the hair. He stomped her face in an SUV that made her stay in a hotel for a week to hide her injuries. He set up freak offs as often as once a week. She spent half of her time. The defendant made an escort urinate in her mouth. Wow. First explosive detail. Diddy made an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth. When Cassie get on that stand, y'all, she fully pregnant. When she start crying, I don't care even if you see the video and she's like, nah, bring both of y'all dicks over here. I want to suck them at the same time. It don't matter what she says. When you see a woman crying and say, yo, you let that nigga pee in my mouth, bro, that's going to sound crazy. Because, again, the kinkiness that...
He could have been slapping her cheeks. Not her face cheeks either.
Wait, maybe that's their kink. But that just sounds crazy because regular people don't have escorts pee in the love of your life's mouth. Like, I don't care if you're a couple or whatever. That's not normal. That ain't normal. So when she starts crying and recounting these things, And you know it's gonna happen. She's taking a stand. Yo, he told me we were role playing to pretend that I was in Dubai, and he let this escort just
Then this nigga text her back when he's supposed to fear for her life, and he said, "I don't give. Do you see your text? Don't give a fuck if I'm a little tipsy. I love y'all, nigga." He was drunk headed over there, but he said he loved them. It was apparently something they did all the time.
Oh, my stomach. Oh, my
and again, all these different sex workers she had contact with, she couldn't text now one of them and say, "Please go to the police. He's making me do this against my will." She could give addresses and say, "Hit me when you're there," but she can't say, "Call the police. Help me. I'm afraid." Because these same niggas that's testifying, they would have been able to testify whenever this shit happened 10 years ago, however long ago it was. They would have been able to testify just like they're doing now.
It's going to be hell, bro. He made an escort pee in her mouth. Okay, cool. As you will see in this trial, he beat her in the hallway of a hotel. By the way, they're referencing the 2016 video again. Then dragged her back into the freak-off. Okay, initially she wanted to make him happy. So now they're positioning this to say she was a young girl, wanted to make it in the industry. She didn't have much money. This guy's a lot of power, money, fame, everything that she probably desires as well in life. And he has this control over her that is probably monetarily, not only physically, but all these things. And she was trying to make him happy, but all he did was use that as a way to abuse her. Cool. The consequence was...
Hey, Ack, you forgot one of them witnesses might be Gene Deal. He always said he would testify against Diddy. One of them might be Gene.
He said he beat her when he thought she took too long in the bathroom. To find him would end in violence. She fled, but he found her with the help of his inner circle. Cassie's career was in his hands. He told her he could destroy her career by releasing a video. When he said to have a freak off, she knew she had no choice. She called the escort. So that's another thing they're saying. They're admitting in opening that Cassie was the main person to call the escort. Because that's going to be Diddy's defense and say, yo, how's she a victim? She hired all the guys. So they're making it known now. She was forced to call the escorts. And by the way, I think that's a decent point and a pretty easy point that the AUSA could get over. I'm going to tell you what. They're going to say Diddy's too famous. Diddy would have her do his dirty work or other people do his dirty work. Diddy wasn't going to be like, hey, bro, is your cock throbbing again? Come back over and piss in Cassie's mouth and dick her down while I jerk off to you, dick her down. He would have her make the call, even though these people, like they're regulars, would probably know what it is. Okay, cool. She called the escort to put on a performance that he wanted. So they're dressing this up as this is some freaky-ass nigga performance. He said her safety depended on keeping him happy. The relationship was complicated. Both were unfaithful, but only one of them had power. So they're giving certain amends here. They're saying, oh, okay. What they're playing counter chess. Yo, we know Diddy's team is going to go up there and say, hey, we had two people who were in a very toxic relationship. They both put their hands on each other. But at the end of the day, these allegations only came around after she left Diddy for the trainer because she was cheating. Okay? And after she is with the broke ass nigga, now she wanted to sue, and that's where the government picked up on that lawsuit and turned it into a Fed case. That's going to be the argument of Diddy. Say, yo, she was cheating and I left her ass for cheating. Now she's suing. Why didn't she raise all these points while I was with her? So they're admitting, they're giving it up. They said Cassie was cheating too. And again, this is going to show their strategy. So, but only one of them had power. They're saying, listen, it's not about cheating. It's about who had the power. So he made Cassie do his bid in those dark hotel rooms. Cassie was not the only one. This was a pattern. Let me tell you about Jay. She was a single mom that started spending time with him in 2020. She fell in love with him. He was seeing other women.
Yeah, I heard something about pissing too, Sonya.
Gina, let's look at the interview. Let me go back to the full interview, and I think this interview is going to. This is part one. Cool.
I'm sorry if a gal tell me to piss on her. The first thing I'm gonna think about is how many niggas you piss ass bitch. How many niggas have you asked to do this to you? That's the first thing I'm thinking of. So I'm not gonna want to do it because that's not normal.
Here we go.
And Diddy.
So if she met her, if she says in this interview, I met him in 2020, it's her. Remember, she was right before Young Miami, right? By the way, we have no clue if Young Miami is going to be a part of this case, listed as victim, witness, or as the subpoena. She probably did get subpoena maybe in the grand jury setting, or she at least spoke to the cops. Like, we got to be realistic here. We're not going to do whack up 100 like, oh, you're the feds are investigating the whole thing, and then talk to you. Now, they definitely talk to Young Miami. That's fine.
Nothing really transpired.
Yeah, no.
During that meeting in Miami.
No.
Okay.
Nothing. No. In Vegas.
In Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was trying to holler in Vegas.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. So I want you to be patient with her. once again it is over.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I want to start from the beginning, okay? Because we discussed a lot over the phone. Some very, very intimate details and things that just kind of made me go, wow, okay, about the specifics of you and Diddy's relationship. So I want to start from the beginning, okay?
Okay.
How long have you known Diddy?
I've known him for 5 years.
5 years.
Yes.
Okay. This might not be her then, because this interview was 5 years ago, and she said she knew him for 5 years. So that'd be 10 years ago. That would be 2015. Okay, we don't want to admit. She fell in love with him. He was seeing other women. One night he told Jade about the free calls and made it happen immediately. He took her to a hotel where escort was on the way. He directed her step by step. Jade thought it was a one-time wild night. She was wrong. He continued offering a relationship. Jade wanted the escort to work. Whatever. So she could choose them. Okay, so she said she ended up start picking the guys because Diddy was just picking whoever. And if she got to do this, she would rather pick the dudes. The defendant discouraged her from working. He had the power to coerce her back into the hotel rooms. He threatened her with the videos. Not even a year ago, he went to her house. Ooh, wow. She was angry. She hit him. So they're admitting that some of these people have been bothered with Diddy. He became enraged. She tried to hide. She locked herself in the bedroom. He kicked it open. Then the bathroom, the closet, the guest bedroom. He kicked her to the ground. He did not let Jane be. He said, "You're not going to fuck up Moses himself on her." The AUSA, Mia, and employees will tell you how the defendant forces him on her, hand up her dress, penetrating her amidst all his violence. He and his inner circle worked to cover up his crimes. The video at the LA hotel, you will hear how just far it went. The defendant offered the hotel security a wad of cash in a brown paper bag with $100,000 in $100 bills. The inner circle kept Cassie in hiding for days. For all of this, he's charged with multiple federal crimes: racketeering, conspiracy. Cassie and Jane will tell you about the most painful experiences of their lives. You'll hear from some of the defendant's employers, including his personal assistant, Mia. Oh my God. So his personal assistant flipped on him. Now we're getting the tea. Sorry for saying that. Sounds gay, right? Mia Diddy. Who's that? Mia? No, not MIA. No, not MIA. Personal assistant MIA. Oh. Okay, we'll figure out who that is in a second. Give me a second. So his personal assistant, who he sexually assaulted, she's grappling with it. You will hear from the employees he forced into SUV with a gun from a chef. That's the chef, by the way, I was telling you about. Remember the chef? The chef that worked there. They were working punishing hours at times without sleep. They bought drugs from him. They were expected to keep quiet. Some of these witnesses have already received settlements. Ooh, Diddy has cut settlements. Obviously, Cassie, but clearly to other people. Actually, I think the chef got settlements too. Chef Diddy settlement. I think there was a settlement as well. Yep, they settled. Yep, Diddy's former personal chef settles work claim suit. Ooh, okay. We're getting into it, y'all. So it says there's some of these witnesses. And remember, they said witnesses not victims. So the chef would be a witness, not a victim. AUSA also says, you will hear from some of the escorts. Ooh, the escorts are popping in. And the defendant directed them and filmed it. By the way, this is probably a conference session with the AUSAs and the escorts to say, hey, this sex act was actually a crime. You could be culpable of it. However, if you cooperate, we will take the idea that you were a work for hire or you might be a victim yourself because you were just doing what you were told and you were being told to necessarily create. Because think about this. If these women are saying they want to do it and the escorts are the ones fucking them or peeing in their mouth or whatever the case is, the escorts are doing a crime. However, look like the AUSAs and the U.S. government's, their perspective is saying, okay, you were only doing this at the direction of this person and for what you knew, it was all consensual. Right? Cool. You'll hear from some of these escorts, and the defendant directed them and filmed it. An escort saw Diddy assault Cassie and drag her by the face during the free call. You'll see records from hotel, the damage in the car services. You'll see the text messages in which the defendant tells the staff to bring cash for escorts by Jane saying she didn't want, and by Jane saying she didn't want to do the free calls. You'll see videos, and then you'll hear the defendant provide directions to Cassie and Jane, high on ecstasy. So clearly, there's going to be video shown of the free calls where Diddy's saying, yo, Cassie, swallow that piss real quick, swallow that piss, take that, like whatever. Where clearly Diddy is behind the scenes orchestrating and giving directions, which kind of helps out Cassie's case or Cassie's theory or her side to say, I want to do this. This nigga was telling me what to do and I was doing it. So even if I look like I'm having fun, I'm looking like I'm having fun because he wanted me to appear like I'm enjoying it. But I didn't really want to do this shit. I bet. You'll see a video of the defendant brutally beating Cassie during a free call in the LA hotel. You'll see photos of the damage, including four doors in Jane's home not even a year ago. Who is Jane? Chat, do we have an idea who Jane is? Do we have an idea who Jane is, chat? Wow. Because he says as last year. So that's 2024. Who is Jane? Now, this is Jane Doe 1. We don't expect there to be other witnesses or victims that's going to be testifying. So the other testifying, supposedly. That's going to be interesting, too, because they're going to have to explain to the judge, if you have 4 or 5 victims, why they ain't here? Why is only 2? So that's going to have to be explained. They already brought it up in pretrial that one of the victims have gone ghost, which we all know what probably happened there. Who the hell is Jane? Somebody says Young Miami. I can't imagine it's her, even though it would line up. It would line up. I would think she wouldn't be a part of this because I know, by the way, sex crimes, and there is no thing of snitching when it comes to sex crimes and domestic violence and shit like that. At least when I look at shit like that, snitching is for like y'all hardened criminals that do murders and shit like that. But I would think Young Miami don't want to be a part of this case. It felt like she never wanted to be a part of this case at all, but we'll see. So what I say, Mia, aka Miami. No. Mia is someone else, right? As a personal assistant. Anyway. Let's see. You will see the agreement with the hotel guard barring him from speaking after he got paid $100,000 for the video. You will hear him manipulate Jane into saying she wanted it. His threats to not pay for her home and text with staff about it. Oh, so Jane, he was paying for her home and he was telling the staff, I'm not paying for this shit if he doesn't get his way. He says, I actually do 3 things. Pay attention to the evidence, follow the judge's instruction on the law, use your common sense, and you will reach a verdict that Sean Combs is guilty. The judge now says, who is going to speak for the defense? Interestingly enough, and this is a great strategy. This had to be a hell of a pregame strategy, right? Think about the Super Bowl. This pregame strategy probably is just as important as like your heads or tails or are we going to go with a run first strategy or a pass first strategy? So the strategy here is, even though Mark Agnafilio is the lead, they're going with the woman who is a second or co-lead. She's going to be doing the intro. Again, remember, women speaking up on you not being an abuser to women or a predator woman on face value looks better. By the way, I heard that Teddy's an amazing attorney, just to give her props as well. So Teddy says, this case is about love, jealousy, and money. They're trying to turn it into a racketeering case. It won't work. You're the jury. You will evaluate the witnesses, and finally, the story can come out. This case ain't what you heard on the news. He worked for it. Create a culture, produce music that changes a generation. Witnesses will share with you that he's a fascinating person. So basically, you can tell they're announcing they got some character witnesses. Like, yo, did he change my life? You know what I mean? Blah, blah, blah. So good people, right? Witnesses will share parallel beverages. You wanted to be around Sean Combs. He gave people opportunities to work in his companies. He had a vision that only a few had. The witnesses mostly loved him. The text messages will show that. He's 55 years old. He's going to be Sean Combs. I'm Teddy Garagos. I'm honored to represent him. The only people in this court who will tell you about the racketeering are the prosecutors. Look at them. There's no goddamn conspiracy. This case is about Sean Combs' private sex life. The government has no business in that. These hardworking individuals were educated from Harvard to Howard. He has a temper. He got violent. Sometimes he did. He's not proud of that, and we own it. So they're admitting Diddy does have a temper and has gotten violent. He sometimes gets so jealous or angry. He is out of control. You'll hear that he lied to his girlfriends. You may think he's a jerk, he's mean, but he's not being tried for that. He's being tried for running a racketeering enterprises. This is about domestic violence. Now, the AUSA comes in and says, domestic violence is not sex trafficking, okay? He's been charged with, so by the way, it looks like they may have, either objected or somehow got, I don't know how.
It was an objection.
So basically, I guess, since Teddy says this is about domestic violence, the AUSA wants to correct it because even though it's usually opening and closing statements, you allow those people to kind of do more of a narrative type rant, but you can't have them say fake shit. You know what I mean? So AUSA says, whoa, domestic violence ain't sex trafficking. Had he been charged with domestic violence, we would not be sitting through an 8-week trial. Ooh, so it looked like it's scheduled to go through 8 weeks. He's not guilty of these crimes. As the trial goes, never mind. I think, never mind. This was Teddy. Looked like he forgot to edit. This was Teddy. Okay, so this is Teddy. I don't know why it says AUSA. This is Teddy. So he made a mistake. He said it on the next one. Teddy, not AUSA. So this is Teddy. Says domestic violence is not sex trafficking. Had he been, so essentially what they're trying to say is, if Diddy was guilty of anything, he's guilty of domestic violence. He put his hand on his girl. But is he guilty of sex trafficking? No. He said, had he been charged with domestic violence, we would not be sitting through an 8-week trial. Basically almost saying, if they had charged him with domestic violence, we would have just pled guilty and took a plea. But y'all are charging him with something else. Y'all charging him with sex trafficking. And they don't believe he's guilty of sex trafficking. He says he's not guilty of these crimes. As the trial goes on, we're going to take on accountability. We will not shy away. Teddy also says Sean Combs had a little bit of a different sex life. The alleged victims were all getting something from it. They're all adults. They too must take responsibility for their lives, as he does for his. A free choice has pros and cons. You will evaluate these women. They made free choice every day for years. Ask yourself, what are all the ways this individual had the ability to make these choices? Ask, what's this person get? Something they want? It may differ. Jealousy drove choices of the victims. Combs never married, but he's a many-woman man. He was always in multiple relationships. He was not always honest. It drove a primal jealousy. Sean Combs is extremely jealous as well. You might think it's hypocritical. They remained in multi-year relationships with him. These women were in love with him. Infidelity and jealousy drove the violence. Alcohol, drugs drove things. But he is not a racketeer. This case is about his relationship with Cassie and Jane. You will hear about the swinger parties. They'll testify about things that they really should never be heard in a federal courtroom. I mean, that he liked to watch. Okay. You may not like that, but you're not here to judge him for his sexual preference. A wealthy rapper paid for these women homes and vacations. He's not charged with being a flawed individual. These women fought to be in a relationship with him. Cassie, I expect you'll hear from her. This is going to be about the 11-year relationship. Combs with Kim Porter, the mother of his 4 kids, he continued with her until death from pneumonia in 2018. He fights with Cassie. The fights were about cheating. So it's a toxic relationship. They loved each other though. Cassie will tell you about how the jealousy of Kim Porter, then Gina. See, now we're hearing about Gina. So maybe it is Gina. I don't know. We don't know yet though. It might not be Gina because, technically,
it's Jane Deal.
If you're saying the name of Jane Doe, you shouldn't say her name, period. The day of the hotel hallway, jealousy was on display. Violence by the elevator bank 10 years ago. You will see it later today. What Combs did in that video is indefensible. The video was not evidence of sex trafficking. Cassie walked out the hotel room with 2 bags. Combs comes down wearing only a towel. He stomps her, drags her by the hoodie. He comes back around to get a phone. What causes a fight about a phone? Phone keeps secrets of infidelity. As soon as he gets the phone, he sits down. He's visibly disgusted. Cassie calls the security. You'll hear from him later today. The guard tells him to leave the public area. You will see Cassie tell him to get back into the hotel room. They stay together for 2 more years after the incident. Even 2018, they're fighting to stay together. She saw a photo of Diddy with Gina, and he started with her in 2014. Ooh, never mind. Gina might be the person. Looked like he started fucking Gina in 2014, which would make 5 years before the video we were just seeing. Remember I told you it was 10 years? 2014? We'll see. Cassie had a choice every single day to stay with him. That was her
This
better
nigga
choice.
tweeting his ass off.
She wasn't coerced. When she was of a physical trainer that Combs hired to train her. The only freak-offs you will see at this trial were on her phone, not his. So damn, it looked like Cassie kept the videos of the freak-off. That's kind of odd. That is odd. Why would Cassie have the videos, not Diddy? Maybe she could have been saving them saying, when I get broke later on, I'm coming for that bread, nigga. I got the freak-off videos here. Fuck that. Anyway, remember in her lawsuit, she was saying he would threaten with me with releasing them. Why would she still have it? Anyway, I digress. In November of 2018, Kim Porter passed away from pneumonia. Cassie did everything to be there for him. She flew to Georgia amidst a breakup. She flew to be with him. Combs says Kim was my soulmate. The end of the relationship with Combs and Cassie was triggered by that. Oh, shit. So now we know. Looked like when Diddy admitted that, I think he said that in Diddy, Kim Porter. It was an Instagram post, soulmate. He admitted. It was an Instagram post where he said she was his soulmate. Let me see if I can find it. Oh my God. Atlanta Constitution, what's up with you? And trying to get rid of paper ads. I think this was it. Oh, okay. That post, yeah. Today I'm going to pay tribute to him. I'm going to try to find the words to explain our unexplainable relationship, but he did call her his soulmate eventually. Yeah. We were more than best friends. Yeah, we were more than best friends. We were soulmates. Wow. Wow. Okay. So now we're finding out Cassie was like, damn, you still in love with that shit? All right, I'm good, bro. Like, yo, what the fuck? All right. Cassie realized all the things she would, okay. The end of the relationship with Combs, Cassie was triggered by that. Cassie realized all the things she would not be. She wanted to be Combs' wife, the love of his life. She spent 11 years trying to get that. Cassie married the trainer and is pregnant with her 3rd child. Evaluate Combs' intent at the time. For those 11 years, the messages will show she was a willing participant of their sex life. Cassie's testimony this week can't change that. In 2020 with Jane, Combs was more upfront. He told her he was dating other women. She was still jealous. Jane wanted it in public. He proposed a consensual threesome. They went to a private hotel. I expect to say she enjoyed it. You see why they got the woman doing you got to have a woman giving this type of intro. Because if there's a guy saying it's like, oh, this bitch enjoyed it. Yeah, he wasn't shit, but come on. She was kind of cool. You got to have Teddy do this. So Teddy, you're getting your money's worth out of Teddy right now. Teddy says, Jane was so desperate to be with him, to give him things others couldn't. She tried to make it more than sexual. I'm not even sure how she'll put it. But it always came back to the parties in the hotel rooms. This was their time together. Jane did it for the cuddle. There might be a typo. Did it for whatever. She wanted to make him happy. She was unable to resist him emotionally. There was a phone call in November 2023. Even after she flew out to see him many more times, it was toxic, but she was willing. Being a willing participant in your sex life is not sex trafficking. If she walked away, she would have lost him. You will see her jealousy. She would see him on social media with another woman, and she would send messages of regret. It's not coerced. She was driven to try to be in first place. This was the way to try to get there. It's not a crime. There was a night a year ago when Jane hit Combs. It was born out of jealousy. He hit her back. She was overcome by jealousy. She slammed his head. She slammed his head onto the kitchen counter. Months later, she flew to see him and invited an escort. She will call it one of her best nights, a wild king night, whatever you want to call it. So they must be referencing some text messages, honestly. So they're kind of giving intent to say, if she get up there and says she never liked that, we're going to show the text message. Bitch, didn't you say last night was a really lit wild king night or whatever they want to call it? This will be hard to watch. There are one word: intimate. The government told you about somebody named Mia. Why are they making these allegations now? You'll conclude that everyone has a motive. With Mia, she's never said this before, nor when she first started cooperating with the government. If this was so hostile, why none of these bitches ain't called the police? Why none of these hoes ain't called the fucking police? They're vindictive. Their motive is simple: money. Cassie filed a public lawsuit in 2023. She was living with her parents in a modest home in Connecticut. Then she went to a civil lawyer. The civil lawyer is here today. Ooh, you know what that civil lawyer is? That's Douglas Cassie lawyer. Wow. Cassie lawyer it's Meredith, who is at Wigner LLP, which I think is it's a Douglas shit, whatever. Anyway, so that's Cassie's lawyer. Actually, a really good lawyer too, really good fucking lawyer for civil cases, right? They don't do the Tony Busby and Tyler Blackburn bullshit. Like they're that's why they got paid. Okay, here we go. They went to civil lawyers to make a money grab. Demanded $30 million. Another asked for $22 million. How many millions of reasons do these witnesses have to lie? The evidence will not make out the charges. Oh, on bribery. So some other one was asking for 22. I'm guessing that's Jane. On bribery. This is about the Intercontinental Hotel. You did pay a security to make the footage go away. That was solely to prevent bad publicity, not to prevent a case. Enforcement investigation. So they're essentially saying, yeah, he paid for the footage to go away, but that's a PR move. That's not to hinder an investigation, which technically would be obstruction of justice in all 50 states and definitely federally. But there was no law enforcement investigation because she didn't even go to the police and nobody reported it. The kidnapping related to an employee. She worked for him for 10 years. She asked to work for him again. Drug trafficking? Oh, hell no. Did he just love drugs? He wasn't moving the shit around like Pablo Escobar. They worked hard. They were there to do something great and novel. Everything was free choice. There ain't no goddamn conspiracy. He was paying different men for their time and experience. Porn actors get paid. Hulkamania. Cowboys for angels. You could pay money for time and experience. That's all Sean Combs is doing. You're not here to pose your morality on this man. If he like freak offs, he like his girl getting pissed in her mouth. If he like that type of shit, that's his kingdom. If you listen, you'll find him not guilty of these crimes. Thank you. Opening statement's done, y'all. Oh yeah. Now they broke for lunch real quick. Brian Steele is now acting up. Yo, he got the feds with him. So the jury leaves. It's about to be lunch, but Brian Steele wants to object. He says we'll be objecting to the two exhibits. So Brian Steele is going over. Brian Steele is really a godsend. I think I'm telling you, that nigga's the truth. What I see him do with Young Thug's case, that nigga is the motherfucking truth. So, he's good at all these objections. He's going to turn this shit into a shit show for the prosecutor. Hey, we're objecting to these exhibits. Again, remember, you got to object to preserve the record, okay? Like, you can see, look, objection, preserve it, record for appeal, like you'll see. To preserve an issue for appeal, a counsel must properly object to rulings or actions during the trial. So, we all know what's going on. Cool. So Brian Steele objects to two exhibits. The judge says, in the future, I'd like to hear this the day before. So the judge is kind of like chirping back at Brian Steele saying, hey, you have all the evidence they're going to present. This is nothing new. Don't hit me like right before they about to do it, right? Tell me a day before. AUSA says, we only learned they objected. This is about an incident report about the hotel hallway, a broken vase. This report has an addendum. So it looked like maybe Brian Steele was right after all because they added something to the report. And Brian Steele says a co-worker. And by the way, this is where a lot of trials are won, Jack. The trials are won for these motions. That's why people think Wind-Up Millie has a chance on.
Oh shit, y'all. Cassie is officially on the stand. Ooh, it's finna get nasty. It's finna get nasty. We just gotta wait for the tweets to come in as we listen to academics break down day one. Now, I think he is gonna play some of the interviews. I think I know for sure he was playing the Law and Crime video I was gonna play. It was another reason. I said, let me do him then because he reviewing the same shit. So I think he gonna get in there. If he doesn't, I'll play that myself.
Trial. Because if they had been sticklers to file the motions and do the pre-trial shit to make sure certain stuff can't get brought into court, it's a different case that the jury will hear, and that might go your way. Brian Steele ain't gonna let nothing pass by him, and that's gonna help increase the chance that Diddy beats this. So you see Brian Steele, hey, the third paragraph, he writes that he didn't want Combs to see Cassie out in the front. He talks about a co-worker at ADEY. Mr. Combs about to yell. This is speculation. We can't let speculation into court. Good observation and good point to raise. Okay, they're not back. Not back. Before we get to that, I didn't want to play. There's somebody in court for the opening. There's someone in court. Warren Crime's got somebody there. They did step out and give a little bit of audio, and you're gonna see the madness outside the court. This is, I believe, the Thurgood Marshall Court in Manhattan. And yeah, this is the streets are blocked off.
Wait, y'all just remember that? Y'all remember Academics was just talking about Gina, and Gina knew about Cassie and all of that, and you had the threesome. Well, why is Gina in the comments? And it's verified, so I think that's the same one. Now, I'm not about to click on her link and see. Actually, I could tell from the profile picture it's the same chick that did the Tasha K interview. Well, why is she nervous? Because she's the next fucking witness. That's why she's nervous. That's interesting.
But it's probably madness. Let's hear from Elizabeth Milner.
Inside that courtroom, just because of just how crazy it is. I mean, you can just see the lines just going all the way back with media. It's going all the way back just with the public, just so some people can either, one, watch the trial, get a glimpse of Diddy's family members coming in and outside of the courtroom, and even as well as see his attorneys whose members include Brian Steele, Mark Agnifilo, Mark Garagos playing kind of that defensive advisory type of role. So it's crazy out here, especially, you know, it's Diddy, it's high profile celebrities, it's salacious allegation. Then on top of that, he's facing a lot of time behind bars. So you can understand why so many people of the public wanted to be here and wanted to get here super early so that way they could attend. I even heard somebody was standing in line and was auctioning off how much that they would give to somebody else in line for up to $500, $600. So that's a lot of famous faces, or well, not say famous faces, but a lot of people that we are definitely familiar with here at Law and Crime. You have Mark Garagos in the courtroom, Karen Agnifilo, who is the wife of Mark Agnifilo, who's also representing Luigi as well too. You have Little Rod inside the courtroom today.
Not Little Rod, gay ass. Little Rod there. How come they ain't calling you as no witness, nigga? Diddy gonna whoop your ass when he beat this case, Little Rod. He coming to see you personally.
One against Diddy as well.
I noticed it yesterday, but it's Gina, nigga. It's Gina. Gina is in the comments talking about why am I nervous?
He came in, probably I would say maybe a little like 8:30ish. Kind of came in with sunglasses, two chains on, as well as his attorney was inside that courtroom as well too. You have all of Diddy's children, with the exception of his youngest daughter, Love, were inside that courtroom. So that includes Quincy Brown, Justin Combs, Christian Combs, Delilah Combs, Chance Combs, Jesse Combs. Chance's mother was inside that courtroom. Diddy's mother was inside that courtroom. The daughter of Diddy's youngest daughter was inside that courtroom. And then you have the twins' caregiver, who is also
what's up with this thing right here? His waist low-key kind of spinning though. Look at this nigga. When the daughter of Diddy's youngest daughter has a daughter? What the fuck?
This was inside that courtroom. Diddy's mother was inside that courtroom. The daughter of Diddy's youngest daughter was inside that.
The daughter, okay, that got to be a Freudian slip, because Diddy's youngest daughter is Baby Love, and she's like 2. How the hell? She can't have a daughter. I think it means the mother of Diddy's youngest daughter. That's what they probably mean. A mistake. Look at this thing right now.
That courtroom, and then you have the twins' caregiver, who is also
Did you get in arguments? Cassie says yes. It would result in violence, dragging. What else did he do? Stomp me in the head if I was down. So he thought he was Seth Rollins. How frequently was he violent? Ventura. Too frequently. I would get black eyes and bruises. Okay, what we got? Let me show you a video as to where is this? The Intercontinental Los Angeles. It was after Freak Off. What does that entail? the hiring of an escort, setting it up. Now they calling it freak offs. Okay then.
Reporter as well too. So
My boy.
a lot of people were inside that courtroom as well for just opening statements just to get this jury selected because it went down from 43 to 18 today. And so a lot of people were inside that courtroom. It was body to body. And what can you expect with Diddy's first day of trial? So this was, just a little bit of what we were expecting today, but it's crazy out here.
And I will encourage everybody to check out what you're posting on X, Twitter, because earlier today you actually posted that you saw Little Rod Jones, one of the first people to sue Sean Combs. He was outside the courthouse. We were always expecting.
Lil Rod was lying. That nigga just like dick. He just gay.
Who would end up showing up during the course of this trial? Talk to us about the jury. Who is this jury? What can you tell about how they're
we need a racial breakdown, gender breakdown. Let's hear this.
reacting so far to opening statements? I mean, NBC has reported you have one juror who's a 69-year-old male, another juror who's a 31-year-old male, another 51-year-old male. You have a 42-year-old female, and they have different numbers to them. But what are you determining based on the jury? What's the makeup, and how are they positioning? How are they reacting to the opening statement so far?
Yeah. Kind of a hard question to answer, I should say, just because of where I was sitting.
We got a poll going on King Academics right now. We have 15,000 strong just on one page, and the question is Diddy cooked? And 5,600 votes on the King Academics YouTube page. 65% of people say, "Man, this nigga's cooked." I think we're gonna do daily polls on this. If you guys change your minds, definitely vote whatever way you might.
Diddy finna beat the
feds when both sides were presenting opening statements. But what I did see from being inside that gallery was some people jotting notes, some people just very much intently listening to both Emily Johnson for the prosecution as well as Tony Garagos for the defense.
How did you feel when he first asked for it? Confused, nervous? I wanted to make him happy. Did you agree to one when he first proposed one? Yes. Then there were more. It wasn't something I wanted to do, at least not that frequently. See that the defense gonna tear her up for that. What do you mean you didn't want to do or not that? So you wanted to do them, you just didn't want to do them as frequently as he did, because he a freak ass nigga. He a 69 guy. But you wanted to do them, just not as frequently. The defense gonna get her for that one. I know the AUSA was like, no, why did you say that? You should have just left it at yes, you just left it at yes. Then there were more. You shouldn't have added all that. Talking too goddamn much.
But as far as the makeup goes, I kind of just took their jury numbers and compared them to the notes that I took last week when I was here for jury selection. You have one who's a scientist, one whose brother is a security guard.
What's going on, man?
Arrested but didn't know the charges. You have one person who's part of a union job. He works for the Department of Corrections. Another person who is now retired but previously used to work at Verizon. You had
get a poll going on in the Academy chat as well, okay?
Another person who
got 6K strong over there.
Friend is a detective, son is a security guard. But, as far as the defense was kind of making their objections today, as far as jury selection goes, and, just kind of the objections they made that, the government was striking 7 black jurors, that type of thing. There were still black jurors that are going to be serving on this panel who are going to be making making the decisions going into those deliberations. So from what I saw of the jury makeup as a whole, it really was a diverse group.
Who's this nigga right?
Of men and women of all different.
He said he did innocent.
All different walks of life as well too.
He said the only thing Diddy's guilty of.
So we hear some comments
The
here.
only thing he's guilty of is being a black man. Hilarious.
So it
really was a diverse group.
Okay, now I'm focusing on her. She said it.
And this white girl said the same thing I just said. When she said the jury, I said the defense is gonna tear it up. So not against it, just not as much. She was cool with it 3 times a week. He wanted to do it 7. Yep, the defense gonna eat her up.
Breakdown, ethnic breakdown, age breakdown, and of course, male and female. We'll get it probably from somewhere else this evening.
Men and women of all different ages, all different walks of life as well too.
So we hear some commentary in the back right there. Obviously, I think there's going to be a lot of commentary when it comes to this case. But Elizabeth, and by the way, just to reiterate something that you mentioned before, the first argument we heard from the defense today was saying that the prosecution, they raised what's called a Batson challenge to their preemptory challenges, saying you're striking jurors based on race. Statements. I want to start with the prosecution. Emily Johnson, what was the main theme of today? And did you learn something new?
We're going to get this updated. By the way, they did come back from lunch, so we do have some more updates. But we just want to get through this because, again, this person was in court. We get some actual information about what happened in court. And then we'll slide right over to the update about what happened, which is as we're going to see here, but we're going to go get to that in a second. Let me go here.
I wonder if the tweet is going to pop up right here.
Government came out and
I hadn't waited for it. I keep reseeing
they talked about the incident where Diddy found out Cassie was seeing another man, and that Diddy took his gun and his bodyguard, and Diddy threatened to allegedly kill this man that Cassie was with.
Kushagar, thank you for watching. You're watching.
You ain't no real nigga if you ain't got jealous and threatened to beat up the side nigga. You ain't no real nigga. It's just it happens. We did all done. If you were a man, we didn't all done it. We done been there, done that. I can't push play till my phone stop ringing. Come on. Hurry up.
From India with love. Some I love to you as well.
Emily Johnson talked about how he had beat Cassie so brutally that he also had to take control of her. He kept videos of Cassie sleeping with escorts and threatened to use them against her. These are the types of things we had already known and were already kind of painted out inside those indictments that the government had written up in that type of sort. Diddy referring himself as a king, which is kind of ironic because he has a giant king crown on the back of his neck. Emily Johnson spoke about the defendant using his inner circle to manipulate women that for a while.
Now, I don't think they could bring up the fact of Diddy's tattoos. That was a big thing about Tory Lanez. Like Tory Lanez has an AK-47 tattooed right here. And you ever seen Tory? Look, pause. Tory Lanez, shirtless. And this is a tattoo right here. What was said is that if Tory took the stand, it could be brought into to court. But if he didn't take the stand, they couldn't bring up this in the trial, and they never brought it up. But if he did take the stand, they could have asked him about it. And obviously he didn't take a stand. But it just goes to show, like, if someone has a certain tattoo, apparently we're now realizing that these freak-offs were called Wild King Nights. So they're also kind of throwing out this thing to say Diddy has this king mentality, like he's this king of everybody. He also has a tattoo or some type of thing on the back of his neck that kind of doubles down on that type of theory. I don't believe that they're going to be allowed to use that as something to help make their case. Okay. By the way, there's still a question: will Diddy take the stand? There's a lot of questions about that. We got to consider that in the sense of if Diddy doesn't take the stand to explain some of these things that could be like, okay, either way, there's going to be a mountain of not only evidence but a mountain narrative that Diddy is this freak or creep, and I think there's a possibility that Diddy has to take the stand to just explain himself and say, hey, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a wild boy. Yeah, I'm a freaky ass nigga, but I'm a freaky ass consensual sex ass nigga. And I helped all these people out and they all try to get their money up off me, and then they came with allegations. So we're gonna see if he takes a stand. Let's keep listening to this.
When he watched how his bodyguards kind of played, his employees kind of played a role into this alleged RICO conspiracy as well too, and she made it a point to say this case is not about a celebrity's private sex preferences, because that was something that the defense definitely kind of chalked it up to being just, that he lived an alternative lifestyle, that type of sort, and we'll talk about that more in a second. While there has been a lot of reports about victim 3 and where her whereabouts are or anything like that, the defense didn't talk about alleged victim number 3. Instead, they kept it pretty short and to the point. They talked about Cassie. They talked about Jane, who we presume to be the other alleged victim. In this case, the government was talking about, the freak-offs being also named Wild King Nights, something that we had also known about, as well as even just simply as, hotel nights as well, too. Allegations of flying escorts across state lines, out of the country, into the country, that type of thing, that Diddy had demands for the staff to set up his rooms in advance, lighting, lube, cash for escorts, drugs for both Diddy and the women that were participating in these types of events. Women had to dress in lingerie, had to wear white nails, tall heels, something that Cassie had pointed out in her civil lawsuit that was later settled. Talking about the drug use. Then they went into kind of, the allegations specifically geared towards Cassie and just how, the defendant had met Cassie. They had a 17-year age difference. Cassie was initially given a 10-album deal, and obviously that never happened as far as putting out a whole bunch of different albums and that type of sort. And so these were types of things that we had already known about. I think some of the other alleged victims, she was a single mom. She met Diddy around 2020 when Diddy was single, when Jane was single, but Diddy was seeing other people. Diddy introduced Jane to the freak-offs, and she had tried one just to
We want to figure out who Jane is. I'm trying to do some research here to figure out who Jane Doe is.
kind of make him happy, and then just kind of kept going into this repetitive cycle of doing these freak-offs, wild hotel nights, that type of sort, just to kind of appease him. That Jane didn't want to do these freak-offs, and that she had tried at even one point to, hire men on her own that worked in the porn industry so she could pick the men. Diddy made her these escorts not wear condoms when they, allegedly participated in these types of activities. So these were just kind of the big things that were pointed out as far as the government. And Jesse, do you want?
By the way, I'm getting some information here. Jane is definitely not Young Miami. From information I'm getting from people who have some knowledge about their relationship, they said Diddy and Young Miami met in 2021 at her former manager's birthday party. So this idea that they've known each other for 5 years is not correct. That would be about like 4 or 3 years before. And before then, Young Miami was with Southside. So supposedly it's not Young Miami. Well,
Want me to go into the defense, because the defense was pretty interesting as well too.
Before you go into the defense, as I was reading about the reporting today, it was the first confirmation that Cassandra Ventura is victim one in this case. We always guessed it. We always surmised it. Now we have a definitive answer. And by the way, I think it was either the prosecution or the defense who mentioned that she's going to probably testify this week as we wonder who the first witnesses are going to be. And also this reference to Mia, who is Sean Combs' personal assistant, that is maybe going to provide some important testimony in this case. Now, before we go to the defense, real quick, as though you're looking at all these people that are behind you right now, Elizabeth, are these all reporters? Are these all fans? Are these all people who are supporting Sean Combs, who are not supporting Sean Combs? Are these just interested spectators? I'm trying to get a sense of the people that are walking behind you right now.
madness out there.
Yeah, so obviously I was trying not to pay attention so much because it's really so many people, but it's really just kind of a common mix. It's a lot of people who are here with the media. You have field producers, you have social media producers, and pretty much every outlet across the country is here right now inside that courtroom. I wouldn't say there's too many supporters beyond that one guy just kind of kind of saying some pretty vile things to us as reporters. So, we're trying too much not to pay attention to him as much as possible. As far as the family goes, right before we did this hit, we saw the family kind of get into a Sprinter van and kind of drive off, maybe to get something to eat, maybe to decompress, because, think about it, Jesse, his children were inside that courtroom, especially his daughters were inside that courtroom hearing about their father, book.
Damn, I wonder if they ever knew that this nigga was a fucking freak.
Booking escorts and allegedly beating women and that type of sort. So maybe it was just a time that all the family members just had to get out of here, get away from this media circus. But for the most part, it's a good mix of both media and just the general public who are just genuinely curious.
So Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom because they're going to start up in about 15 minutes. Real quick, if you could summarize the defense's opening statement, some highlights there.
Yeah, the defense's opening statements were pretty, we were kind of expecting them. They were going to have to admit that Diddy had been physically violent towards women in the past. They were going to have to admit that Diddy had this type of temper, that, he participated in taking these types of drugs, and that his temper was especially bad whenever he was on drugs and alcohol. There was a point in the openings where Diddy stood up when Tenny Garagos was introducing him to the jury, for the most part, even throughout.
By the way, real quick, if you're watching on the King Academics channel, man, hit that like button, man. We got 15,000 people over there, 1,000 likes. That's disgraceful. Come on, chat. That's disgraceful. We should at least have 6,000 to 7,000 likes. Stop playing.
opening statements, he kind of sat there calmly. He looked at the jurors. He looked at Tenny Garagos, who again provided the opening statements on the defense's behalf. The defense was kind of harping on the fact that the government has no place in his bedroom, something that we had talked about many of times. Just how they're kind of painting this as somebody, who did bad things on one hand, but were these bad things criminal? And that was essentially what the defense's argument was there. They said that the defense will see domestic violence in this trial, but while they do take it seriously, they say it's not sex trafficking. So I feel like they're trying to divide this line between, this being a domestic violence spat or domestic violence toxic.
No, boss mentality, he got the escort workers to do it because they used to dance and making $600 to $700, and they said they would get anywhere between $700 and $7,000. So they did it for the money. And none of them, none of these sex workers are saying they ever partook in any freaking activities with Diddy. They were simply paid to fuck Cassie. Diddy wasn't part of it. In fact, we seen the testimony where Diddy would come out and tell them, my turn, and they would have to get the fuck out.
Relationship type of thing, as opposed to these being actual criminal acts that Diddy was allegedly committing and that type of thing. The defense was saying that these alleged victims were strong, capable women, that they made choices that were for adults, they were free of choice, and they came with both pros and cons, and that type of thing. And then they were kind of talking a lot about how Diddy was jealous and how, other partners or his other relationship partners. So for example, Cassie, they also mentioned Gina, somebody I talked about in some stories I had done. She had talked about how Diddy was physically violent with her in a pod.
Oh, so Gina isn't a witness too then. Or maybe she is. But I don't know if the feds, before Jane takes the stand, if they could say her name. I would think not, because I don't know.
Past episode, for example, and so that was kind of her mention there beyond what the government was talking about as far as alleged victims in this case and that type of sort. They had mentioned Kim Porter and how Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter's relationship with Diddy and that type of thing, and then everything kind of ended as soon as Kim Porter had passed away. Cassie went to her memorial service, and that was the last time she had seen Diddy, even prior to her expectation that she'll be inside that courtroom testifying. These jurors are going to see some of these freak off videos, but they say that it was taken from Cassie's devices, not Diddy's devices. And so, they talked about Mia, for example, who had worked with Diddy for a number of years, and the defense says, they want jurors to evaluate her motive to testify. When they were talking about Jane's Doe, it was the same thing, that this was a jealous relationship. Jane wanted to be more public, whereas Diddy, he wanted other relationships that weren't with Jane and that type of thing. So those are some of the biggest takeaways from the defense's openings, as well as the government's openings as well, too.
These are the arguments we anticipated. Now, obviously, there's a lot more detail to it. We're hearing it in an official capacity. And these jurors, while they might have heard certain aspects of this case, this is the first time, presumably, both arguments are being positioned to them for the first time in such a very particular way. And this is opening statements. It's not evidence, but it is the start, the official start of Sean Combs' criminal trial. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for reporting. Go back into that courthouse. Stay safe out there. There's a lot of interesting characters you're seeing running around. But thanks, Elizabeth.
Okay, cool. So we're back. We are back, and I hope you guys are. Hope you
Stay
got
safe.
fun time for y'all, or hopefully you get your work done, or if you're driving across the country, or however you're consuming this content, hopefully you guys are getting your day going on. Order some food, kick back. We still got about like 3 more hours before we're out of court, right? Okay, so cool. So they're back in, and they're back in at 122, and everybody's almost back in, and the judge says, in terms of objections, the defense says, hey, we're still waiting for the defendant, so they're so sorry. So Diddy wasn't in court. They bring him in court. They said one exhibit is objected to. That's what the judge is now saying. It says, subject to the U.S. laying the proper foundation, it is admissible. Okay? So remember, there was something that was an addendum to something that was already an exhibit. Diddy's team, Brian Steele, said, nah, get that shit out of here. Like, what the hell? Y'all bringing in last minute shit? The judge says, listen, as long as there's proper foundation in introducing this material, I'm going to make it admissible. Now, remember, they raised an objection anyway, so later they could talk about it in possible appellate court. The judge says the exhibit with the added note. It says the objection is well taken, it is excluded. So look like, oh, never mind, the exhibit with the note. So they allow one with foundation, proper foundation from how the government's going to exclude it, presented. And then the second exhibit, remember there was 2, the judge excludes. So Brian Steele, that's a dub. That's one win right there. So one exhibit cannot be used That's based off Brian Steele raising that objection. So salute to Brian Steele. Judge says, all rise. The jury's entered. Says, is the government ready to call the first witness? AUSA says, first, we have 4 exhibits. The Agri says, we got no problem. Go ahead. So we call LAPD Officer Israel Flores. Flores is now an LAPD officer who says, I'm a reservist for the Army, and I was a guard with Securitas in 2016 in the Intercontinental Hotel near Century City. The AUSA says, what happened on March 5th, 2016? Flores says, I was told of the 6th floor. Flores says, there, I recognize Sean Combs. He's there wearing a gray sweater. AUSA says, what's your title? He says, well, I was the assistant director of security. AUSA then says, well, let me show you a photo of the Intercontinental Hotel. Flores says, yeah, I know. It's shaped like a pyramid. The judge admits the exhibit. So the picture that they showed, that's called and put on the record as Exhibit 1 or A or whatever the case is, whatever the sequence it is. And then they continue. It says, hey, what kind of incidents do you normally respond to? The dude says, yo, all kinds. We have a couple of suicides there. We prepare incident reports, the 5 W's, okay? AUSA says, would you attach photographs to the reports? Flores says, yes, but not video. We never had the password. AUSA says, when did this incident take place? He says, 11 a.m. I got a report of a woman in distress on the 6th floor. I closed the security base and checked the cameras. There was an African-American man pacing back and forth. I did not see the female. I rushed there. AUSA says, what do you see on the 6th floor? I said, well, Mr. Combs is in a towel and some type of colored socks. He's a rapper and producer. And I saw Cassie, who was on the floor. AUSA says, let me show you some photos. Combs is now in a tuxedo. And in a separate photo, Cassie is smiling. AUSA says, what did you tell them? Flores says they were arguing. They'd have to take it back to they were arguing. They'd have to take it back to their room, and that there was a broken vase that, so they were arguing in the series. Said, yeah, y'all got to take that back to your room. Like, y'all doing too much outside of the room. It says, oh, and there's a broken vase. We're going to charge it to your room. And Cassie says she wanted her phone in her bag. Cassie says she wanted to leave. Combs says, you're not leaving. I saw inside of the room. I saw inside the room a black male wearing dark clothing. AUSA says, well, what did Combs do after Cassie left? Flores says, well, he called for me. He was holding a stack of money, and he says not to tell anyone. What did you say? I said, I don't want your money. The damage is going to be charged to the room. AUSA says, where did Cassie go? So after I spoke with her, she left. The car pulled up. She left in a black SUV. So was there a driver? He says 7 feet. I don't know why he says 7 feet. Flores says, she wants to leave. I said, I'm talking to her, not you. They left. So it looked like he was checking Diddy to say, yo, this woman wants to leave, and it's not your choice if she could leave or not. AUSA says, then what? It says, well, we went up to Mr. Combs' room to remind him of hotel rules. He opens the door and grabs the phone and says, are you recording me? I pinned him to the wall. So they yanked Diddy up and said, what the fuck, nigga? I pinned him to the wall. I took photos of the broken vase and told him to come clean it up. I went to write up the incident report. He said, is this it? He said, yeah, that's my report with my name on it. The defense says, same objection. By the way, the objection is because the report has additional notes that wasn't known before. And they want to object that we don't want that report in the case. The judge did overrule it as long as there was foundation. And I guess it's foundation. The judge says noted. AUSA says, did you review the video? Flores says, yes. AUSA says, I'm handing you a thumb drive with videos. Said, did it have audio? Flores says, no. So let's walk through it. Who is this? So he's watching the video now. He says, Cassie. And who is this? Said, Mr. Combs. So what's happening here? So, well, she picked up, I guess, not wall phone, the cell phone. So what did you find when you got there? The broken vase. What's at the end of this video? Me coming out the elevator. Let's pull the incident report again. He said, here, we reminded him the checkout time was approaching. He says, what did you add to the incident report after you reviewed the video? What I described in the video. AUSA says, what did you do else with the video? He says, I recorded 2 videos of it with my iPhone to show my wife at home. Ooh. So this guy looked like he recorded videos of that with his iPhone to show his wife. Wow. Interesting. All right, I think we're caught up. Let me do a little refresh. But we might be caught up here. Keep in mind, homie's tweeting in court. It's impossible for him to be all the way, that quick. And also there's time elapse and they're passing thumb drives, they're loading up videos, hey, look at this picture. They're doing other things in court. So we're not going to get minute.
He introduced me to oral sex. I didn't understand it. But you weren't a virgin? All right, then. He ain't introduced you to sex. He introduced you to oral sex. Got it. It's day 2 on the screen. Remember that while we listening to day 1.
Minute update, but they're definitely in court. And when any updates come out, we will be reporting that. Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. So the latest update will be, here we go. So this is after they were take a break. Then we get to here. Then we get to there. 35 minutes ago, 25. Okay. And yeah, so the latest update is 5 minutes ago. He says he recorded 2 videos with his iPhone to show his wife. So that might be one of the reasons why that video is now out. Okay. All right. Update. Again, we're waiting for the following update to this. All right, let's see if is there another update. We're waiting. Yeah. Yep, we're still waiting. Okay. Anything else? I'm wondering if there's anybody else that's streaming outside of the courtroom. Like maybe outside of the court. Just chilling. Let's see. Let's look up Diddy trial. Somebody got to be live streaming. We just want to get like what the atmosphere is like.
Nobody below and crying.
Let's see. Filter. Let's go to live video. Law and Crimes is live. We use their stuff for a lot of stuff. Okay, this is outside. Okay, here we go. Okay.
He
So this is
doing
outside
two
the
different
courtroom.
cases at the same time.
So these officers are going to make sure that there's just not people standing in the hallway. Also make sure they could create some type of order outside of the courtroom. Clearly increased police presence when we were seeing people enter and exit through this court building, through these same doors. We didn't see this much attention, but we're now seeing it. So it looks like they're making sure. This was it earlier. So they just got to feed to show the door. Damn.
Each one of these slaves on your neck.
And people are ranting and raving.
For this thing, gonna say finish with people outside the courtroom. They're gonna put it all up there.
And early on,
Or part of the
right now, 60% of you. Am I totally crazy?
No, Jess, I mean, I think we've been talking about this for many months, which is this a situation where they made a federal case out of perhaps a lot of significant state court misconduct or crimes, but to make it a racketeering case, I always thought could potentially be a bridge too far. And we saw precisely what we expected out of the defense today after a very effective, it sounds like, listening to Elizabeth, prosecution argument. The defense did exactly what we thought, which is to say, hey, listen, bad conduct, at times a bad guy, but we're in the wrong courthouse. They made a federal case out of some appalling domestic violence, which they had to concede. And this were, at its worst, consensual conduct by a lot of adults, no children, a lot of adults.
Nope, that ain't the same Gina.
He was one. So I think it is going to be very interesting. And I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of the day, this jury parses charges and perhaps comes in with a compromise verdict.
We're still in the early stages.
Yeah, I think most in all counts, people actually think he's going to be a mixed verdict, where some things are going to be thrown out and some things he might get stuck.
Get it. Finna
And I think that's going to be
walk.
really interesting.
So, by the way, everybody's asking right now,
Diddy
where's the
finna walk.
footage? Like, why there's no cameras in the courtroom? Unfortunately, no. Now, those are the federal rules. I didn't make them. I think it's a big mistake, but there's always a concern. Yeah, I think that there's a mistake, but there's, concern about it improperly tainting the jury, it improperly tainting the case. I've heard the arguments, but in an effort of transparency, when there's a case of so much public interest, I think there should be cameras. There's going to be no audio. Transcripts will be released, and we're going to do something with those as well here on Long Crime to try to do our best to put you inside that courthouse. So stay tuned on that. We have a question from Dry Roach 69. So submit your questions on YouTube right now. Will tapes be shown? Yes, they will, at least based upon the prosecution's opening.
I really think it's better.
Prosecutor here. First, we enter 4 exhibits. Defense no.
Kind of in limbo here, and I guess this is time for me to like interact with you guys in the chat. So if you guys do have questions, I'll kind of cater to what you guys got going on, and we'll kind of work off of that. But currently, we are waiting for more updates, and it looks like we do have one more. Flores says the video of the Flores video of the video. So remember, he recorded off his cell phone. This is 2016. Has his voiceover, including about how shiny his shoes were, is played for the jury. So the video he took of the video is played. I guess that has audio, but it's a voiceover at this point because he's talking over it. AUSA said, did you work the next day? Flores says, no, I had the next 2 days off. AUSA says, when you came back in, did you look for the video? He says, I did. He says, but it was gone. He said, did you ever see it again? He says, yes, recently. AUSA says, nothing further. Judge Submaranian says cross-examination. So now this is the time for Diddy's team to step up and do it. Brian Steele. Oh, Brian. I don't know. I mean, wait, Brian Steele looked like he's a surgeon. He's a surgical person. By the way, what he did with YSL Woody and all these other people that were jurors was fucking phenomenal. And it's actually interesting. The lead, Mark Agnafilo, he was very active in pretrial and everything else, picking a jury. That was him. But when it comes to now arguing his case, he didn't do openings. And the first cross-examination of the first witness, Big Brian Steele is up there. So shout out to Brian Steele, who, by the way, only got like 2 weeks to get ready for this trial. He got hired last minute. He had to get up to speed with it. And he's now doing the heavy lifting because beyond opening statements, this is where you're going to win your case. You got to turn those goddamn witnesses into unreliable or have them basically concede that some of the stuff that they see didn't necessarily constitute as a crime. And Brian Steele, he's now checked into the game. Okay? So cool. Brian Steele says, yo, you said your report was the 5 W's, right? Guy says, yes. Okay. All right. We're going to see what Brian Steele does. What does Brian Steele? His best moments in the YSL case. Okay. Not only was he jamming at halftime, remember how vigorously and aggressively he got at.
To the 6th and 14th Amendment.
And by the way, this is why he's known as a bulldog now. He got at this court for an ex parte meeting. He vehemently got at him. He basically then supposedly was held in contempt. He never really went to jail, but he did get supposedly he was taken into custody supposedly. He got this judge off the case.
What the fuck did you visit Sean in Miami? Yes, I went with Kerry Morgan and Dallas Austin. What did you and Sean do together? Sexual intercourse. Y'all didn't do nothing else but sexual intercourse. He gave me Blue Dolphin ecstasy on a boat. And the next question was, had you once before taken ecstasy unintentionally? How in the hell do you unintentionally pop an X pill? I ain't never took a road that I didn't mean to take. I'm sorry. I always meant to pop that motherfucker.
He got 2 other judges. Remember, we landed with Whitaker. Whitaker was the judge. But the reason why this black judge got off the case, Brian Steele was not playing. This is a little bit of
corresponding sections of the Georgia Constitution. I'm required to make a full and complete statement to the court. For the record, and if God forbid this goes up on appeal for the appellate courts or another tribunal, commission, or administrative body, I was told based upon information and belief that when we arrived at 8:30, 9 o'clock today, we did not come into your courtroom until almost 11:30. And what I found out just recently, this is not waived, is that supposedly in chambers, the Honorable Court reporter at times, court at times, district attorney or district attorneys for the DA's office, as well as met together. None of the defense team, to my knowledge, was aware that this was going on. It was told, based on information belief, that it was told to the district attorneys that Mr. Copeland intended to plead the 5th Amendment. Then I was told, based on information belief, that...
Let me speed up. They get to argument. Here we go.
Too. And the reason that was CC'd to me, that never...
Mr. Stu, can I interrupt you just saying? I'm kind of disturbed because that's ex parte.
So essentially what happened is Brian still brings up that he knew some details of what happened at ex parte meeting. The judge gets mad and like, how the fuck did you know that? And he's like, yo, tell me who told you. And Brian still says, I ain't telling you shit. And they got to get court Brian Steele because he got help. He never went to jail because an appellate court actually overturned that. But what Brian Steele did just showed his conviction and how hard it goes for a client. He went crazy for Jeffrey Williams. If he could go even nearly as crazy for Diddy, Diddy might have a fighting chance, even though, I mean, again, this is just passion right here. By the way, he's still an amazing attorney, and we do know this is federal court. Not that bullshit they got in Georgia called Fulton County Court. This is federal court that he's in. But clearly, that passion is something you want.
Hey, the ADA had to have known that was going to be the next motherfucking question by the defense of anybody. How do you take ecstasy unintentionally? It was in Gatorade. When you took it intentionally with Sean, how did it feel? Like rolling? Is you rolling? Is you rolling? Is you rolling? Bitch, I might be. Bitch, I might be. She said she felt like she was rolling. But you took it unintentionally one time, and then you intentionally took it with him the second time. Hey, did he force you to take the ecstasy? Or did you want to do it because you was at a entertainment party? That's what everybody was doing. Truth, what are you doing? Terry.
I'm listening to you, Trey.
Good morning.
Good evening.
You got some dry ass sausage and biscuits this morning? I bet you make pork chop biscuits in the morning, don't you?
I'm in the pork chop right now.
I knew it. I want a pork chop biscuit. That's why I said it. I want one of them motherfuckers. That would be a good breakfast snack.
No biscuit, just a pork chop.
Just a little cutlet. Cutlet and a biscuit. I bet that would be some
I got one of the
incredible
ones
flavors.
I grilled. I got one of the ones I grilled.
This lady here says she unintentionally, well, okay, it was in a Gatorade. So you just drank somebody's Gatorade.
So you know,
your
I think
parents didn't tell you as a kid, don't drink after nobody.
Come on.
They get nasty. they too is better than day one.
For the person defending you.
That was an ex parte conversation. How did you find out about any of that? Well, I'm a disturbed too. And the reason
I guess I'm gonna have to change my title and my thumbnail to do 1 and 2 together. And for 3, I'm gonna have to just read all this shit and do a whole bunch of blabbering in between. Cause dude tweeting like he averaging putting up a tweet every 2 minutes. But I don't think they've been to lunch yet. But New York should be 2 hours above us. So I don't know. They working, but they also are planning on doing this 8 weeks. So they could be lazy if they want to.
I'm asking you a question. How did you find out about it? I'm going to ask you a question. Okay. Scuttle, if you look at SCUDDER versus state, which is 298 Georgia, 438, it's Division 2, 638, 2016.
We don't need to hear that.
I'll see you Thursday.
We don't need to hear this bullshit of the YSL stuff, nigga.
Either.
He has a Fifth Amendment privilege.
By the way, none of these pictures of Diddy that y'all are seeing with him in the orange jumpsuits and shit, none of those are real. Those are AI pictures. The only photos we have of this nigga in court is the drawings that they got, and they got this man looking like the crackhead off of PJs. The only judge we get. You can't have your phone out. Well, here in any court, when you go in there, motherfucker, they tell you put your phone up. And the judge will tell you sometimes if they some dicks, if I catch you with your phone out, it's mine and you going to jail. So niggas ain't pulling their phone out to get no actual picture of Diddy. Can't do it.
Answering those questions. Rule 1.6 protects all.
I don't care about that.
Information. But just listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, but then the privilege in one.
I thought we were monogamous. Was it made public? No. I was his artist. Also his family, his children. Who was linked to him publicly? Cam Porter. Well, how you think y'all were monogamous then? How did Sean treat you at this time? We had funds. Were the freak offs included in the fund? See,
0.6 would occur.
bullshit.
And you may be wrong, and you're asking
to said pause.
Okay, good. You finally went back. You got off this shit.
You say you saw the for your wife.
Be with Mr. Williams and we work on our case. So I will, sir, if that comes to pass.
20 days in jail, which was supposed to be on the weekends because he works weekdays as obviously a lawyer. And he's like, well, if you're going to sentence me to spend jail time on the weekends, can I be locked up in the same jail as Young Thug? Because we got to work on this case. That's a thug, bro.
I'm going to file notice of appeal, but for whatever reason that doesn't take, and you don't give a bond, then I'd ask that I can be with Mr. Williams and we work on our case all weekend, for all those weekends. Otherwise, I can't prepare. I speak with Mr. Williams all the time. That's up to you. And sir, I will, sir, if that.
Anyway, all right, let's get back to it, chat. Cool. So now, Brian Steele, we just gave you the little rundowns. Brian Steele is saying, hey, so you mentioned that you got off the elevator at 11:14 or 11:15. You described Mr. Combs as having a devilish expression on his face. Flores says, well, that's my opinion. Well, Steele says, well, when you get off the elevator, what's in your hand? Flores says, my radio. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Then it says, wait, did Mr. Combs didn't attack you, did he? Flores says no. He says, and then was there any law enforcement involvement? Flores says no. He says, you video kept it, right? He says, I did. So, but there was never law enforcement call. He said, there were not. So you told the jury Mr. Combs said to Cassie, you're not leaving, but your report did not say that, right? He says, at that point, I didn't believe it was a significant fact. Now I'm going to put down the back and forth. So Brian Steele's bringing up a point. You claim that Diddy told Cassie you couldn't leave, which, by the way, would be technically kidnapping. But you never put it in your report. He said, I wasn't going to put down every detail. So he says, so it wasn't important 9 years ago, but only now it's important, huh? It's Brian Steele, brother. AUSA says, objection. Judge says, overruled. Flores says, I didn't put it in the report at the time. So Steele says, you said you were offered a bribe, but hadn't you told him he had to pay for the vase? Flores says, yes. Steele says, the gentleman you say you saw in the room, you described to the jury, is not in your report. He says, well, he didn't engage. Why did you ask? Did you tell anyone at the time that you saw a man? Remember, this guy who's a black guy in the room was supposed to be the sex worker that was fucking Cassie. Because remember, the government is saying that was a ongoing freak off that Cassie was trying to escape from. Did he beat her ready? I went up there. I went to the room to be like, yo, bro, y'all can't be doing this. I saw a guy who was a black male in there too. So Steele said, why you ask him? What's his name was? Well, why? He says, oh, he didn't say nothing to me. He says he wasn't talking to no one. So Steele says, did you tell anyone at the time? Flores says, no. Steele says, and the 7-foot driver, do you know who it was? Flores says, I don't know, but Cassie knew. Steele says, you didn't put in your report that you offered to call law enforcement, but she refused. Why not? Flores says, she said no. So there was no reason to include it. So that's another point of apparently law enforcement. They're trying to say, oh, we would have involved the cops, but Cassie didn't want us to do it. Steele is saying, it's not in the report. This is why this report and the exhibit is so important. Steele says, you said you put Mr. Combs against the wall. That's aggressive, isn't it? Flores says, it could be, but I only put my forearm against his chest. Steele says, but you didn't put that in your report either. The guy says, you're asking me to have put more detail in my report. Steele says, do you remember the layout? The guy says, no, but it was just a corner room. Steele says, was it a normal hotel room like I was staying, like just one room, or did it have a living room? The guy says, I don't know. Yo, Steele is doing a good job. But I'm probably slopping him off pulse. The reason why, like, he's showing that this guy's memory ain't all the way there. So when he says shit outside of this report, at least the report he wrote that day, 9 years later, his story's all over the place. He showed the jury, this nigga is all over the fucking place. So he's saying, do you remember what type of room it is? Can't remember. He says, remember it's a corner room. Well, was there one room? Was there a living room? So I don't remember. He says, well, the third party, you said he was on the bed, right? So he's trying to catch this guy in a lie. He says, it was a pullout. Yeah, Brian's still trying to catch this nigga in a lie. Yo, I said pause, gang. I said pause. Okay. Now, Steele is a really good lawyer to catch people in lies, kind of show like their memory might be fuzzy. Then he says, Steele says, you were in the hospitality business as well as security, right? Dude says, yes. Steele then says, Mr. Combs, it was clear to you that he wanted to pay for the damage, right? Speculation. The judge says, basically almost saying sustained, but he's saying to the Brian Steele, asked a different way. Mr. Steele says, well, I guess it could be embarrassing for a guest. Objection. And the judge now sustains that, right? Which means when you sustain the objection, it means, yo, stop asking that. Steele says, one moment, nothing further. The judge says redirect. So now the prosecutor gets to come back, clean up, whatever. AUSA says, did you typically include every single detail in a report? So now they're responding to how Mr. Steele just exposed this guy, that he's saying a lot of really important shit, but it was never in the report. Like, for example, if you're saying that she told you not to call the cops, why didn't you put that in the report? If you're saying you and him had a physical altercation where you put your hand against his chest and pressed him against the wall, why is that not in the report? If you say you saw a man in the room, why is that not in the report? Everything else is in the report. So that's Brian Steele's angle to show that this report is full of shit. And this report that this nigga is now trying to say, oh yeah, you know, because the state, when I state with the defense, are trying to say, well, it's kind of looked like it was a freak off going on there because there was a nigga in the room. They had to check Diddy, all that type of stuff. And the only reason why we never got cops involved is because, you know, Cassie said no, and obviously she's a victim. She might have been scared of him, blah, 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 blah. Diddy's lawyer, Brian Steele, said it's not in the report, though. Why none of that? Why none of the important information 9 years later ain't in the fucking report? Okay? I think it's a good tactic. He said, did you include every single detail in the report? So AUSA is trying to answer to that now. Flores says no. Says, did he seem drunk or high? Flores says no. That's very important too. Because there, you know, even some people incorrectly reported that Diddy was trying to plead insanity. No, he wasn't. He was saying that there were some of his outbursts was due to some of the mental state or drug-induced states he was in, not saying it alleviated or relieved any responsibility for a crime he may have committed. They're saying if you see him like act out, it might have been because he was drunk or high. The AUSA is saying, was he drunk or high? They're saying, no, he wasn't. So they're trying to establish this pattern that it's not because he was under some, you know, drug-induced state. This guy's just violent. This guy is a monster, right? So Flores says, no. Okay. We cooking, chat. We cooking. We just waiting for some more. Okay, bet. Here we go. AUSA says, when he offered you money, what did he say? Flores says, he said he didn't want nobody to know pretty much. And the AUSA says, which way was he dragging Cassie? And Flores says, back to the room, which is the point of that what they wanted to get out anyway. This is nothing further. So now we're going to get on to the second witness. Holy. All right. So the first witness is a security guard. It looks like fully that video of Cassie getting beat on in the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016 is at play. Cassie Diddy Intercontinental. That's at play. Okay. So this is the
new surveillance footage obtained exclusively by CNN appears to corroborate some of the allegations of abuse against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. The video, captured on multiple cameras, shows Combs assaulting his then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura in a hallway at a Los Angeles hotel in March 2016. A lawsuit filed by Ventura in November last year came extremely intoxicated and begins as she enters and then took glass vases and attempts to drag her on. He can be seen throwing an object to settle, was in no way
I think it's pretty much safe to say the publication of that video to CNN, it felt like it was a part of a pretrial strategy for the prosecutors to really influence people that may have been saying, hey, well, like, how do we know he was really doing these things? They can't leak the freak off videos, right? We saw them talk about like some things like baby oil, which was like, whoa, baby oil, that's some freaky ass nigga shit. But they needed a little bit more to convince a lot of people and possibly even take the jury pool. And it looks like that video did do it. And not only was it something to be mentioned to kind of shift public narrative, that is what the first focus is. It's around, remember, the first person is a guy who I think he now works for law enforcement, but he was a security back then in 2016 for the Intercontinental Hotel. He responded to the situation with Diddy and Cassie, and he claimed that he got physical with Diddy after he also stepped in and said, if she wants to leave, she could fucking leave. She leaves. Supposedly they ask her, hey, do you want to press charges or should we call the cops? She says, no, I'm good. Let me get out of here. She leaves with the nigga that's a 7-foot driver. Then they go back to the room to Diddy to check that nigga like, yo, bro, you can't be doing all this here, bro. Like, you're tripping out, man. You got to get out of this. Like, stay in your room or whatever. They say they claim they see another man who was like sitting on the bed, who's a black guy. We don't know if he's dark skinned, but a guy of African American descent. And apparently Diddy kind of is like, wait, are you recording me? Because I guess he saw a phone in their hand. It's like, wait, you recording me? And then the guy yokes him up or pushes him to the wall. Like, nigga, what the fuck is up with you, bro? And essentially then reminds him of the rule. Looked like Diddy clearly calms down. And Diddy had offered him money. He said it was maybe another employee who took the money to like delete it, because the dude said after he said he did record it with his phone, but he said 2 days later he had 2 days off, and when he came back he couldn't find the footage. So it looks like somebody else took the bread, right? Holy, all right, people, all right, we getting there. We are getting there, man. This is the real day one. Let's see if we can find this. Okay, by the way, let me watch his vlog about what was going on. Here we go.
All right, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press.
By the way, he's the person who's sweet.
We're here at the break after the opening statements in U.S. versus Sean Combs. It was quite a process. Number one, there was the jury selection, and we've been covering it last week, and we did sort of an extra you can find on Substack and extra subscribers about a juror that probably should have been stricken for cause. It's a UN staffer that basically works at the counterterrorism office, and that would work with U.S. law enforcement, which he then denied. In any event. The opening statements were quite something. Turns out it's a more stripped down case, at least than I thought. The U.S. attorney, Johnson, talked about Cassie and Jane, which is a pseudonym, and also Mia and arson. Now, Tenny Garagos, in her opening statement, said, this is just about private sexual behavior. They don't dispute that Combs can be violent and jealous, but that should never have been a federal case, and that the witnesses are all have their own interests, including filthy lucre, money. So we're going to see how it plays out. Right at the end, after the jury left, Brian Steele, they brought up from Georgia after the Young Thug trial, made some evidentiary objections about the reports about the hotel, Intercontinental Hotel lobby, elevator lobby violence. So that should be resolved.
Now, the case might be structured in many different ways, right? Remember, this is a big case. They know what's going to happen. Brian Steele his only job might be deal with this footage. Like, Steele, your job is to make this footage look not that important. And maybe we see Mark Agnifilo, or Agnifilo, however you say his name. I know I'm fucking his name up a bunch. Maybe his job will be, because you know what the next case, the next phase is going to be. Who is going to, and this is the heavy lifting of the whole trial, if you ask me. Who is going to be the attorney to cross-examine Cassie? Supposedly Cassie is supposed to take the stand at some point this week, but we're going to probably see escorts. We're going to see all type of people, hotel staff, security, former personal assistants. They're going to take the stand, I would imagine, first. When Cassie gets on that bitch, that's going to be time. It's going to probably be, she's going to be on the stand for at least 2 days, I would imagine. She's the star key witness. Without her, this case is flimsy. So whoever the attorney for Diddy that's going to be combing through everything she says, again, Cross is going to be brutal. I would imagine the AUSAs have prepared her for this. I would imagine that her current husband is probably there supporting her. Remember, she is pregnant. It's going to be brutal. They have to chop her down. They have to remind the jury and the audience and everybody who is witnessing this case, Cassie might be the more young, but back then she was a freak. That was a nympho that couldn't get enough of penis. And that's how Diddy's going to put it across. And she liked to do freaky shit like how he liked to do freaky shit. And they were in it together. We're going to see how that plays. I'm wondering if Tenny is going to do that part, or maybe it's Mark, or maybe they leave everything to Brian Steele. I don't think they'll leave everything to Brian Steele, but Brian Steele, he got up first, and he's doing his thing to try to get this idea about the first part of the state's case is to show, hey, this is what happens when you defy Sean Combs. You leave a freak off. He drags you back, he beats your ass, and forces you to fuck other people. Brian Steele is trying to show, no, you guys are spinning this into something that it's not. How do we know there's a freak off going on? Oh, the guy says, well, the prosecutor put the person on the stand and said, there's a guy in the room. How come we ain't hear nothing about this guy in any reports other than you saying it now? So that's where we're at with it.
Resolved this afternoon as the witnesses began, including with some hotel witnesses. So inner city arrest, we're on the case. We're covering other cases too. I just stopped at the Mad Court. A man was released after 2 uses of a gun. Well, 1 brandishing and 1 using. Ordered released, but there's been a request by the government for a stay, which was denied, but they're going to be appealing it. So we're going to be covering that as well. But Diddy it is. In for a pound.
Interesting. We're still monitoring the Tory situation. It's still a top story. The Tory situation, according to World attorneys, said Diddy looked like he's leaning on faith as he goes through federal trial for sex trafficking because he was reading from the Holy Bible in court. The Backpage founder had a Bible at his table on Monday and was reading scriptures before opening.
Man, this shit is all for show.
The statements from the prosecution and the defense team, according to folks in a courtroom. They said that he had a lot of family supporting him, and including a bunch of his kids at the Combs, and the Combs family looked stoic as federal prosecutors laid out their case against him, with the fam showing no emotions whatsoever. Wearing a sweater over a collared shirt, Diddy hardly moved as the prosecution addressed the jury. He fidgeted his feet a bit and had a blank stare. One of the defense lawyers, Tenny Garagos, handling open statements, and a couple of jurors appeared to nod off, resting their heads in their hands. Garagos was speaking right before lunch. Seemed like jurors were getting tired and hungry. Still, a couple of jurors were taking a ton of notes during Tenny's opening. Her father and famed defense attorney, Marty, watched her do her thing. This is Tenny Garagos here. Tenny's husband was also in court. They kissed in a cafeteria during a lunch break after the opening statement, with Tenny ordering, goddamn, they know every fucking thing, an egg salad. Wow, we didn't know what his lawyers are eating. Sparkling water and salt and pepper chips. Cassie's name came up in a bunch of openings, and her defense attorney, Douglas Wigder, yeah, remember, I knew it was Douglas, yeah, Douglas Wigder, huddled with her husband, Alex Fine, in the cafeteria. So it appears, we don't know if Cassie was there, but Cassie is there. Cassie's husband, which is this guy, Alex Fine, is there. Alex wore sunglasses, just like he was outside on his way to the court when he had no mood to talk to our photographer. Diddy's mom, Janice, was also wearing sunglasses. The lunch break is about to end. So let's look at the video of Cassie's man showing up to court. We don't know if Cassie's there as of yet. And has multiple. Here we go.
All right, he about to be done with that one, especially if he watching the video of that. Now, he did have another video that was 4 hours long. This one was trimmed down to 2. Hold on, let me go to my playlist. While we getting these tweet updates. Did you see other men? Yes. Did Sean see other women? Yes. He said, I am Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous, but you're not saying he was insanely jealous of you, and you said you saw other men. Did you move to LA with him? Yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there. All right. The drug trafficking charges coming from, 239. Let me fast.
Holmes is still not.
239. Okay, wait a minute.
Trial for sex trafficking because he was reading from the Holy Bible in court. The Backpage founder had a Bible at his table on Monday and was reading scriptures before opening statements from the prosecution and defense team, according to folks in a courtroom. As he watched her do her thing. This is Tenny Garagos. No mood to talk to her photographer. Diddy's mom, Janice, was also wearing sunglasses. The lunch break is about to end. So let's look at the video of Cassie's man showing up, doing him, and he's supporting her. So let's see him walking into court. I wonder how big the courtroom is. There's so many people there. Okay. So that's Alex Fine showing up. And then here is now Diddy's mom, Janice Combs, showing up, along with, I think these are the twins. I think we see Justin here. This is Quincy here. And I think this is King, a.k.a. Christian Combs, here. So this is the full family. Look like they walk in. If you can't tell, there's barricades right here. You see police right there. Clearly, they've allowed and they're keeping the public back. This is one of those spectacles. I don't know if you ever seen the outside the courtroom for when Michael Jackson had trial. Obviously, I think Michael Jackson just used the biggest, right? Michael Jackson trial outside. Yeah, Michael Jackson outside court. Hops out. Looks with his family showing up to court. By the way, remember Diddy. Sheriffs, or not necessarily sheriffs, I believe U.S. Marshals. They're going to be bringing back and forth from the federal holding facility in MDC to court. So they're going to go underground, I believe. So you won't see him entering or exiting court. And you won't see how people react to Diddy, but you're going to see all these cameras. You're going to see Diddy's family on the walk up because they walk into the front of the court. Here we go. With Michael Jackson, there's a lot of fans. But of course, keep in mind, they're not going to see Diddy. So it's like, it makes sense it's more press than fans because the fans wouldn't be fans of the family. They're fans of Diddy if they're any fans, right? Okay, so we see Quincy. Who's this? I think this is one of the, not Christian, I mean Quincy. Then we see Christian here. Is this Janice? The sisters holding hand in solidarity. We see, he gotta be a bodyguard. This nigga look too buff. He look like Shannon Sharp, man. Except there ain't no 20-year-old white woman around. This nigga look like Shannon Sharp. It's like a Shannon outfit, too.
Man, stupid.
Yeah, they're all holding hands. I think this is twins. I think this is Christian. I think these are the twins.
5 minutes.
Is it
last two.
All right. Look like this is a special entrance, by the way, not the regular entrance.
Yes.
It's been 5 minutes since.
How do you feel this morning, Mr. Gargos? Are you ready for today? Oh, let's see the fit. What are you wearing today? You look fantastic. We love the suit.
This is Teddy Gargos, I believe.
Oh, let's see the fit. What are you wearing today? You look fantastic. We love the suit. Today's the day.
Mr. Big Ryan Steele.
Have you spoken to Sean Combs? How's he doing? How's he feeling? Does he feel positive today? I know he was nervous last week.
His publicist said that he was upbeat this morning.
Can you confirm that? Okay.
Yeah, there are strict protective orders in federal cases, and you do what you got to do.
Well, how was your weekend? What did you do over the weekend? Was it strictly planning, or did you relax? Did you have a drink?
Thinking about you guys. Okay, Agnophilia breaks through. Like, you got a little bag with him right here. That's really what it is. Okay. This, we should have some more updates. I apologize. I know, again, remember, we are waiting for updates here from Inner City Press. Inner City Press, we appreciate you, brother. We appreciate you. I would love to get Inner City Press like to come on here like after the trials, or not after the day's done, and to kind of, give us like, because he's pretty impartial. Like, I don't think he gives a fuck if these guys are innocent or guilty. He just says what it is, and I really like it. Okay, anyway. Look like the male dancer has been called. Ooh, here we go. Y'all ready, chat? Y'all ready? So this is the second witnesses right here. So it's a pull out, it's a different way, drunken high, blah, blah.
Oh, shit, that's new. Well, this is the civil division. Jane Doe must give name. Sean Combs was sued for rape in Hotel Rio by due pseudonym denied. Named by May 20th. Oh, so they got to... So you want to sue him for his money, you got to release your name.
I think further, just as a recross deal says, the motion sensitive cameras, so there are gaps, right? So essentially they're saying that the surveillance footage doesn't have all nonstop footage. It only shows motion, and Florida says yes. So there's times you can't look at because there's supposedly no motion. Steele says nothing further. It just says next witness, AUSA Comey says, what did Miss Ventura pay you for? The witness says to have sex with her. So now this clearly is a sex worker. Sean Combs is there too. The witness says, my boss called me and told me he couldn't find any of our black dancers. So could I go to a bachelorette party in the Gramercy Park Hotel? Ain't that where my show at? My show's at Gramercy Theater Is there a hotel there? Oh hell no! Don't tell me we having the chat nigga birthday party where the freak offs is at. Holy, Gramercy Theater. Where is it? Gramercy Green. Where's the Gramercy Hotel at? I never heard of this place. The Gramercy what? Park Hotel. Let's look that up. Gramercy Park Hotel. Oh, it's a block away. So Gramercy Theater. Oh, chat. It's gonna be historic. So chat, if you don't know, we're having a show in 3 days. We're right here, Gramercy Theater. That's where we're having a show. We're 2 blocks from the freak off. Holy. Chat, y'all might as well bring y'all big down now. Yo, chat. You know, I've been trying to, for some of our regulars and, trying to book an after party spot. You know, the after party to the Gramercy Theater show. This joint right here. Hey, we got to go to the hotel. Bring it. You got BYOB. Literally. Bring your own baby oil. Real talk. Now, that's all jokes before somebody takes my context. Anyway, all right, cool. So it says, my boss called me and said he couldn't find her black dancers. So could I go to a bachelorette party in Gramercy Park Hotel in downtown Manhattan? He said, so what did you expect to do? It's like a little stripper dance. It says, she was in the hotel room in a red wig and stockings and sunglasses. She gave me a few $100. It says, what was the room like? Red couches, Astroglide was the lubricant. Okay, so we now figured out we ain't hear about baby oil's lubricant yet. Astroglide is actually a lubricant type. Astroglide. I want to show y'all exactly what this motherfucker is. Hopefully, I go to images might not show. Okay. So this is Astroglide. This is lubricant. So this is like official lubricant shit. You can find it at CVS. So there was a man on the right side of the room. He says the man had on a white robe and a bandana over his face. And a bandana. So it's like Diddy was wearing a shiesty kind of below his eyes. So he had the bandana down here, and then he had a baseball cap, so you could only see like this. You could only see like this. Okay? From his voice, I recognize him as Sean Combs. The person said, well, what did he say? He says, he said he was into import and export. The male dancer then says, he says he was having problems with my boss. The defense says, objection. Comey says, I'll get back into that. But after the sex was over, what happened? The male dancer says, Cassie gave me a couple $1,000 more. Whoa. So they started with, she gave me a few $100, right? She gave me a few $100. Now it turned to give them my number. I did. Cassie called me and asked me for a photo. The Comey says, then what? Says she called me to go back. I did for a few hours. And then a few times after that. So was Combs always present? Yes. Comey says, any other locations? He said, yeah, the Essex house. His residence on 56th Street. I believe 210. So 210 56th Street. Let's look at where Diddy was living. 210 56th Street, New York. Let's figure out. What is this? 210. It says a sushi spot. These are probably big ass buildings that probably have like rooms and hotels up above. They're trying to figure out where. 210 West 56. I don't know. Don't ask me what I'm so nosy. I'm trying to figure out what everything was doing. Okay, whatever. 210 at the time, and her residence on the West End Ave, I think number 10. And USA says, what name were you to say when you were there to see? Black. So I guess the name they would say is Black. Male dancer says, I would send her vulgar text messages. And USA says, like what? The dancer says, you want me to say it? The prosecutor says, give an example. Male dancer says, I'll text her like, y'all want to fuck you right now. AUSA says, well, how often did you use baby oil? The male dancer says, every time. Oh, shit. Now the baby oil comes in. So apparently every time. The male dancer says, Sean Combs said we didn't have enough baby oil on. He'd say, y'all slow down, separate. Hold on, man. Too much fucking friction going on here. Slow down, separate. Douse yourself in baby oil. He said one time he tried to have us role play like we had just met at the airport. We weren't good, so we skipped that. What direction did Combs give you? Male dancer says he'll tell me to step off and back off. Comey then says, how many times, if any, were you told to urinate on Miss Ventura? The defense says, now we get to hear another lawyer.
Oh,
Xavier Donaldson. I think he comes from the
here come the piss,
well.
y'all.
Xavier Donaldson, Diddy. I think he's on the appellate team. Xavier Donaldson.
Well, Leah, on the screen, we doing day 2. I've been having day 2 on the screen since I started playing day 1. I'm reading some of them. I'm not reading all of them like he doing. But day 2 has been on the screen, so we seeing day 2 in real time while listening to everything that they said yesterday. Cause I ain't feel like reading through the tweets, and he did it for me.
Is a New York-based attorney. He filed a motion for appearance saying he will be joining the team. He's at his own legal practice.
You don't remember I put up the part where she said she was fucking the escorts without condoms? Well, the escort said he was fucking her without condoms. Yeah, that was today. And she on the stand right now.
2023, and then previously spent 24 years at New York City law firm. He received his law degree at Howard, where Combs actually went, and actually got an honorary degree and also donated $1 million, if you guys don't know. He joined this legal team. It's not uncommon to add lawyers, blah, blah, blah. He has unlimited money and whatever. Okay, so let's look up his name real quick to see why he would be added. Obviously, we get it. He's a black dude that comes from the same college that Diddy went to, Howard. But what else? What else? He's a crisis manager. He's a litigator. Okay. Trying to figure out why. In 2000 and 2004, he represented.
I read a little bit, Leah. Who paid your rent in L.A.? Cassie. Sean, except for when I had the house in Studio City. Why'd you pay then? I could afford it then, and I wanted to have some control. It was accepted. By whom? Sean. How many songs did you write while with Sean? 100. Most were never released. Some got leaked on the internet, some on mixtapes. How many albums on your deal were not released? 9. Did you get paid for them? No.
The clients charged with complex federal and state cases, including murder, international, blah, 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 bank fraud, complex, okay. Look like he's also
already know she gonna get killed on
cross-examination.
stuff,
okay. But he's been involved in civil litigation.
Because one thing Puff Daddy's defense is going to bring up on why her 9 albums may or may not have, we know they weren't released, but they could simply say, you didn't sell any on the first album. Your album sales sucked on the first album. We lost money, and we just weren't going to do that for 9 more albums. We weren't willing to take the investment. So she didn't get paid for the albums, but she got paid to be his girlfriend. Because she was with him for 10 years, and she had a 10-album deal. So after the first album, the last 9 years, she was paid to be his girlfriend.
Okay, all right. So now we see federal and civil litigations involved there. Okay, all right. He's also a lawyer. Not a lawyer. He's a junk. I don't know how to ever say this word. It's like being part-time professor. Okay, or was. Okay. By the way, he went to college in Howard School of Law in 1991. When did Diddy graduate? He attended from 1987 to 89. This guy went to law school 1991 to 94. His previous school was St. Augustine. So maybe they could have known each other at Howard. We don't know. Okay, all right, interesting to know. So the defense said objection. The judge said overrule.
Okay, we got a new tweet. Did you get paid for them and them 9 albums? She said no. Then she said, the freak-offs became a job. There was no time to do anything else but do them, then try to recover. How much time in your week would freak-offs take? The longest was 4 days, significant periods of time. Shit. Ooh, a 4-day freak-off? What they was on? What the fuck drug was they on? For a break in day 2. Shit. Luckily, Ed got he got 2 more hours of day 1 coverage, so we can be here for the latest tweets. Wow. Freakouts became a job. And that's gonna be the last tweet for a minute. Yikes. Maybe he'll pull a video up like he did yesterday.
Well,
go back to the main page.
But again, this is outside the courtroom. The baby oil has finally made the appearance. Oh my God. All right. Oh my God. The dancer says, they told me not to do it all at once. The defense says, objection to him saying they. The judge says, I got it. Comey says, what happened afterwards? The male dancer said, they leave me waiting for hours. The whole thing might go on for 10 hours. So he's describing these freak offs. Okay. He's describing the freak offs live. Wow.
A 4-day freak off.
Okay.
Shit.
All right. This is getting interesting, chat. So again, we now have what we're going to call a sex worker, even though they call him a male dancer. And he did admit that what he expected upon first getting dispatched to go to Cassie and Diddy's room was that it was a bachelorette party. He was supposed to go just do it.
See, and in them 4 days, it was different niggas switching out, fucking her. Her pussy was getting pounded for 4 days. I feel sorry for her on that alone. I feel sorry. Like it had to be some breaks in between these 4 days. Like it had to be like it had to be like I need a couple hours, niggas. Like hold up.
Be innocuous, nothing with sex. Somehow it did turn to sex. But we all know every time it's like a stripper, right? Like a bitch will be working as a stripper, but you know she sucked dick on the side. Like, you know what I mean? Like they'll be like, oh no, we just dance until you pay me enough. Now she starts sucking cock. So it's the same thing with the male dancer. He think he's gonna do a little strip tease, all that shit. But of course, you slide him a little more bread, he's slanging cock, right? So that's pretty much what it is, even though they're calling him a male dancer. He's pretty much a damn escort, right? So cool. All right, we're here. We are here. Let's see. Okay. The male dancer says they were headed to the Essex Hotel. They said they were going 30 minutes. It was the first time he opened the door as himself. So it looked like as the time progresses and they keep using this guy, right? By the way, he's so comfortable with Cassie. Him and Cassie are texting freak shit. He's telling Cassie, I can't wait to punch dick up in your stomach. Dick up in your stomach. Dick. Oh, I gotta play that. Oh, man. This is how that fucking...
I gotta say this.
This is how this fucking prostitute or the sex worker was texting Cassie.
Like I never said this in Mississippi before. I've been coming here for years. I don't think I ever said this. Pussy, the shit you trying to do. You know, it's over with. I don't like that kind of. I don't like that kind of pussy. I like my pussy to be like a hug. I like to put it on pretty niggas. Take a little and get it up and it's my whole box. You know, then I got in the bedroom right, so I want to stay up in the mirror. Your facial expression will tell me everything I'm doing right or wrong.
Kevin Gates.
You know, she's still in the mirror and she's so booty.
This nigga could work for Diddy. Freaky at it.
I want to swipe the pretty court. I'm going to take my whole tongue and stick it in your ass. You know? And I'm going to bring your whole pussy in my mouth and click. And take my lips and go put it in your back.
Oh, hell nah. Oh, I thought he was going to whip something out.
Slow, come this way. Slow, come pick out your stuff. Pick out your stuff for your guys. And bitch, you better not do no work. I'm going to pick out your stuff. Pick out your stuff. And bitch, you better not do no work. I said, pick out.
Oh, hell no.
AUSA Comey says, who, if anyone, did things change? He didn't feel. And Donaldson again says, objection. Okay? They're not going to let this part go off without objecting a bunch. AUSA Comey says, who, if anyone, recorded? The dancer said, well, Mr. Combs with the cell phone and the camcorder and took a photo of my driver's license for insurance. He said, and it says, objection. So Donaldson is raising a lot of objections. The judge says, focus this question or this answer. Comey says, what did you understand? The person says, the dancer says, yo, I felt like he was threatening me because he took my pictures of my driver's license and he took photos for insurance. The male dancer says, what the fuck? Once I went and Cassie was slumped over, he said, it's not going to happen this time. So I guess one time he went and Cassie's too drunk or too drugged out. And he said to Diddy says to the dude, nah, you're not fucking her this time. And he said, Mr. Combs offer you drugs? He says, Molly, I guess. I don't do drugs. MDMA, shout out 100. I think I went out and handed out $100 bills. By the way, check. How many gay men? Why do you say? Why the hell is this on my It's like they see this like this is a zest fest. They just put this in my algorithm. Why is this in my algorithm? Maybe this is a response. No, it's not. It's like what the fuck? What the hell?
Don't give a fuck what they send you.
Bruh. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. They must think I'm the white boy from Elliot Wilson show. The gay one. Says sick, like an idiot. Handing out $100 bills. So who else was present? A guy who told me he was an actual escort. Ooh, so now we get to find out. There was escorts and dancers. So this guy really wasn't an escort, even though he's pretty much doing escort shit. It said he was having sex with Cassie at her apartment. Damn. Yo, Diddy really wanted his bitch really ran through. I'm wondering if any of these guys are going to testify to seeing Diddy actually have sex with her. Because it's starting to feel like Diddy didn't even want to fuck her. Diddy just wanted to see other niggas fuck her. Whatever, okay. Holy shit. Okay. We are live watching this, chat. We are live watching this. So this is outside of the courtroom.
4-day free.
We expect that they're probably gonna call the day by like 5 o'clock or so. They started at 8. Because they start at 8, I don't expect them to go till 6. Of course, I gotta think about the jury being fatigued. Apparently, some of the jury was like this, or kind of looked like they were a little bit disinterested in opening statements. And really, it's because it probably was a lot for them to go through the getting picked part today. So probably tomorrow they'll have better energy. I can see the judge calling it a little bit early, but they're gonna get through this male dancer, I believe. Pause. They're gonna get through his testimony. They're gonna get on. I think they're gonna get through cross and probably redirect. And then I expect the judge to lay out what's gonna be for tomorrow, give us the plan, ask for any last minute motions, and then dismiss the court for the end of the day. So I think about like another hour or so.
And day 2 is just as feisty.
Bro, East Coast timing is almost 4 o'clock. It's 3:50. So.
This DJ Academics, boss.
10 to 4, okay?
Right. That's the nigga who I cut out the clip saying we got content.
We're waiting for these updates, chat. We are waiting for these updates. Holy shit. The male dancer then says the guy was looking at Sean Combs, and Combs says, "Don't you be fucking looking at me like that." And Donaldson again, Xavier Donaldson, he got to be working in a appellate capacity because his job is only to, seemingly right now, is only to call objections, which we got to be thinking is all about an appeal, right? The judge says, let's get a fresh question. The AUSA says, what did he look like? The male dancer says it was a black guy, kind of skinny. We exchanged phone numbers. So they're talking about the other sex worker that was supposedly fucking Cassie, right? Yo, Cassie, damn. You know who got to be tough for? Alex Fine, unless maybe he's into this, like, swinger shit too. If you have to sit through a trial hearing about dozens of random men fucking your girl, like, I would imagine, like, he's in love with her and he has kids with her and that's his woman now. That might be bothering to him too. But, obviously she's came clean about everything, I would imagine. And he's accepted it and he's just here to support her. But him sitting there hearing about how these niggas was treating the love of his life like a rag doll, just punching dick up in a gotta be a little bit triggering unless he's on that type of time as well, right? Okay.
Oh shit! That just put.
So Diddy had so much control over these sex workers. He was even policing how they would react to him, even though they weren't fucking him. At least from what we know now, we haven't heard about any of these sex workers having sex with Diddy or Diddy performing sexual acts on the sex workers. But we're hearing that Diddy, like, not only would he tell them what to do and how to do it, and if like, hey, role play like you just met him at the airport, and if he didn't like, he'd be like, stop, y'all trash, stop. No, stop. We need more baby oil, baby oil, baby oil.
He had his real life porn set going on.
Baby will take that. So he was doing it like he was directing the scene. Like, this isn't like Martin Scorsese type of shit. So he's doing some shit like that. And apparently the sex worker kind of looks at him and he barks at the sex worker. Like, yo, don't be fucking looking at me. So I guess he likes to watch the sex worker fuck Cassie. But if the sex worker turned back around and be like, let me look at Diddy maybe for approval, or maybe that nigga gay too, I don't know. Diddy would bark at it, don't look at me, look at her. Fuck her and look at her while I look at y'all. So it's given this idea, by the way, I hate that term is given, but it's putting out there this idea of Diddy was fascinated and obsessed with this control. He wanted control. Very interesting, right? This is outside. This is outside. Okay. Very, very interesting, people. Can't even lie to you. This is very, 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 very interesting. Okay. We're just kind of waiting. We're waiting on new updates. By the way, thank you guys if you guys are all watching. Okay, so here's another update. It says, have you seen him in 10 years? So they're talking about this other sex worker that this one dancer turned sex worker met. The male dancer said no. He says, did it seem like you were not the first person there? The guy says, yes. There was half-used astroglides and towels on the floor. He says, after the $100 bills, he said, did you see them again? The male dancer says, I couldn't do it again. I couldn't do it. Okay? So it looked like this was one of the male dancers that said, after
one freak off was enough for me.
Dealings with Diddy, and also he started to realize, like, whoa, what's going on here? Like, there's other guys coming in. They got me using lube that another guy don't use. Like, this is, I don't want to do this no more. The male dancer claims they couldn't do it. Also, remember this guy said he didn't take drugs, and that Diddy would instruct him to take drugs. Like, nah, nigga, you gonna take this fucking Molly, nigga. You gonna take that goddamn Molly, bro. Okay, and then you gonna dick down my dick. Okay, it's kind of a little crazy, but that's what happens, right? Comey then says, hey, what did you get paid when you could perform? Now we don't know what that means. Maybe he had a limp dick, ED, I don't know, erectile dysfunction, I don't know. The male dancer said nothing, but I never asked for money. I was happy to get involved with people with such notoriety, but after I seen Combs hit Cassie, okay, so that's what he's talking about. So he said he's seen Combs put his hand on Cassie. He said he could no longer do this anymore. Wow. Chat, once again, welcome. If you're watching on any platform, it shows me here, we got like 32,000 people up in this junk. I would like for you to make an account, whether you're watching on Kick, whether you're watching on one of my YouTube channels, on Facebook. We're not going to go live on, we're going to go live on Twitter when we're nearing a verdict. I only go live on Twitter for special occasions. So when we're nearing a verdict, we'll go live on Twitter. But other than that, I want you guys to make an account. Please hit the follow button. We're going to be keeping you up with all this. By the way, just keep in mind that there are no cameras in court, in federal court. So we're kind of relegated here to get third-party testimony of what they seen in court, and also read the tweets. And by the way, this guy, Inner City Press, very splendid, outstanding guy. He did a good job. I've been following this guy since literally, I think 2018. He did the whole tweet of 6ix9ine's trial. He's been pretty accurate. We don't even know if he likes these people or not. He's very unbiased. He tweets like a transcript. I like it. So if you guys are watching here and you are just trying to get an update of what's going on, we're doing it at the minute. Again, it would be great if we could watch this. Obviously, certain shit wouldn't be shown if we would be able to watch this. And if you're wondering for some random questions that, if you're just joining here, what those questions might be. If you're wondering, hey, well, are they going to show the freak off videos? Yes. And by the way, we're hearing about some of these things that would be freak off videos. Now, we're 2 witnesses in. The first witness was the security guard that was working at the Intercontinental Hotel. He was not the person who sold the video, but he was offered money by Diddy to sell the video. He claimed he recorded it to show his wife. He said he had a physical situation with Diddy where he pushed him up against the wall after Diddy accused him of recording him. He said he asked Cassie, because he broke it up, asked Cassie, do you want me to call the cops? This is after the infamous video where Diddy hits her over the head, drags her. She says she didn't want cops to be called. Brian Steele, who is Diddy's defense attorney, we all know him from Young Thug, he just got on the case and he tried to take it to task to say, how come we're hearing about new details that wasn't in your report? You never said that Cassie turned down offers about you involved in law enforcement. There was never no law enforcement involvement. Diddy paying for this was all about him trying to control a PR nightmare rather than obstructing justice in the sense of preventing a law enforcement body of getting the video. There was no law enforcement body. Also, why you never said that you saw multiple men in the room with Diddy? Why we're only hearing about this 9 years later? Keep in mind, it happened in 2016. 9 years later, Diddy's on trial for sex trafficking and RICO, among other things, in prostitution with travel. So thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to do as best as we can to try to get you all the information about this. So the next tweet happens to be, I think we're waiting for it. We're waiting for it. Okay. So this guy basically says he never really asked for money, even though he was getting money. But I guess he was saying, after the first time, which he thought was going to be a dance, then he ended up fucking Cassie. He says that when they would require his services afterwards, he wasn't asking for money. He was just happy to be fucking with people of notoriety. He says the reason why he stopped is because he saw Sean Combs hit Cassie. He also said he started realizing things were getting a little bit weirder because he would realize that he's not the first guy that would come to the room during this 10-hour, sometimes multi-day freak-off session. So he wasn't the first person to fuck Cassie. He would come in, they would give him lube, or he would see lube, but the lube was already half used. And they're like, what the fuck? Now, it's kind of interesting. None of these people are mentioning that they think Diddy was having sex with her, which that's striking me a little bit as odd. again, I understand this cuckery shit and all that, but you're telling me Diddy never wanted to fuck her at all? It was just all about him whacking off to this power and control that he had over her.
Well, see, then I'll come out in day 2. It's day 2 where he say, "It's my turn." Yeah, this day 2. You on day 1.
To be able to make her role play and basically have live porn in front of him. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I can't understand Diddy's, kinks or whatever, but it appears that that's what's going on, right? Holy. Okay, so we are waiting for the next tweet. And we do have it. It says, what was Mr. Combs saying as he met Cassie? The male dancer said, "Bitch, when I tell you to come over, you come over. I didn't know what to do." AUSA says, "Did you intervene?" The male dancer says, "No. I knew that the changes there were bodyguards. Or I knew that the chances there were bodyguards." So I guess he's saying, he heard Cassie getting verbally abused by Diddy. He didn't say nothing, and they're saying, "Well, why didn't you intervene?" He said, "Well, I thought there would be bodyguards or other people, so I didn't say nothing." There was an objection that was made, right, by the defense. We don't know if it's Donaldson who's been making the majority of the objections, but there was an objection made. This guy's getting into speculative land, meaning, the AUSA says, "Why you intervene?" And the person says, "Well, I knew there was chances there might be bodyguards." No, just testify to what you know, not what you think. Even though technically they're asking him, why did he intervene? Him speaking to the possibility of bodyguards, that's where the objection is probably going to say, get off of that. It's not about what you think. It's all about what you know, or what you could testify to see it, right? So again, we will see. By the way, I see somebody in the comments here saying he would have done it for free. He said it doesn't sound like coercion. He sounds like he was happy to do it. Well, this guy is a sex worker. We're going to call him a sex worker. He was initially a dancer. He isn't. Okay, he isn't claiming that Diddy took advantage of him. From what we know, none of the male workers are actually claiming that they were victims of the sex trafficking ring. If anything, they're saying we were just doing our jobs. This guy is just saying that I never got paid for the majority of these sexual escapades. And the reason why I didn't get paid is because I was enjoying it. That's what they're pretty much damn near saying. Okay, they're saying that they were willing participants, and but they did notice that the dynamic between Diddy and Cassie seemed either aggressive, Diddy was shouting, or Diddy was doing a lot. Okay, very interested to know. Okay. Okay, so we're here. We're waiting for the next tweet. Again, I think we're gonna see who actually talks to this sex worker on Diddy's side. We're gonna get cross-examination. I would imagine maybe Mark pops in, but let's see if Brian Steele does the heavy lifting again. Someone has to speak to this person and do cross-examination to try to debunk some of the stuff of what they're saying. Because again, what this guy's story has been, I came over to dance. They wanted me to fuck her. At first, Diddy had this thing kind of covering his face, but I could tell it was Diddy because I heard the voice. And then later on, as the more I came over, Diddy would just greet me with no disguise on. Keep in mind, there was disguise worn by Diddy. Like he had facial covering, bandana that was only showing he had a hat on, and bandana below here, so you couldn't tell. But they said he could tell by the voice. Also with Cassie, Cassie was wearing a wig. So Cassie was wearing a wig. Let me go up there. I can show you. So Cassie was wearing. Here we go. Cassie was wearing. Here we go. Hold on. Yeah. It says the man had a white robe on with a bandana over his face, below his eyes, and a baseball cap. From his voice, I recognized that it was Sean. It says she was in a room, that's Cassie, in a red wig, stockings, and sunglasses. So it looks like Diddy kind of understood that they had some incredible notoriety, but he was trying to get these kinks off with regular people and people who probably, were new, right? Because it doesn't seem like he was trying to have the same sex worker fucker. It seems like he was like, he wanted new people to fuck her. But he didn't want them to know that's Cassie and Diddy. So she would wear sunglasses, a wig, and whatever to disguise her. And he would be like, which I ain't gonna lie, like, that's some crazy shit. Whatever. Yo, who tweeted this, man? Yo, Ellis Coat, man. Fuck you, nigga. Yo. Oh, boy, man. I love y'all. That's all good. All right. Okay. We're still waiting on the next tweet. And I'll tell you when we see it. Okay. So now here, y'all ready to continue? AUSA says, did you try? He says, I don't recall. He says, did you see them again? He says, I thought I developed some sort of friendship with Cassie, I may have been speculating. Okay? All right, people. All right. We're here. It's 4:05. I think court is going to let out at 5:30 or 5. So this person might be sequestered to the next day to come back and finish off testimony. I think Brian Steele going to do a number. Brian's still going to try to drop 35. He's going to be balling. He's going to be up in there just, you know what I mean? So we're going to see what he got to say. But this person is, remember, the feds are trying to prove sex trafficking. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to prove sex trafficking. And in trying to prove sex trafficking, they're trying to prove that these, what you might see later on video, we're not going to see, but it's going to be shown in court that Cassie was like fucking, you know, super happy. They're saying, number one, she's off Molly. Molly makes people feel euphoric and make them feel a false sense of happiness. So that's number one. Number two, they're like, because she had to please this guy, or she was trying to please him, she looked like she was having fun, but she wasn't. She was actually being sexually assaulted, and also she was being coerced in a sex trafficking way. So in them trying to prove that, they're talking to the sex workers. Yo, so what happened? Say, yeah, nah, I would come over and do whatever. Yeah, I thought me and Cassie were cool, but I'm also seeing every time I'm around, Diddy saying shit to her like, yo, bitch, when I tell you to come over, you come over, okay, right? He said, bitch, when I tell you to come over, you come over. So I didn't know what to do. So they're kind of describing like this like controlling, forceful relationship where Diddy is talking to her so crazy, and Diddy is seemingly almost making her, forcing her to do these things, as opposed to it being like their kink and she wants to do it. So it's helped paint that government picture of, now this wasn't two freaky individuals that were swingers doing their thing. This was Diddy who was making everything happen. He would say, yo, listen, stop. Y'all not doing the role playing right. Fuck that. All right, just put your dick in her mouth. All right, piss on her face. Or you'll be like, yo, stop, man. It's not enough baby oil. Yo, get the baby oil. You know what I mean? And also, the person's testifying and say, yo, we come over, and all of a sudden we're like, yo, was other people here fucking this girl? Because the lube, the Astroglide, right? It's not full. It's not a new one. It's like a little bit, I don't know. So it looks like it's kind of setting up this idea that it's setting, yo, who the hell? Yo, stop trolling me, bro. Stop trolling me, chat. Cool. So the dude says he thought he had some type of friendship with Cassie. The male dancer then says, I went there. I heard him slapping her. He walked out in a towel. She ran to me. I said, what? Why are you staying with this guy? Donaldson, Xavier, says, objection. The judge said, what grounds? He says, this is hearsay. He says, overruled. The male dancer says, she said it was okay. Now, we don't know if this is the male dancer who is from supposedly the event at the Intercontinental Hotel, right? Because now we're hearing he walked out in a towel. So this might have been the actual sex worker in the room. So I was thinking they were off of this hotel incident. It looked like they found the sex worker who they believe was working in that hotel, fucking Cassie. And also they're saying that when the dude came in, the dude was probably noticing that there was lube that was open, and he felt like he wasn't the first person there, meaning that this was like an hour-long sex orgy, freak off, wild king night, whatever you want to call, and other niggas that came through to fuck Cassie before, and he witnesses Diddy slapping up Cassie. So it looks like this is still about the intercontinental shit. Holy shit. Okay. Somebody said hearsay is accepted in federal court. Not from my understanding. That's a grounds to object. But let me see. He said, I went there. I heard him slapping her. Yeah, this is his personal account. So you can say it's hearsay, but you're asking him for what he observed or heard. He walked out in the towel. She ran to me. And I asked, why are you staying with this guy? Now, I think the objection is meant to be, he can't speak to why she was staying with him. That would be hearsay. I think that's what it would be. But he could tell his side. Now, if he was going to continue after that, say, well, I think she was staying with him for the money. That's hearsay, 100%. Get that out of here. You can't say that in court. So the ground was hearsay, but it was overruled. The male dancer said, she said it was okay. Oh my God, yo, could y'all stop? Y'all are polluting the feed, man. Y'all polluting the feed. We covering a serious case. This is not about me. I do still think, extra pause. Ew, that's gay. Felt like I was in the freak off just now, man. Pause, Eddie. AOC Comey says nothing further. The judge is saying let's break before the cross. Okay? So there's going to be a cross. It looks like there's probably going to be a 10-15 minute break, and they're going to allow like a 30-minute cross from the prosecutor.
Niggas on lunch right now.
Here's the thing. If I have to give my opinion about what I'm hearing, I'm not in court, by the way. I'm reading all these things. I'm kind of getting the energy from what other people are saying. The worst part about this case is the freaky shit. I still can't tell if maybe Cassie wasn't with this. It's just that everything I hear, I'm like, oh, why would you do that to a girl you like? And that's the problem for Diddy. Because to the normal people, if you love a woman, you wouldn't want another man peeing in her mouth. You wouldn't want different men just showing up, banging around, dick all up in her stomach. You wouldn't, like, certain things like are abnormal. And I don't think that's evidence of sex trafficking. That's evidence of either weirdo behavior or evidence of a nigga who's a freaky ass nigga. However, sex trafficking kind of becomes, if you too freaky, you probably did that too. From the minds of a regular citizen. Now, I'm pretty sure it's going to be war when they're going to give out the jury guidelines to deliberation, because yes, everything we heard sounds mad freaky and like, ew, why would you do that? Like, yo, pee in her mouth, ew. Yo, these guys, like, he was telling these guys, like, no, they wanted to use a condom. Diddy would say, fuck that, no condom, fuck my bitch raw. That's what Diddy was like. That kind of sounds like, bro, if you're doing that, you probably did sex traffic. But that's not necessarily the definition of sex trafficking. This is what makes this case really hard, because Diddy was doing so much kinky, weird shit to the regular public that it's easy to conflate with sex trafficking. And here's the thing, it's easy to assume these people weren't with it, because we're going to say, who the fuck wants to get pee in their mouth by random dudes? You know what I mean? I know some freaky bitches who let you do some shit.
But that ain't true about her not thinking about others, because she said she dated other men. He dated other women. She dated other men. She was jealous of him and his hoes. He was jealous of her and her niggas. This freak out shit is just something totally different. Because she said she was into it. She just didn't like, she ain't like how frequently it happened, but she was into it.
I do know some bitch like that. But by some random dude, if you're the one screaming out, no fucking condom, and a woman has to put her health and everything at risk to fuck some random dude raw, it makes it easier for the point to be made that, no, these women and people weren't with it. Diddy did this against their will. Okay, I know they're going to come outside in a second, I think. Let's see. They're going to come outside in a second, I believe.
They're probably going to be on lunch for about 2 hours. But these tweets
update
is good. This shit is good.
So this next update, we're going to get supposedly
dude in depth like a motherfucker.
Once again, we are sending our prayers for Tory Lanez. And by the way, this is one of the hotel guards who's saying, by the way, this is the guy now, Israel Flores. This is a drawing of him. And this is what he claimed. Supposedly, in the longer video, he comes out of the elevator in response. This was on the 6th floor. He recorded the video for his wife, but apparently he didn't take the money. I know he feels stupid now. Somebody else took the money, and they took $100,000 supposedly, or at least a lot of money. This was the family, I think, coming back from lunch. I think this is the family coming back from lunch. Let's see. Who is this that's walking with the walker? By the way, chat, shout out to everybody on the King Academics page. We have over 17,000 people over there. We have 6,000 that's rocking in the Academy chat. And of course, we have about 2,000 people rocking over at Rumble. And I believe we got like 1,000 over at King.
Now it's in day 2. It's in this live. I've been showing the stuff on the screen is everything that she's been saying today. She's been the only witness that was called today. So she admitted that she was jealous. He was jealous. She dated other men and all of that good stuff, and how she wanted to do. She was like, She said she didn't want to do the freak offs, and then she said, well, not necessarily didn't want to do them, but didn't want to do them as frequently. So yeah, she said all this today. She's the only witness that's been called so far, and she probably gonna be the only witness today, because I think if it's New York is what, 2 hours ahead of us, True? 12:53, 1:50. It's almost 2 o'clock in New York. I say they would probably come back at like 3:30, 3 o'clock maybe. She gonna be on it, and if then they're gonna cross-examine her. So yeah, she's probably gonna be the only witness today. And it seemed like they started late this morning.
or we just got on there. It's our third day out here type shit. You know what I mean? Type shit. Anyway, I think this is.
Lisa, how are you? It's TMZ here, sorry. Well, you look great nonetheless.
Okay, Kay, I'll do this. How about this? I'm about to go up. I'm already on the feed, so I'm gonna do you a good one. I'm finna go up, and we just go see all the tweets from her testimony today. Let's just pay attention to the screen. It's all the stuff from today. Her.
Run away like he didn't get away from me. Who is that?
Lisa, how are you?
Now, Misa Hilton is I believe who's Misa Hilton? Misa Hilton. No, that's not Misa Hilton. Is it Misa?
I go one. Did you see other men?
That's the mother of Sean Diddy's. That's the mother of Justin Combs. Is she the one with Walker? Or is she this person right here? This is Misa right here, right?
It's TMZ here, sorry. Well, you look great nonetheless. It's good to see you.
Oh, this is Justin.
Don't block her way. If she needs to walk, create a space.
This gotta be Misa, right? Everybody, I would imagine this is some type of attorney or some type of somebody involved in law.
Lisa, if you don't mind me asking.
Wait, I thought Misa was younger. How old? How old is Misa? Oh, she's 52. Okay. Oh, she has a walker?
Give us some more space. Lisa, if you don't mind me asking, what happened? You look good nonetheless, but is everything okay with you? Well, you look good. Give her space.
This gotta be them coming back from lunch.
Just open my table, clear that. Clear that path. Little path. P. Diddy Combs. Tell P. Diddy to get off.
Okay, people.
I think mom talk.
All right. Let's get back to it a bit. I don't know how long that break was. It was supposed to be short. It should be like a water break. It shouldn't be lunch. So they should be back very expeditiously. Let's see. Okay, they took a break. This break is still continuing. Let's see if this has came back. Let me see. Let's go to law and crimes.
Okay, my bad. Cassie
I don't know if
is
there's
the
enough time for
second
the reporters to go outside and go live and
person that had. It was I guess one of the stripping guys, one of the escorts. They
this
finished
is outside. It doesn't look like people are going
his
outside.
testimony.
Even though this is one entrance,
yesterday.
there's another entrance too. Yeah. Wow.
Opening statements have a... Let's start first with the government. They took about 45 minutes going through their opening statements. They said specifically, this is not a case about a celebrity's private sexual preferences. They instead allege that he drugged and threatened these women, that he kidnapped one of his employees over an incident. One specific night, they began their opening statements highlighting this one specific night where they say that he was jealous of Cassie, and so that he essentially picked up one of his employees with his gun overnight and tried to find Cassie and a man that he believed that she was sleeping with. He said that he was going to kill this man, and this is part of the kidnapping part of these allegations. Then they say when they went through all of these different experiences that they are calling freak-offs, where they say that Sean Combs forced these women to have sex with male escorts over again, that he drugged them and that he kept them in hotel rooms for days, that he abused them, and that to keep the public from seeing these injuries, he also kept them in hotel rooms for days. And so that was the bulk of their testimony, going through each of these women, talking about the allegations in graphic detail, and telling the jury that they are going to hear from them on multiple different issues. We're likely going to get this first witness today, and that's going to be a male escort. So we're going to hear about those incidents in graphic detail. They say we're going to watch some of these videos of alleged freak-offs, and that we are going to hear and see text messages and things of that nature, so we can see the real-time examples. Now, when Diddy's team got up, they started by talking about his history, and when they finally mentioned his name about 5 minutes in, he stood up. He was dressed in a gray sweater, black glasses, his mother, his children sitting behind him in the first row. He stood briefly as his name was mentioned, and for the entire time that these opening statements were going on, he sat propped up in his his chair. He wasn't slumped back with his hands clasped in. He was leaning forward a little bit, really paying attention to everything that these prosecutors, the defense was saying, but also watching the jury directly. He positioned himself to be facing the jury in that moment. Now, what his team is saying is that he is a domestic abuser. He did assault these women. They are not negating that. But what they're saying is that that is not what these charges are, that beating up your girlfriend, beating up other people does not amount to sex trafficking, RICO charges, or transportation. They're saying essentially that his sexual preferences should be kept behind closed doors, that it is nobody's place to judge them, and that essentially anything that he did, while indefensible, is not part of these charges. So they're really trying to split the hairs here and say that you're going to see these horrible videos. You're going to see a lot of things that are really going to bug you to your core, but that you have to put that aside because they are saying that that is not what this case is about. They say Sean Combs has a temper. When he drank and did the wrong drugs, he got violent, he was out of control. They say they're admitting that up front, that he's not charged, they say, with being a jerk or being mean, that violence is not part of these charges. And so it's really interesting how they are walking these lines, and they really tried to walk the line with blaming the victim in the beginning, in these opening statements. They didn't go that far, but they allege that the women that you're going to hear from in this testimony, they say they're strong women, that they're women who had free will, that they could have left at any time. And they said that these women were able to get things from Sean Combs that they wanted. They essentially are saying this is all about money, that he paid their bills, he made sure they drove nice cars, lived in good houses, had spending money, went on private planes, on nice vacations. They're saying that they could have left at any time and that instead they were able to benefit from Sean Combs. And that's why even somebody like Cassie, who filed that suit first and was able to be paid, they are essentially criticizing her. Now, when we hear from Cassie, could be today, it definitely will be this week. She's one of the first few expected to testify. She is pregnant, and she is pregnant with her third child, something that they made sure to mention, that she's married to someone who Sean Combs introduced her to. So you can see how the defense is really going to try to weave this thread, essentially, that they say these women were willing participants in their own sex lives.
Scripps News national correspondent Alex Miller in New York for us. That was a lot to get through. So much happened this morning. Thank you for being so detailed. It's like we were there with you in the courtroom. Thank you for your reporting. We look forward to talking to you all week as you follow this through.
Okay. Look like they're still on break. Yeah, they're still on break. It should be returning shortly, though. Yeah.
And that has a big impact on jurors. The everyday person sees that, and you're not covering up innocent behavior. You're not covering up non-criminal behavior.
Yeah.
And it's significant evidence.
Well, Tenny Garagos, who's his defense attorney, in her opening statement said, on bribery, this is about the Intercontinental Hotel. He paid a security guard to make the footage go away. This was solely to prevent bad publicity for Combs and for Cassie. There was no law enforcement investigation. What do you think about that?
Well, you got to be careful with that, because I'm not so sure that's true. If it is true, then it's a great argument. But it begs the question, the reason that there's no law enforcement investigation, because the tape went away and you shut her up. So if I'm the prosecutor, I'm going to have a lot to say about that. That it was everything about getting rid of evidence so he would not go to jail on a state court domestic violence case. And it would also allow the government to say, I heard the defense up here talking about how this is domestic violence. Well, there's a reason it didn't get prosecuted, because you got rid of all the evidence and you shut her up. So, it's going to go back and forth like this for 2 months.
It really is. It really is. And we just got an update from court. So Mr. Flores says, and again, first witness of the Sean Combs trial. This is somebody who had worked at the Intercontinental Hotel as a security guard. He's currently a LA police officer. So he was a security guard at the Intercontinental back in 2016. He says, there I recognize Sean Combs. He is there wearing a gray sweater. The prosecutor asked, what was your title? He replies, Assistant Director of Security. The prosecutor says, let me show you a photo of the Intercontinental Hotel. The Flores says it's shaped like a pyramid, and that exhibit has been admitted. So they're using him to lay a foundation for some of the evidence that's going to be put forward here. I have a question from Alicia Velagos. Is Jennifer Lopez being subpoenaed? That's probably unlikely, right?
I can't imagine.
Because what would be the value of her testimony? What would she say?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't think J-Lo would be subpoenaed. If the freak-off started when he dated Cassie, clearly when he was with J-Lo, even if he was cheating, he had some more respect for her than trying to put her with random men who would pee or urinate in her mouth. Like, J-Lo seemingly wouldn't go for that. Also, the only reason why I would think that J-Lo would be subpoenaed or be in this trial is if they were really trying to look into Diddy having that gun in that New York City nightclub. Jennifer Lopez is integral to that story because supposedly she brought the gun in the club in her purse. And that would be important if she could testify to that. But we're not hearing anything about the 1999 club shooting or whatever it was with Diddy. All we're hearing about is the sex trafficking stuff. And it pretty much starts around the time he starts dating Cassie, which I believe is around 2006, 2007, or 2008. So it appears that all those other things, whether you want to think about Tupac getting killed, some people feel you got something to do with that.
That's all that they've been through today.
The only thing coming into play is
Couple
Cassie,
ejections,
another woman named
finishing talking to one of the sex workers in Cassie,
and
now
all
they
the
on
incidents that
lunch.
happened seemingly pretty much with women, and even the Lil Rod situation, which a lot of people have heard a lot about. He's in court, right? Suppose he's in court with his lawyer, but he's not seen or being called as a witness from what we know. He's not seen as a victim, and he's not being called as a witness. So we're going to see how that goes. By the way, they are in civil litigation, Diddy and Lil Rod, so maybe they have their interest there. So they're showing up to court, also it's a good PR thing, or we have a case with it.
I don't think that's going to happen. It'd be great for us, but I don't think that's going to happen. It certainly wouldn't be great for Ms. Lopez. So I wouldn't anticipate. I think we would have heard about that one loud and clear pre-trial if that was happening.
It seems that the prosecution wanted to be very specific. Sean Combs has been facing in the last
Focus on
2
them
years,
honey
year and a
packs.
half. If they wanted to
4 days
potentially
in.
charge him with everything into one case, I think we would need years to get through it. They're very specific in what they charge him with.
You don't want to open up on it broadly, and you do it, with a kind of a broad-based brush. The defense can have a ball with it, cutting it to pieces. I think the way they have charged it is smart. Whether they've overcharged it with racketeering, we're going to find out.
Got a question from Vanessa. How long do you think the
Hell no, J-Lo ain't got nothing to do with this shit. She ain't never came out and alleged he didn't done anything. So why would they talk to her?
last? We believe it's going to be 8 weeks, which is a significantly long time. I mean, tough for a jury.
She left when she found out that nigga life was real. When niggas having shootouts in the club and shit, she got on down. It was too real for her.
On any case, let alone a high-profile case like this, let alone with the evidence they're going to see. 8 weeks. That's no wonder you need 6 alternates, right?
I'm going to say something though. You know, we got a jury this morning. They opened. We're into witnesses. I've had experiences, a lot of experiences in federal court.
Yeah, the pictures they got of my nigga Diddy is terrible. Them drawings.
You know, everybody has the mind and memory of the Simpson trial, which, you know, lasted forever. It's a state court prosecution. Federal court cases don't go like that. And sometimes when they estimate 8 weeks for a federal case, suddenly 8 weeks turns into 6. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little less than the time period they're projecting.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see. You know, they're going to take it off for certain holidays as well and things like that. And obviously there could be some issues at the late trial. 8 weeks, long time. Question from Kaylee. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing it. My question is if Sean Combs is found guilty, what does that mean for all that have been implicated? Do they get charged? That wouldn't be the first time, Brian, that we see a prosecution of one individual first that potentially leads to the
man. He looked like a crackhead in them drawings.
Yeah, you do see it. You see it in cases where people are convicted and they roll on other people. I don't envision that here.
Their artists got to be white
to make decisions about charging other people. Unless something happens during this trial in the way of additional evidence coming in or witnesses making declarations that weren't anticipated, I'd be stunned if we got more people prosecuted out of this unless there was some kind of effort made on the part of Diddy after the fact if he were to be convicted to cooperate, which I don't anticipate at all.
By the way, Brian, the reason we're having this in-depth conversation right now as the court is in session and we're providing live updates, there are no cameras in federal court. Why are there no cameras in federal court? Why is there no audio generally permitted in federal court? What's the rationale here when you have state courts across the country that do permit it?
Yeah, and I practice in a state court that doesn't. The federal courts just universally have a belief that cameras in the courtroom can have a disastrous effect on juries and courtroom proceedings, that jurors can be compromised, that jurors can be exposed to things that they shouldn't be exposed to, and they're very protective of the jury system. The flip side of it is these are public trials, and particularly in cases like this where the public cares about it and wants to know, I've always had the view that they ought to be able to see it because people can be distrustful. Sometimes things happen behind closed doors that jurors may benefit from the fact that there isn't any cameras, but people, citizens don't. So I don't think we're ever going to see it change. I wish it would. And for those state courts that don't have it, like Pennsylvania, I wish they would put the cameras in there so everybody could see how the sausage is made.
And we can see more of Brian McMonagle, because who doesn't want that at the end of the day? We all want to see Brian McMonagle.
Well, that would be the reason not to, perhaps, but well, my family would disagree with you.
So we have another update from court right now because it's currently in session.
All right. So I think they should be back out of that break, aren't they?
Keep in mind.
No, during the break, the male dancer witnessed.
Keep in mind the audio is from yesterday, day one. What's on the screen is what's happened today.
His name is Daniel Phillip, not Phillips.
As of 11:20.
The judge has now welcomed everybody back. It says, "Welcome back." It says, "Jurors, we're gonna have lawyers for a sidebar." So they're having a sidebar currently.
How many minutes ago was that?
Thank you guys for coming. Members, if you guys are watching this on YouTube, I really would appreciate
42 minutes ago, they said they was going on break.
You'll get notifications whenever I go
I
live.
say they get an hour
daily,
and a half.
until we get a conclusion. They're saying it's going to be eight weeks. I really don't see this happening in 8 weeks. I think once they get out these main witnesses, which I don't know when they're going to try them out, Cassie and Jane Doe, I think it's going to get wrapped up pretty soon unless Diddy takes the stand. I have no idea what his defense will look like.
This
it looks like they're
nigga
planning to
tweets
close
is
a bunch of character
cutting up.
witnesses, but 8 weeks seems kind of exorbitant.
As
there are
they
going to be some
should.
federal holidays they're going to have to work around, but I think it's going to be a month to a month and a half. So 8 weeks would be 2 months. I think between 4 to 5. 4 to 5. Right now, I think the reason why they say 8 weeks, they might run into certain issues that need maybe a few days off of court, and the jury is going to be just told stay home until we figure whatever out. Especially when it comes to like maybe like videos and what's going to be barred, what's going to be allowed, how they're going to be describing certain things. That could be a problem. Also, we should know Brian Steele is just in one of the longest, actually the longest trial in Georgia history, which is a YSL trial. So he's kind of built for the marathon. We will see what happens next. So they're having a sidebar real quick. It's 4:24 p.m. When this happened. But they're having a sidebar. Usually court runs till about 5:30, latest 6. Remember, they started up at 8:20 today. So 8:20 they started up. So currently from 8:20 to 4:20, what's that? That's pretty much already like an 8-hour day, right? Now they did take an hour for lunch, so 7-hour day. So we would imagine within the next hour or so, they're gonna cut this shit. They're gonna cut it, right? So I say he better get ready for 20 years. Damn, Cassie was drinking piss, getting fucked by multiple dudes tonight.
And Diddy is gonna get acquitted. Free Diddy.
Young Miami. Well, let's go to Gina. And Gina, how is
we have not heard one time in the questions that's been seen, we hadn't heard Cassie one time say, well, he forced me to do drugs and he forced me to fuck these people and I didn't want to. These are two key things she has not said.
This was her interview talking about it.
Yes. Do you mind?
Remember, her whole story was that Diddy made her terminate 2 pregnancies, used to hit and abuse her a lot. She also talked about the jealousy from him, but also looked like she has some jealousy as well.
Like, tell me what year.
I met him February 2014. Well,
okay, this the girl Gina that Tasha K interviewed, who we think is going to be a witness in this trial.
Well, technically, the very first time I met him was September 2013 because I was at a fight in Vegas and I went to the Palms and he was hosting there. So I kind of met him.
Hopefully, DJ Act Day 1 take us through them coming back and us getting through Cassie through the day of the trial.
There, but he says he remembered it vaguely.
Hit the
but
cash
then like
app,
5 months later, I ran
hit the PayPal,
into him again in Miami,
hit the super chat,
February 14th,
join the
2014.
membership,
So
buy an album.
that's when we like officially
Real time updates.
And what was that encounter like? When you met him and like you remember him, but he didn't remember you. Of course, everybody remembers Diddy. It's like,
yeah. Well, I think he saw me and then he was like, this was at the Palms. He saw me and he asked who was I with, and I pointed to the guy I was with, and he kind of left me alone after that.
Oh,
yeah.
Diddy's Mr. Steal Your Girl. He always meeting a girl that got a man and then he takes.
Okay. So nothing really transpired. During that meeting in Miami.
No.
Okay.
Nothing. No. In Vegas.
In Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was trying to holler in Vegas.
Yes.
Okay.
But then I told him I was with another man, so he kind of left me alone. But then I ran into him again February 2014.
Okay. And this was in Miami.
In Miami.
All right. And so what was that conversation like in Miami when you guys met up again for the second time? and you weren't with a man.
I don't think when we met in Miami, I don't think he remembered me from Vegas.
Okay.
He doesn't remember that.
Okay.
Until I told him.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So what did he say? It was like serendipity or something?
He said he remembers it vaguely, but not really. So, but I don't know. I was with a friend. I was visiting a friend in Miami. She had moved to Miami from Nebraska, and I was visiting her. And we went out the night before I met him. So we were out all night. They were like, let's go to Puffy's house. So we were just like, okay, whatever. It was like 9 a.m.
Wow, Puffy's house at 9 a.m?
I mean, no one was there, but he was up too, though.
Okay.
And so we went to his house at like 9 a.m. And when I first walked in, I'm very like a chill person.
I can tell.
And so like I could walk into a White House and still be chill, but like inside I'm like screaming, oh my God. But when I came to his house, obviously I was kind of like, you know, I don't know, I guess like starstruck in a way, because I'm from Nebraska, so I'm not around none of this. So but I'm chill though. And he came, so when I came, he was like, you're not happy to see me? Oh. You at Diddy's house, that mean you made it.
The cockiness.
Yeah.
Okay, Diddy.
I was like, but yeah, that's
And how old were you at the time?
I was 21 or 22.
Okay. And you're how old now?
I'm 27.
Okay.
Maybe 22.
A long time.
Yeah.
These dates are crossing over. We'll get to that in a second, okay? We're gonna get messy in a second, all right? So you're at the house, you meet Diddy. So obviously you make it comfortable. Of course, we've seen it. Diddy seems to be this like very just kind of inspirational, always just kind of over the top, DJ Khaled kind of personality. And so I take it did you guys like hit it off during that initial encounter at his house, or did it take some time?
No, not really. We were there probably for like an hour, I'd say. And he was talking to the guys that we were with.
Okay.
They were artists, so like they knew each other.
Okay.
So he was like talking to them most of the time, and then by the time we left, I had already gotten the car, and then he like walked over to the car and asked for my number.
Oh.
And so I gave it to him.
How'd that make you feel? Diddy asking for your number?
Yo, chat, could y'all tell me I think she blocked my ass. Remember we were talking about her like a while back? She blocked my ass. Like, nigga, the only way I can open her page is on incognito mode, dog. She blocked me. Because when I put her shit in Instagram, this one comes up. But her page not deleted. I thought it was deleted. I think we saw that before. Sorry, this page is not available, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. She blocked me. But she has a story posted. I need y'all to go watch it. Because if she's Jane, go look at her story. It might tell us a lot if she's around the court. If she's around the court, Diddy fuck. If she's Jane Doe, that's gonna be clipped for Diddy. I ain't gonna hold you.
It made me feel
by the way, I think this should be
it made me
back.
feel good, kind of, right?
Bro, who is putting Yo, this was not at a freak off, bro. Why y'all acting like this is Diddy at the freak off? Stop playing with me, man. So, all right, they have a sidebar. The judge says, hey, listen, Mr. Phillip, that is the sex worker. You're still under oath. David Donaldson says, hey, can I show you a text message chain between you and Cassie? So this is now crossed. And it looks like Xavier Donaldson, the person who we thought was just an appellate person in the case, he's doing cross. Is this accurate? Dan Phillips says, yes. Combs, Donaldson says, so you were working for a service. Phillips says, a male review show. And Donaldson says, you were a manager, male strippers for women. He says, yes. He says, was prostitution prohibited? He says, that's correct. So apparently this guy was working as a male dancer, and he was working for a company that was hiring male dancers. They actually banned, and they said prostitution, you can't sell dick, okay? So this guy's admitting, yeah. So he says, so your job was to build it up. The guy said yes or no. He said, I'll go yes. Objection, that's from the prosecutor. He says, sustain. He said, did the company open fake businesses to optimize search results? He says, fake results. It was just fake addresses. It was just SEO. He says, so you went to optimize the lady's experience. The guy says, I have no idea what you mean, bro. What are you talking about? It's just our slogan.
What it do, James?
Somebody says, not a value judgment, but it's just an observation. It seems like the government and Cassie don't mind make Cassie look bad as long as it helps him destroy Diddy. Facts coming out at trial paint Diddy in a bad light, but also facts come out and make Cassie look bad. These embarrassing sex stuff is sick. I mean, well, the idea is that Cassie's the victim. So I don't know if it makes the victim look bad. Like if somebody get R-worded, you don't be like, yo, the details of the R-word made you look bad. It's like, nigga, I got R-worded. I was with it. What are you talking about? So I don't know if that actually holds up. Okay. Somebody typed up a fake response. They said, did Combs ever have sex with Cassie with freak offs? No, just another rapper that I can remember. So what's her name? It was Meek Mill. He's a man. Donaldson says, pause. Nah. See, this is somebody faking it. This is not a real tweet. It's not a real tweet. We're waiting on Inner City Press. Okay, people. We are sitting here waiting for the updates.
Yep. Day 1 and day 2.
What y'all ate for lunch? By the way, we've been live for 4 hours and 32 minutes. We started around noon today, and we've been live and covering the case ever since then. Tomorrow we might start a little bit earlier than noon because it seems like they're going fast with shit. So probably we start like 10 a.m. Might not start immediately at 8. We'll start at 10. Then we'll have some backlog of tweets. We can do some other topics and kind of start us off correctly. All right. Let's see. Somebody said they had a fish plate. What's that? Yeah, cheesecake. No Diddy. Did we talk about Tory? We actually did talk about Tory. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, I like.
So Cassie told you to say the name Black.
Daily.
Daniel says yes. Donaldson says, well, your boss told you someone wanted a black man stripper. Phillips says yes. Donaldson says, let me show you. AUSA says, this shouldn't be put on the screen. Take it off, take it off. That's what Donaldson says. So it looked like this might have been like some type of solicitation of how they were getting this guy and probably what that communication was. And looked like, you know, as I said, in pre-trial, they must have had to agree what is able to be shown on screen because this is open court. Everybody's going to see it. And again, when you're thinking about people who are victims, you're going to embarrass some of these victims. Like you're going to make these people look crazy. And obviously the jury needs to see some of this stuff to make a decision, but does everybody else who's in court need to see Cassie naked, having 2 dick stuff inside her, this and third, or whatever the fuck was going on? It looks like there is some type of sensibility on what could be shown and what should not be, right? So the AUSA did object it to say this shouldn't be put on the screen. We don't know what it was, right? Because it looked like it might have been a video. He says, let me show you. We don't know if it meant the video, but it looked like that's what it was. Or maybe it may have been a picture. May have been a picture. Gina talked about the abuse. She never talked about the freak offs. She never talked about Diddy having other men. Fuck. What is this?
The fall of Diddy and
that
shit. Man
he said
that
they bad. Oh shit.
We coming to bring up.
Okay, y'all. Okay, and other people. Just a reminder, we are back. So they had them an hour lunch break and promptly brought their ass back. And these tweets that you're reading is current testimony per this guy who's in the courtroom.
All the equipment in the bathroom. I'd have been like, what? Dude, I was like, man, don't y'all take that xylophone in that bathroom? Well, what? Hold on.
Who was your manager at Bad Boy Records? James Cruz. Truth, you want to be Cassie? I be the assistant USA. I guess she don't want to take part in my role playing shenanigans. Fine, then I be Cassie, an assistant U.S. attorney. Who was your manager at Bad Boy Records? James Cruz. What did he tell you? That he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. He had to check everything was Sean. Hey, USA, how did you make your money if your records weren't being released? I did hosting parties when Sean approved them. What comments did Sean make about your physical appearance? That I look too Mexican with my hair like that. Not too Mexican. Whatever that means. Zoom in on that tweet.
Like I'm confused.
Yeah, we both.
It's like when I saw the man talking about he came to
my boy Shannon up there. He'd be like, yo, why are we going to the bathroom without a 20-year-old snowbody? Somebody just on Shannon's show, I think. Sure. I think it was the Club Shay Shay.
Oh.
And I think they were talking about Diddy. I can't remember. Okay, whatever.
Oh, they handling business up there. They trying to be out by 5.
Very interesting, Chad. We're just still kind of waiting. We're gonna start seeing some more movement here as we kind of approach 5 o'clock. It's 4:49. It's 11 minutes till 5. We're gonna start seeing people kind of. There's other courtrooms in that building. We're gonna start seeing people kind of file out, and we're gonna start seeing some more motion. And outside is gonna be pandemonium, even though again Diddy won't be released, right? But his family will be walking in and out that building. Okay. So we're kind of waiting on the update. Where the hell is Gina's shit?
How did he like your nails? White, French tip, hair. It varied. I shaved my head in 2009. Your body. He told me to work out. Prepare for the freak offs. Prepare for the freak offs. You gotta get in shape for this shit. We finna go on the Sex Olympics. How did you feel about his comments? It varied. Dang, he had to get in shape for the freak offs.
You didn't see him as like this old pervert asking for
No, not at all.
I know, because I see a 50-year-old girl like, at your age.
I mean, I knew he was older than me, but I've always hung out with older people in general, so it didn't make me. Yeah, it didn't bother me.
I was just saying.
Now, from that time of you meeting him,
This nigga said before y'all ever did the freak offs, this nigga told you to get in shape for the freak offs. That was his exact words. Hey man, you need to get in shape for the freak offs, yo. I need you right. You gotta be able to go for 4 days with this shit.
I mean, you give him your number.
Mm-hmm.
How long did it take before you guys actually made it official? Well, you made it official, but he was off, of course, doing other things.
Let's be official. We never ever had that conversation. We just kind of.
She had to listen to the Kanye workout plans, yeah.
Knew, like we just felt like we were together.
Okay. So you spent a lot of time together.
We did.
Okay. So you were at the house. Did you meet his kids?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. Now, when we spoke the other night, you said that things had gotten so serious that you became pregnant. Not once, but twice, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When was the first
Now I be thinking, I'm like, you're pregnant for who? The sex worker or Diddy?
time you became
The first time was October 2014.
Okay. So this was like what, a year after?
No, not a year, but because I met him in February and I got pregnant in October.
Oh, so the same year.
The same year.
Okay. And you mind telling me what happened with that pregnancy?
I told him, and he was like, you're gonna get an abortion, right? And then I was like, I don't know. I don't know yet. And then he offered me $50,000 to get rid of it, but I turned it down because I just loved him, and I just
Sure, we got an update.
And I was like trying to prove that I wasn't the girl. Just care about him. And
or could take things away depending on how he felt. What else would he take away? My self-confidence. I would have said objection. Who would take things away? Staff. Ventura. I assume staff. Objection. Judge will disregard that last answer. Who took your laptop and phone? Security. How long would they be gone? However long I was being punished for. Yikes. He would take away her self-confidence as well.
I just wanted him to be nice to me. That's it. I was like, I don't want your money. I just want you to be nice to me.
Whether you decide to keep the baby or not.
Mm-hmm.
So would it be fair to say that he was an asshole about it? I mean, offering somebody $50,000 to abort a baby, whew, he must really want it gone bad.
I mean, in the beginning, like the first 3.5 years, like the first 3 or 4 months, he was really nice, but then after that, he started being an asshole. So like I say, like the first 3.5 years, he was like mean to me.
So when you say mean, describe it.
He was abusive. He was like always belittling me and always like he was like mentally, emotionally, and physically abusing me.
Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We do have another update. So they're not talking about, they said, so she was wearing a wig. Talking about
See,
Cassie.
the comments ain't shit, because they said the same thing I said. A freak workout plan is diabolical. That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy. You need to get in shape for this shit. I'm glad to show I'm glad this off, because it would probably be out at this on, and I'm not gonna fuck with this sitting. Damn, G. But she had her own laptop and phone, though. She was able to, apparently he didn't do a good job of taking them motherfuckers. She said she was able to give the government 2 laptops that were hers. Okay, so, and we still 5 minutes. He'll be coming in with a new tweet soon.
The sex worker says yes. Donaldson says, well, did she hand you money? He says, yes, she handed me $4,000. The question was, so this is before any oil rubbing, any baby oil rubbing. The guy says, correct. He says, she had on heels? And Philip says, yes, and dark glasses. Donaldson says, where did the money come from?
Okay.
His answer is from her hand. So it looked like they're kind of working on this theory, or Donaldson is, as a defense attorney, is saying, so you're saying that you got paid to do a sex act to a woman. The woman paid you. Diddy ain't pay you. The woman paid you. She paid you. She texted you. Diddy was just an observer. How are we saying Diddy's the one who orchestrated all this shit? So apparently, he got paid $4,000 to pee and Cassie.
In that case, that's the government's word versus his, because all the evidence that they have shows that she called the nigga, she texted the nigga. This nigga thought he was in a relationship with her. He was jealous of Diddy, and she paid the $4,000. Why would we think Diddy did this? It's just the government's word versus his, because she ain't even saying he forced her to do it. These words have not come out of her mouth in today's testimony, unless they just not gonna ask that question. If they don't ask that question, I bet the defense do.
And to dick her down. Don't seem like that much of a hard day at work.
It's not the first time we've heard that.
Mm-hmm.
There was an incident, of course, with Cassie, with reporters are saying that the police were called because they got into an altercation. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Tell me some of the things that he would say to you.
He would always compare me to Cassie and tell me that I'm the bad one and she's a good one.
And he was with both of you guys at the same time.
Yeah.
She sounded like she lied.
And at one point, like, I was breaking out really bad with acne, and he would be like, he said this a few times to me. He's like, baby, why don't you go see a doctor or something? I don't date women with bumps on their face.
Oh.
Yeah, he would say
Now,
that.
at the time, Diddy was probably the face of Proactive, nigga. He would have hooked you up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Take a drink.
Okay, we got a new tweet there. How often were you in contact with Sean's staff, Ventura, daily? Who are in these photos? Christina Karam and Miss Fletcher. What did you call Miss Karam? KK. And who's this? D-Rock. He was Sean's security. Now, D-Rock was around when Biggie got killed. And gives and takes, okay. The assistant U.S. attorney, these light ass questions, she better get into the meat and potatoes, or he or whoever the fuck it is asking these questions.
Relax.
The interesting thing about this entire interview too, look at Tasha K, little lame ass. Tasha K, you could tell this woman, she might have some Stockholm syndrome, because she was even, anything Tasha K told her to do, she would do too. Take a drink. Oh, so maybe it's just, she's a little bit traumatized from maybe like being in control of relationships, that when she's told to do something, she just does it.
Okay. I can tell this is bringing up a lot. We have some tissues. Thank you, Jasmine. Okay. So, of course, that is very, humiliating, especially when you love someone and he would like call me names, like he would call me a hoe every single day.
Another tweet, we got an update, chat. We got another update. So Donaldson says, you were wearing a New York City Police Department uniform, right? They said, yes, I bought a New York Police Department t-shirt. It says, you took the oil off in front of Cassie. Daniel Phillips says, the oil, I took my clothes off. She says, it's my birthday. Okay? By the way, let me Google on the side, Daniel Phillip. Maybe we can get a picture of this guy. Apparently he's a sex worker. Give me 1 second.
Oh,
yeah.
Why would he call you? Not that he had a reason, but like.
How frequently were you in Sean's residences? All the time. Did they have safes? Yes. What did you observe in them? Cash, jewelry, cameras and videotapes, guns in New York, LA, and Miami, and Alpine, New Jersey. Damn, Cassie, why you snitching like this? You doing extra snitching.
A hoe.
Now that I think about it, I think
Oh, okay. Hold on. We're getting you some tissue. I don't want you messing up your makeup, okay? You look gorgeous. Now let's talk about the physical abuse. If you're okay. Are you okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So obviously you terminated baby one because you loved him.
Mm-hmm.
How long after you guys started dating is when did the physical abuse?
Cassie managed not to get pregnant. She knew what the fuck was up. And you said both of y'all was fucking at the same time.
Start.
The first time it ever happened, which was not even like that long into the relationship, because I met him in February, and then it was probably like the beginning of May, because we were at Meek's Mill's birthday.
Okay.
He had like a mansion party, and we went, but I was sitting here, and then Puff, and then Meek, but I was like covered with like
Do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? Yes, we were having a freak off in LA. D-Rock came in and said Suge was down at a diner. Sean drove over there. What was your reaction? I cried. I said, don't do something stupid. Man, Diddy was a gangster. They're like, what, Suge? You in LA, nigga? I know you from here, but you down the street, nigga? Let's go. Diddy is a gangster. But what they got to do with the Rico? That was some personal beef from the 90s. It was just up and stuck. Suge didn't press no charges.
like a stand or something, like probably says like happy birthday Meek or something like that, but it's like a little stand that like was covering me because there was like a lot of cameras and stuff there. So it's like me, Puff, and Meek. Puff had like leaned forward to like talk to somebody, say hi or whatever, and so I turned over to Meek and I said happy birthday. He put his hand out and he was like thank you, so I reached his hand and shook it. And as I shook Meek's hand, he turned around and saw it, and he got so mad.
Wow.
And then we probably like stayed like
she sound like she
20
lied.
minutes after that happened. And then when we got in the car, he like grabbed my hair. We were in the one of those Escalade trucks.
Okay.
So I was sitting on this side, he was on the other side, and he like grabbed my hair and like cussed me out. For doing that. He was like, why the fuck can I cuss?
Yeah.
He was like, why the fuck you shaking his hand for like just saying
so
stuff
it
like
was
that.
just like a jealous rage.
Yeah, I was like, I was just saying happy birthday, nothing else.
Interesting. Another quick update. Now we're talking about the freak off itself. So it looked like they were role playing. This guy came in with a New York City police shirt. He bought the t-shirt. This was the uniform. So Cassie told him it was her birthday. It probably wasn't her birthday. And he said, you know, he took his clothes off. She said it's her birthday. Then Donaldson says, does it appear she's enjoying herself? So it looked like it was a video they were going to play in front of, like on the projector of Cassie get fucked. The guy says, yes. He says, what was your position? He says, missionary. I was like, did that just happen? He said, did she ask you for a photo? He says, I don't know. I don't know if Sean Combs asked for it. So it looked like he didn't answer the question as he asked. So that's why the judge says, ignore that. So it looked like she's either watching a video. This sex worker is either watching a video, seeing a picture, or reacting to now the sex that they had at that particular time. So we're kind of getting into it where they're asking the sex worker, did you think Cassie was enjoying herself? Right? The guy says yes. What was your position? It was missionary. Said, did she ask for a photo afterwards? It's like, oh, I don't know. But he said, I don't know if Sean Combs asked for it. But it's like the judge is like, that's not what he asked. So ignore that. Interesting.
because I like reached over when he like leaned forward to talk to somebody else. So I thought I was trying to be sneaky.
And you were how old at this time?
I was 22 probably.
Wow. Okay.
And then he did this. So King Los was sitting in the back.
Okay.
And then when we got to the hotel, it got even worse. And one of my heels and tried to throw it at, and then he like mushed my face and like really hard and made my nose bleed.
Wow.
And the only person that every time he like we get into like fights like that, the only person that ever helped me was D-Rock. Everyone up.
Were you ever handed a gun? Yes, we were going to a club in downtown LA. We'd taken shrooms. I was high. I told them to put the gun in my bag. Well, I was told to put the gun in my bag. I was freaking out. Who was present? A driver, a security, and Sean.
Just kind of just allowed it to happen and just like looked the other way.
So most of his entourage were, I guess,
like his staff.
Yeah.
So technically, she's the one that broke any laws. She had the gun. It was in her possession.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't say anything. They would just watch him.
No, not watch it, but kind of just walk away and just leave us alone. And not really step in to stop.
Wow. Now, what made you stay? Beatings, according to you, that happened after that, because that was just the first time. What made you stay?
Because I just thought, that he was only being like that because he loved me.
Get your tissue. I don't want you messing up your makeup, okay? I'm sure you shed enough tears about this, so.
And leave in an SUV. How long were they gone? 30 or 40 minutes. Let me switch topics. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention voyeurism to you? First 6 months or a year?
Thank you for the 10 super chats to act. How do you trust Drake to be truthful about the K-Dot fade when he lied to you about something as small as whatever? I'll read what you said. Chat, again, I never said Drake couldn't be lying. I'm saying everybody should put their sources out. At least I'm telling y'all the source. I'm saying if Drake is lying, tell me who y'all heard that from, that we could say, that I could go back to Drake and say, yo, Drake, this is what it is. Either you're lying or they're lying. Somebody's lying. That's it. Somebody's lying. That's all I'm saying, chat. Somebody is lying. So I understand you guys are like, oh, Act, what do you believe in? It's like, all right, cool. Fuck believe in him. At least we're giving up where the source is coming from. How about y'all give up y'all where it's coming from with y'all? Because there's a clear discrepancy, right? Now, if you just want to believe this random source that you don't know just because you don't like Drake, that's already the agenda. I can't help. I can't leave somebody just because they're not going to give you no source. They're not going to give you anything. So it is what it is. I'll finish reading the donation, but it says, I get he lied something about knowing Stephon Diggs and Javonte's former manager, associate Chris, who you spoke to on the stream. Somebody says, turn up the mic. My mic's low? Sorry there, by the way. Jen B. Hey, thank you, girl. She sent in 20 gifted memberships. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Low Life Braid says that act. We gonna see why Meek look like a baby deer in the pool when they expose the Diddy X Files. Hilarious. Gino Batty says, "Yo, if you were a sex worker, would you be happy to clap Cassie at the expense of Diddy watching you, like you're on The Voice and like he's one of the go to trial tomorrow?
These
So
folks
if they show
crazy.
a sex tape, you can react to. It's not like I'm gonna have a video.
Okay, no. How old were you? 22. Why did you agree to a freak off? Good question. I wanted to make him happy. Where was the first freak off? One of his homes in Los Angeles. And then that's evidence 2A 627. Who is this? The first escort.
Sex tape, what the fuck? Gifted Mind Frames, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And by the way, he gifted 5 earlier as
Hit the
well.
cash
So
app,
10. Jay
hit the
Mike, thank you for
PayPal,
gifted,
hit the super
membership.
chat,
King Buck,
join
boy.
the membership,
Anthony Arnold,
buy
my
an
boy.
album.
Yeah, we are monitoring the stuff that's going on with Tory Lanez. Apparently, the facility is co-signing that he did get stabbed. They did have to rush him immediately to the hospital, and they called 911. Robbie Atkins says, "I'll see you Thursday. I can't wait to see you Thursday, my brother. Appreciate you." Okay. Levy says, "It doesn't matter where the source comes from if your source isn't reliable in the first place. So we're gonna believe a source that we can't validate just because you don't want to believe somebody else. That's the problem. Again, I have no problem with saying, we don't know who the source is. They're like, oh, we heard from behind the scenes. Who's behind the scenes? I hate the lack of transparency. That's how you usually lie to people. Okay."
I mean, I grew up watching my mom get beat by my dad, so that's all I knew. So I just thought it was normal, and I thought it just mean he loved me.
Hey, Miss B.
Do you know most domestic abuse victims?
And chat with that, the judge has called it for the day. So this juror who is a sex worker will be coming back tomorrow. Says the judge says we will pick up tomorrow. They have ended court, so they'll be picking up bright and early tomorrow on the Diddy case. So that is all for today on the Diddy trial. By the way, people, if you guys are watching, I appreciate every single one of you guys who have tuned in. I want you guys to hit the follow button, the subscribe button, whatever platform. Make sure you tune in here for all the updates and remarks that we're going to be covering every single day. If I could get my hand on all the exhibits, I will. Obviously, some that showcase either Cassie and...
Do you know his name? No. I call him the first escort. Were you aware he was paid? Yes. To dance and to have intercourse with me. What drugs did you take? Ecstasy and alcohol before things started. Jay St. Patrick just gonna type that in every chat. He just gonna say it every single time. Every single time he gonna say bitch line. Thank you, Miss B, for joining the membership. Hold on. I gotta have a drop for that. Low key, niggas hating, but they don't want no beef. State gang, true sippers, bitch, I bet we don't eat.
precarious positions or in freak offs, which, by the way, just to let you know, do y'all remember when there was remember when 50 mentioned this, right? Let me not change off of this. 50 Cent, when he said he warned 50 Cent warned Diddy, Cassie, because he said people were trying to sell 50 sex tapes of Cassie when they were beefing. And he said he didn't want it. And he said he hit up Diddy and said, yo, Diddy, just to let you know, they're trying to send me pictures of your girl. 50 Cent sell Cassie. They're trying to sell. Here we go. Oh, I can't find it. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? But it was Cassie footage. And he admitted that, yo, they tried to sell him video. I think that was on the Breakfast Club. Or maybe it was on Big Boy.
Like Oprah Winfrey. You see how Snoop's respect for Master P is? With the Aaliyah sample? And you got certain guys that are
Did you disguise your appearance? Sean said we would disguise ourselves. I wore a masquerade mask. What was a session and a freak off until the escort finished? How many sessions with first escort? At least 2. What it mean to the escort nutted?
their relationships made them so powerful, like in our business, that they can't be moved. Like Dre, I don't think you understand. Like, that's why you've never heard me say anything negative about him. You see what I'm saying? And also connected to like M, because M's our relationship. My Eminem is Dr. Dre is Eminem's. To Eminem to me is what Dr. Dre is to Eminem. Yeah. So to disrespect him in any way, it's just you're out of pocket. You're not even following.
All right, I got it right here. I'm telling you, you can find stuff easier on Twitter than you can on YouTube. It's kind of sad. Look.
Check it out. On the up and up, the nigga Puff, like, he called, we kick it on telephone and shit after the main shit.
Right.
And the nigga be like, man, they send me the girl pictures, like pictures of the girl, like, not the shit that job saw. Worse, way worse.
Wow, are you kidding me? Yeah.
Like penetration pictures and
nah, come on, man. Come on, Phil.
All that, and I didn't even. I called the nigga. I said, "Yo, you really be fucking with this girl? Like, you really you like her like that?" And he was like, "Yeah, that's my girl." I'm like, "All right, I'm gonna send you something. You look at it, you call me back." I sent him the photos, the pictures, and everything. And the nigga called back and was like, "Yo, thanks, man."
How you were like, what you think?
Like, where you get these shit from? And I said, you know, like, cause they know, like, if something crazy is going on.
Where you get these shits from? How did you feel? I was high. I didn't feel much. Dirty and confusion. And that he was happy with me. Why do you feel you couldn't say no? I didn't want to make him angry or upset after he'd shared this part of himself with me. Interesting response.
If they send it to me, I'll make sure I get out there. Like, as far as this Diddy.com is concerned.
Yeah.
And on other properties, so they sent it to me. But you know, I really kind of felt like those photographs was not happening because of Cassie. I felt like it was happening because of Pussy.
Right. Oh wow.
You know what I'm saying? Because when a girl moves from a man and she upgrades, they can be insecure. You know what I'm saying? They start feeling some kind of way, especially like whoever the guy was she was with in the photos versus where Puffy's at. And Puffy, he ain't no spouse, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he's been able to take advantage of all the stuff.
So where did it go wrong though? Because I know y'all was okay. So this was a 2010 interview with DJ Woo Kid, who I believe was on Sirius at the time. And yeah, very interesting. By the way, I think 50 has even chimed in today. You know what 50 said? Where is 50? 50 said, Diddy said, he put some statue like kind of peeing. He said, Diddy said, in your mouth. So I woke up early this morning. This is about Ye. So I woke up early this morning thinking, yo, you can't suck your cousin dick for 6 years without me. Somebody got to tell Kanye. I'm not going to tell him, nope, it ain't my job. Okay. 50 is hell, man. 50 is hell. 50 Cent rapper lives at what?
How frequent did the freakouts become? Weekly for a consistent amount of years. When was your last one? 2017, 2018. Now, these freakouts is separate from Diddy parties. Diddy parties was its own separate entity. How long were you awake during the freakouts? I never slept. I took drugs, ecstasy, and Molly, cocaine. I said they was on some diabolical drugs to be up 4 days for a freakout. And she said that was the longest one.
I haven't spoken to this guy in 23 years. I heard my name is attached to this. I have no association.
Out of a consistent amount of years, that was the longest one. That was
tough guys happy.
That was light session. That was light. Folk was 4 days.
Okay.
She didn't say how many the other days just was in.
Yeah, I'd imagine 50's gonna do a lot of trolling with Diddy.
And
supposedly he had also put up. What did he put up? He put some shit up. Like, yo, he put up Fonzworth Bentley. It was like, yo, whatever happened to this guy? Yo, low key, yo, 50 don't point a finger. He point an elbow. I don't know what y'all nigga talking about, man. I don't know where that nigga at, man.
Hold on, that's my end. I have to clear something out in my studio. Eck is live now too. I can listen to him in a second talk shit in between tweets.
Look, 50 said, yo, if anybody knows what happened to this guy, LOL. Yeah, this nigga been quiet as hell. Fonzworth Bentley. Bentley. Let's see what he got to say.
That nigga what? Where is he at?
Yeah, he ain't posted a lot neither. Yeah, it's quiet for him. Yo, his NDA must be blessed. Whatever Diddy paid him, he don't do shit about Diddy. He goes. He don't say nothing bad, nothing good. He is out of there. Holy
NDAs. Not Gene Deal though. Gene Deal ass is telling. Man, this is crazy work.
You got to update. Let me see. No. Do we have an update? No, this is not an update.
Weekly freak out.
Okay, so everybody should be leaving court.
Years.
Give me 1 second. This was earlier. We didn't play this vlog, but this is before the beginning of the day. It's actually the reason why Inner City is able to tweet so much is that he's not tied to a news org that expects him to write daily stories and update the editors. He's totally independent. Oh, okay, whatever. Let me see. Where's this video from the morning?
That would be impossible. Did you want to stop? Yes. I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it. Did you tell him you didn't want to? Yes. And somebody said, that's pregnant, that's fucked up, she's pregnant, reliving this. She chose to be a goddamn witness.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press. Today, Monday, May 12th, 2025. Well, they said it would never come, but here it is. Today, the opening day, for real, of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. During selection was last week, and it was supposed to have. They were actually supposed to make the picks on Wednesday.
The point where they're going to say he forced her into doing these things. Because did you tell him you didn't want to? And she said yes.
And they did discuss videos and witnesses, but they did not pick the jury. Somehow, it was decided to do it this morning before opening argument. So it's supposed to be at 8:30. We'll just have to see. We'll begin with Diddy and we'll end with Diddy over by the courthouse in just 2 minutes from now, more or less. In any event, it should be. The trial begins after all the hoopla, after all the back and forth.
I brought it up gently. I didn't want him to just do it with someone else. So she wasn't, son of a bitch. So she wasn't forced. She did it so he wouldn't do it with somebody else. Because she knew he was a freak ass nigga. He a 69 God. See, now he said, I didn't want him to be angry, but you didn't want him to just do it with someone else. Were you able to express your concerns to him? Objection, leading. Rephrase, motherfucker, said the judge. Why would you talk to him gently? I didn't want him to be angry. No. You said you didn't just want him to do it with someone else. Anger should have been your first answer if that was the reason.
After a team of, I believe, 9 lawyers has been assembled for Sean Combs. And of course, there's the lineup, the so-called 6-pack of white women, as described by Mark Garagos, who's not one of the listed members of the team, but was in the courtroom during jury selection. He's now, I believe, out in California on the Menendez brothers. So it appeared, but he was there. After all of this, it began. So we'll get back to that. But there are, of course, other cases, I'm glad to say. One has to do with Robert Menendez, Bob Menendez, Senator Goldbar Bob Menendez. Goldbar Bob Menendez was convicted at trial in this very same courthouse in the SDNY. Actually, maybe in the same courtroom on the 26th floor. He's been putting off his sentencing for some time. First, he put it off for his wife's trial, which was delayed by her health issues. She was also convicted. Now he's asked to put it off again. He got a final week on Friday. On Friday, Judge Stein said June 17th. That's it. June 17th is the day in which he will be turning.
All right, people. All right. Chat, I think we're going to call it here for now. I think we'll be back on later tonight for the regular stream. What we're going to do is we're going to be doing these streams about Diddy, obviously, in real time. But, you know, it's going to hamper our ability to cover the rest of hip-hop and the rest of what we need to cover. So if I could try to do 2 a days with another bitch. It sounds like, oh, okay, so you ain't want to get left. You want to do this shit.
Okay, well, now we listening to him, but we listening to because he's showing him on the screen now. So now we're real time on day 2.
Do things because they don't want, like, I've heard a girl say, I gave my man a threesome because I didn't want him to go fuck the bitch without me. Now, you ever had or heard a homegirl say that, or your homie tell you that's why his girls agreed to some shit? I don't know if that's sex trafficking. That seemed like you trying to keep your man. I don't know if that's sex trafficking.
I just said the shit.
Now, granted, the thing with this Cassie case,
I just said it.
The Diddy case, everything has to be in total. Like, you have to look at it in an overall perspective. Because if you look at one thing, you might be like, man, you was just trying to like keep the gravy train. You look at everything else. We're gonna see who is going to be able to testify to how the victim. There has to be some type of expert that comes in and testifies to how a victim of sex trafficking or some of those type of abuse, how they think and how they process things and what they do. Because to make this point, I would say, it sound like you're doing this willingly, but in the cycle of abuse and victim mindset, she might not be, right? Okay. Let's see.
Nothing since she wanted him to be angry.
Okay. All right.
And he does do something, it'll come up under there. Let me go up, let me go out and click on it.
Hey, Memes, give me this for
I promise I was just saying it before I clicked on him in real time.
That's a really interesting point about
like
this.
What the fuck?
Why?
The
Why you
defense
ain't
is
stop?
gonna eat her up.
Why you ain't tell me you want to stop? I ain't want him to go do it with another girl.
And she said, man, she may be a ringer for Diddy. Cause this is going like, come on now. The jury is hearing this. Oh, so you didn't, it wasn't because you was getting your ass beat. Cause I don't think the abuse part has come up yet. So during this part, there wasn't no abuse. It was you ain't want him to go do it with somebody else. She may be a ringer for Diddy. I'm just saying.
Can we do a poll on that? I think this is a good place to really ask some questions. Now, we have to juxtapose both sides to this, right? Because she also says in the next sentence that...
What is this? Email between me and Sean. What did you call him? Pop Pop. He asked me what I called my grandfather. I did it, but now I think it was disrespectful.
Well, I didn't want him to be angry.
Well, damn.
So it kind of also gives this hint of she's fearful. But initially she says,
what did you write back? And this is what Cassie wrote back after she called him Pop Pop. What did you write? I really need to fuck. Why did you write that? Because I wanted to be with him. I'll read your messages. You read yours. Sean, you don't want to do anymore? Ventura, I'm so predictable. I mean, she said she really needed to fuck, and this was when they was away from each other. I just said, where's the forced and coercion? Come on, Diddy is getting off. This is a one-man RICO trial. This shit has never been heard of in the history of RICO trials.
I just didn't want him to do it with anyone else. Can I see a poll? Can I see a poll? Somebody start one on the Academy channel. Let me go to King Academics. We need a poll. We got to figure out this. What do you guys think about that? I want to post this on the gram too. I got to get, like, the gram be having the best. The gram be having the motherfucking best comments, especially my Instagram. Give me 1 second. All right. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm just posting to the gram. Ooh, there's some more tweets too.
I'm so predictable.
Cassie admitted she didn't want to bring up fear he might do it with other women instead. Okay. All right, that was a good post. See how quickly I post?
Dang.
Okay. Memes, keep sending it to me. All right, let's go to these other tweets, my people. All right, I'm on King Academics page. Let's look at all of the I want to see some polls, man. Pause on that one. No Diddy on that. No Diddy on that. See some polls. Pause. Anyway, okay. The AUSA says, what is this? She says, this is the email between me and Sean. The AUSA says, what did you call him? She said, I called him Papa. Why did you call him Papa? He asked me what I called my grandfather. I did it, but now I think it was disrespectful. Wait, was she calling Diddy Pop? And
yes,
they're saying why whatever endearing term she had for her grandfather, that's weird now. If you ask a girl to call you the same thing they call her grandfather, that's crazy. That is a little crazy. I ain't gonna lie.
That's beyond crazy.
Tweaking, bro. Is Diddy I can't wait till everybody comes out of court to tell us. Is Diddy's kids in the
Yeah, they in the courtroom listening to this shit.
What's Diddy's daughter's reaction to this? Watching a pregnant woman crying on the stage.
My daddy freaky as hell.
And even some of these things where they're like, yo, he wanted me to call him Pop because that's my grandfather, and I call my grandfather Pop. The AUSA says, what did you write? I really need to fuck. So it looked like AUSA says, why did you write that? Ventura says, I wrote that because I wanted to be with him. AUSA says, I'll read your message. I'll read Sean's message. So Sean says, so this did it. You don't want
to. What did you think this meant? That he knew I didn't want to do freak offs anymore, but then I backpedaled. Why? To not make him angry. He could be violent. Where'd you get your outfit? Pleasure chest elsewhere. But I backpedaled, even though this was over email, y'all. She backpedaled over email, because he could be violent. So they weren't in the same town together, in the same house that she emailed it.
Ventura then reads her own email messages or correspondence to Diddy at the time, saying, "I'm so
this girl don't sound like she was forced to me."
Because they know Diddy, what the computer's doing, chat.
They know what the defense gonna do.
Diddy's lawyers is gonna eat Cassie alive on that stand when they get to Shorty. Stop the capping. You were loving this shit, and you never wanted to stop. Be honest, right? So they're putting out something that we didn't even know was there. They're actually this is gonna hurt them. See, and Diddy that clearly Diddy has, because everybody gets everything in Discovery. That Diddy is asking Cassie, "You don't want to do the freak offs no more?" And Cassie seemingly, we didn't get to it yet, but she seemingly is not going to say a strong no. She already gave the pre-answer by saying, "I don't want him to do it with another woman, so I never really said, let's stop it." But you know when Diddy's lawyers get up there, all 9 of them, they might stand all at once. Bitch, stop fucking playing. Didn't the nigga ask you if you want to stop sucking them escorts dicks and you said, "Nah, you like it"? Stop playing. So they're going to be on her ass. So they're trying to do some counter shit. Okay. Ooh, this is getting juicy right here. Pause. And also, they're addressing this idea. She introduced sometimes having sex. She would message him, "I really need to fuck." Now, she's saying, and this is, again, we're not in court, so we got to parse how we kind of look at these things and kind of like we got to use some like common sense. When they say, "Why did you write that?" It says, "Because I wanted to be with him." I'm wondering if she's taken the angle of, hey, at times I would I would just throw the idea of sex because he was a sex addict and he loved the free. I would throw it out because I just wanted to be around him. I've heard that sometimes. Like a girl would be like, yeah, no, yo, you ignore me you ignore me until I ask you to fuck. You know what I mean? Like one of them ones, like, yo, you ignore everything I say until I say, yo, I'm horny. Then you're like, what up? Where you at? So I think maybe that's what they're trying to get to, right? To say, even though you're offering sex, the real reason you were doing it is because you just wanted to be with him. It's not that you wanted the freak off, but it was the way for you to be with him. Okay? So now, again, hopefully it's an update. Chat, am I lying? Yo, Creeper Gaming, I'm lying? Come on, you don't know one of them ones? You know one of them ones. You know you got that super eater in your phone. The super eater that want to be more than an eater. And you ignore every message she sends you until she says, yo, I'm horny. And she sends you a naked picture. And you respond mad quick. WIA. It's time for the eater to clock in. She tell you all type of shit. She be texting you left on red, left on red, left on red. That one message, I'm horny. Titty pictures. WIA. I'm telling you, man, one of them ones. Still, everybody knows it. Stop playing. Come on. We gonna have this one, and I'm telling you, chill. All right. Okay, cool. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. She says, so now AUSA, I think they're back in their voice. She said, what do you think this meant? That he knew I didn't want to do the freak offs anymore, but then I backpedaled. So you catch it, right? You catch it. You catch it. So essentially, and this is what I'm saying, the defense is going to have a field day check. They know. She actually backpedals. Diddy's defense team is going to use that to say, if he forced you, how the hell he give you mad different times to say no or leave? How? By the way, everything's going to be seen differently. When he would kick her out or when he would take stuff back from her, that's going to be seen as, did Sean not try to break it off with you? And your ass love the lifestyle, love this, and you keep coming back. If you say this is against your will, why you ain't leave? If you claim you ain't want to do A, B, and C, why you ain't stop? Why you ain't tell him when he's asking you, do you want to stop? So you could tell they know the defense is about to drop 60 points on Cassie. So they're trying to they're at least trying to add some astroglide to the floor, at least a little bit of baby oil, you know what I mean? Okay, so cool. So she's admitting she feels like the sentiment, and by the way, I'm surprised they didn't object to this, but they did ask her what she thought it meant, right? She said, I thought by Diddy asking that, he knew I didn't want to do the freak offs no more. But I backpedaled. And then AUSA says, why? Well, I backpedaled to not make him angry. He could be violent. AUSA says, where'd you get your outfit? She says, pleasure chest. Pleasure chest. I feel like I've heard this before. Pleasure chest. Cassie, pleasure chest. I think maybe Roger Bonner, Gene Deal was always talking about like some of the places where Diddy would go go shopping. Gene Deal, sex shop, Diddy. He said he caught Diddy buying a butt plug. Who y'all think the butt plug was for? Cassie or him?
Story before about how y'all was in Atlanta and he was buying some toys. Can you elaborate on that?
Oh my God, brother. Come on, man. Listen here, man. I know the fans want to hear some of his intimate secrets because he is a celebrity. He is a public figure and everything like that. And maybe I shouldn't be telling the business like that. But you know my motto, fuck them and feed them beans. You understand? We was in one of those X-rated stores where they buy toys, movies, and everything at. And this shit was just funny, man. So he's going around, they give him a bag. They give him a big bag when he come in that joint. They don't even want to know what he's putting in the bag. I swear for a living God, I've never seen this before in my life. So he's going down the aisle and just getting stuff. I'm about 3-4 steps behind him. He going down the aisle and getting stuff like that. So it was this rack that's set up by itself. You know what I'm saying? And he's at this rack and he was getting them like 4, 5. He was just getting them like that. So I wasn't paying no attention to him at first and stuff like that. But then when I went to the rack said butt plugs. I said, hey, yo. Man. I said, hey, yo. Fuck is you getting these for, man? And he said, can I do my shopping by myself? I said, I'll be at the door. You're right. So he came with his big ass bag, and he didn't even let the dude know what he had in there. He just gave the nigga wad of money. All right, cool. And walked out the store.
All right. Okay. AUSA says, did you get piercings? Ventura says, yes, Sean came with me. AUSA says, which of his homes did you have freak outs in? She says, Miami, New York. AUSA says, what about his other homes? Well, I did it in my homes, all but Studio City. It looked like Studio City was her safe place. Remember, that was the one that she was paying for. And she said that she had that home because Diddy paid for the rest of her homes, and that was her safe place because she didn't want him to fully control everything about her, right? AUSA says, what about in other cities? She said Atlanta and Ibiza. Ain't there a song about Ibiza?
21 Savage with Drake.
What song is that?
21 Savage and Drake.
Ibiza. No, I took a pill in Ibiza, some shit like that, right? There's a song that, right? Took a pill in Ibiza. Damn, this shit might have been about Diddy. Yo, Mike Posner got to get called up to the stand next, nigga. What happened in Ibiza, nigga? What are you talking about? Holy shit, okay. All right. AUSA says, in what hotels in New York did you have freak offs in? The Trump Hotel, Gramercy. AUSA says, Intercontinental? She says, yeah, 44th Street, yes. AUSA says, elsewhere? The Mondrian, Oriental, Fountain Blue. She says, what names were used? Jackie Starr. I used Frank Black. Oh, she used Jackie Starr, and Diddy was called Frank Black. Interested. Frank White. Didn't they call Biggie that?
Yep.
Frank White.
That was the mobster.
Why does Biggie call himself Frank White? Frequently referred to himself as the Black Frank White. His name was taken from a drug lord character played by Christopher Walken in the film King of New York. So the star of this film, King of New York, which by the way all plays into itself because Diddy considers himself King of New York, right? Frank White is the star and the infamous drug lord. Diddy's fake name to check in these hotels was Frank Black. Okay. And Jackie Starr, where could we see Jackie Starr? Jackie Starr. There was a porn star named Leela Starr, right? Leela Starr. I think. Yeah. There's a bitch named Leela Starr. Where did he make up that from? Jackie Starr. Other famous person's name or fictional character. Somebody say he the freaky Frank White. Y'all know about Leela Starr? Biggie Smalls came from an old 70s movie? Oh, shit.
What supplies for freak offs? Astroglide, baby oil, condoms. Who brought the supplies? Security, Sean's assistant. What brand of baby oil? Johnson's. They stock just went through the roof. How was it used? Sean said you need to be glistening. I told y'all earlier that's what it was for. I'm a freak ass nigga. You got to be shiny. That's what it's for. Shiny.
Kelly Star. Somebody says Jackie Legs. What? Somebody said this is the freaky endgame. Somebody said the plug was Ja Rule. The plug was for Ja Rule. I gotta stop playing. Y'all think the plug was Ja Rule, bro? Yo, Ja! Somebody call Ja!
Say, I know a lot of people want to hear these stories and everything, just to clear the facts up what's going on. But it all started, we was in Atlanta. And this story starts when I'm with Puff and he's in the exotic bookstores and he's doing shopping, right? He's shopping, getting his stuff and everything like that. So, you know, this is the first time I was ever in an exotic bookstore with Puff. So, you know, I'm giving him his space. He's taking things off the shelves and stuff like that because they gave him a brown paper bag. When they gave him a brown paper bag, he was just putting stuff in there. So I said, damn, you know, he got to go put it on the counter and, you know, show everybody what he's getting. So as he's going, I'm just looking at the places where he's picking stuff from. So there's one
dude in the chat said this ain't on the tweet said this ain't the press you wanted. Yes, it is. It make you glistening.
He picked up some things from up here on my left side, and then he picked like quite a few of them down. I'm like, okay. He put them in the bag. So when I went by there and I looked up there, and it said butt plugs, and I like, hey yo, I was messing with him because people don't understand. You know, we was like friends. He was a part of the same gang, so I'm still gonna tease him. I'm still gonna mess with him and everything like that. I could do that. It wasn't just no security thing. So I say, yo, what are you getting this for? And it said butt plugs, and he was like, yo, can I do my shopping? He started walking and everything like that. When he got I just waited at the counter. When he got to the counter, he didn't even have to show the guy nothing. He just gave the guy a wad of money. I mean, like, he gave
Yo, one thing I say about this nigga Gene Deal, he's the master of telling the same story 4,000 times and never changing one detail. Like, he seems really believable. This nigga tells the same story 4,000 times, not one detail.
Where were the freak offs? Where you ran out of baby oil? Objection, Your Honor. This is irrelevant. You also mentioned Astroglide. Same objection. Irrelevant. Sidebar. Where were the freak offs where you ran out of baby oil? I have to agree. That is, but why? How is that relevant? Why? So what do you? What's the point that you making by asking that question?
Detail is ever changed in the story.
The guy stacked something like this. And Puff wasn't the dude that carried no 20s and no 50s and nothing like that. And I mean, like, he just said, boom. And we walked out the store. So we had to leave Atlanta and go to North Carolina for a show. You understand? And it was him, this rapper, Sarah, and this other girl. We all got on a G5 jet, and we flew to G4 jet, and we flew to North Carolina. So later on that, I think that afternoon,
plenty of the
same day, this rapper and him, they all in the room together.
Oh, nah.
You know, it's Sarah, the girl, Puff, and this dude, this rapper. So
I'm talking about Sarah Stokes from the band
door and stuff like that. Like, yeah. So I opened the door, And the dude said, yo, I'm here for my cousin. I said, who your cousin? And he said, Juror.
But you was just calling him their rapper.
He said,
now it's
busy going in there. I said, bro, you ain't going in there because he told me they don't want nobody to be bothering them. And he was like, yo, I don't care, man. I'm going in there. That boot like that. I said, yo, bro.
If Diddy traded out Juror for a nice young tenderoni like Meek, just like how you traded out Cassie
Academic don't like this rap.
Miami.
How was it used? Lubricant. If you ran out, what? We'd call either staff or the bail desk. Give them a tip. Where were the freak offs lit? Initially, it was candle, strong smelling Glade. Puff Daddy said the air got to be smelling right.
Hey, yo.
It's technically not. He wasn't. The trafficking would come if he's selling. If he's selling Cassie, he ain't selling Cassie. Cassie is paying other niggas to fuck her, and they're not taking the escorts from one city to the other. I guess they meeting these people in the cities that they at. But no, he didn't traffic her at all. She was buying dick.
I'm like, yeah, so then next thing you know, somebody rang the doorbell. We had the presidential suite where we was at. So I opened the door and the dude said, yo, I'm here for my cousin. I said, who your cousin? And he said, Rue. I said, well, he busy right now. He said, he busy doing what? I said, he with Puff. They're in the room. They busy. They don't want to be bothered. He said, well, I'm going in there. I said, bro, you ain't going in there because he told me they don't want nobody to be bothering them. And he was like, yo, I don't care, man. I'm going in there. That boot like that. I said, yo, bro, Jesus Christ had to come down here and take the air out of my body before you get in that room right there. Watch. He tried to bum rush me. I grabbed it and threw him against the piano. When I threw him into the piano, Puff and Ja Rule runs out the room.
Bro, why somebody gonna say, you gargling the liquor? You just trying to show us how Cassie was gargling the piss. Yo, stop playing with me, man.
Puff got his towel, Ja grabbing his towel, but they bucked the naked. And so then Ja was like, yo, what's going on? Yo, G, that's my cousin. He know me well. And Puff was like, yo, G, what happened? I said, he tried to get in the room. I told him he couldn't get in the room. And he was like, Puff looked at Ja. He said, yo.
Wait, what?
Oh, yo, G, that's my cousin. He know me well. And Puff was like, yo, G, what happened? I said, he tried to get in the room. I told him he couldn't get in the room. And he was like, Puff looked at Ja. He said, yo, Ja said, you ain't want to go in that room. There's a lot of freaking going on.
What would I do without my baby? Like, yo, imagine you at the door. All of a sudden, what would I do without my baby? Like, she was going crazy up in that room, right?
Mike, too damn loud.
The way you walk, the way you talk, I'm real. Yo, Diddy, we gon' clap that. We gon' clap that. We gon' clap that. Yo, she was going crazy up in that room, Chad. Holy.
I still don't see no coercion. I don't see any of the shit he's being charged with this first witness.
Yo, Diddy bringing out the butt plugs. Yo, Job, guess what I got? Bro, oh, shit. Oh, no. I'm from New York. I got 100 butt plugs and clips. This ain't what you want, and I know. I'm sorry, Chad.
Your mic loud, the motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
So I was like, oh, you said it was a lot of freaky going on. So that was basically that story, man. You know what I'm saying? They went back in the room, dude felt a certain kind of way, and he left out. So I seen them at the concert the next day, and they tried to, form up against me. But my man Frank was like, I told my man Frank, I was like, yo, Frank, put yourself in that position. Somebody trying to get in the room, and Jock told you don't let nobody get in the room. What would you do? Now, y'all can do whatever y'all want to do, man, but I ain't taking no losses.
Yo, Jock, what happened up in there? It's murder! Like, what's going on, bro? It's murder!
You good, and that was it.
We gonna clap back.
When Josh said, you don't want to come up in there, a lot of freaky stuff is going on. You got to use your mind. What they was doing with those butt plugs.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
Oh, nah.
That was real wild.
Nah, man. Nah, this is getting out of hand, chat. This is getting out of hand, bro. This is getting out of hand, chat. Okay, so she was going by the name Jackie Star. We're back in court. Joke time is done. We're back to serious business, okay? We're the #1 news channel in the world, okay? Fuck CNN and ABC and shit like that. All right. What were the supplies for the freak offs? Astroglide, baby oil, condoms. So who brought the supplies? Security, Sean's assistants. How was it used?
And I don't even know what brand was it for.
Were there freak offs when you ran out? Where you ran out of baby oil?
Minutes behind on his jet. Any other use of candle wax? A few times poured on my body. Who set the temperature of the room? Sean. I was expected to do freak offs on my period. Did you want to do that? No. Shit, the niggas that was participating in the bloody freak offs is nasty. The freak off would have stopped if they would have found no male willing to do it. Now, if that's your gal, there's one thing, but a random bitch you want to fuck on her period? No. Ew, they was, ooh.
Objection. How is this relevant? AUSA says, and by the way, Your Honor says this is irrelevant. Okay. Looks like they move on. So you mentioned Astroglide. The defense says, same objection, irrelevant. They're having a sidebar because, again, I think the AUSA is trying to hammer home these points of the details of the freak off. And Diddy's team is like, whoa, why y'all gotta get all into that? So the judge is, rather than have this guy do constant objections, they said, let's do a sidebar, let's figure this out, and we're gonna see. Now they're back. It says, we were talking about Astroglide. How is it used? Ventura says Astroglide is used as lubricant. If you ran out, what would happen? Ventura said, we'll call either the staff or the bell desk and give them a tip. AUSA says, were the freak offs lit? What? Oh, I'm stupid guys. I'm thinking about that. Lit. Was it pop?
They lit.
Right? Ventura said, initially was a can, a strong smelling candle, Glade.
Yes. Stock went up too.
Astroglide,
good enough for public. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Did you want to be urinated on? Objection! Grounds. Defense. Asked and answered. Overruled. No, I didn't want it. How did it feel? It was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. Oh, Diddy. I think it was the escorts that pissed on him.
Candles. All right. We're getting to it, Chad. We are getting to it.
I'm 6 minutes behind him, so I'm reading the tweets before him.
These details are crazy. Where is Ja? Somebody call Ja. Yo, the idea of
I gotta stop before 6 hours though, so I got 50 more minutes in me.
I don't know. All right. No, that well. Okay. So we're at the point. By the way, it's just a time check. We're 2:30. We probably got 2 more hours of her being on the stand. You can see they're going through this really. They want fine-tuned details. Remember, we haven't gotten to. Well, we're not going to see videos, but they're not playing videos yet. They're just having her describe every single thing. Now, I wanted to hear what she was going to say if they ran out of baby oil. Looked like Diddy was very upset. If the yo, y'all ran out of baby oil at the freak off. Nigga, it's like running out of food at the cookout. Like, no more baby oil at the freak off. What the fuck? So we're gonna see. Someone says, "Ain't no fucking way, bro. Ain't no way." Somebody get jumped.
Why were you choking? Too much urine in my mouth. And that's from the escort. Who else urinated on you? Sean. Did you want Sean to urinate on you? I didn't want anyone to urinate on you. How often did it happen? Often enough. Now, the AUSA has not asked, and if they don't ask, I'm sure the defense attorney is going to ask, why you was getting pissed on, before you was getting pissed on, at any time during the pissing, did you express that you did not want it to happen?
Rule on the lines. Look, these is crazy. This was hard to.
Damn.
Do you mind?
He ain't shit.
Holy shit.
I played that. Oh man, why were you choking? That's what I'm saying. Where do we get to the crimes? It's just freak ass sex, to be honest. It's freaking disgusting sex, but no crime.
By the way, you guys hang around. I think we'll do an extra hour on Kick later on, so just keep it cool, keep it calm.
No, she was a porter. She was a damn porta potty. Yikes.
Do you have your passport? This is the craziest recruit. Have your passport? Actually, you got the shots? That chick's in the crowd?
I did this one. But this is what we drink out there.
Okay, we got another one.
We're going to put it in, stack that in there. Ice cold. It's a faucet right here.
Which hotel charged the most for damage to the room? The Intercontinental and New York. Miss Johnson, only a few. You say no. So maybe the judge is going to stop them today and they're going to resume with cross-examination tomorrow.
This was when life was so good, huh?
They should be getting ready to leave the zoo now. They had a field trip at the zoo today.
Yeah, orange slices, that's how we do our shots. Yeah.
Damn, he giving this nigga the manual. Yo, my boy Justin the manual.
Woo! We're not telling y'all to drink. We just celebrating life. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking Friday. It's fucking Friday. You know what I'm saying? Drink responsibly. Cheers. Cheers. With an orange though. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, by the way, you know, I've been kind of like, worried about the kids, right? Like his daughters, and I guess his sons, hearing about some of the explicit things that their father is being accused of. But you know what I started realizing? Wasn't Diddy also fucking the same girls as his kids? Like, Diddy are really a wild boy. Didn't all of them supposedly hit, what's that chick name? Let me not even call her name before she.
Yeah, I want to argue.
Yeah, supposedly Diddy was smashing some of his.
Okay. Why didn't you say no? It was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men. Where did you find escorts? Initially Craigslist. How was it obvious if you didn't say anything? If you didn't say, no, I don't want to do this, and you sat there while it was happening instead of getting up and be like, oh, I'm good. I thought I could do this shit. I'm straight. Then how was it obvious? She didn't say no because it was obvious. Even though these I don't know how many times she got pissed on over the years, but she said these freak offs had lasted for years.
Do you think they're in court like, oh my God, my dad was doing that? Like, or they were like, man, we know Daddy used to get down. Daddy was a nasty nigga. Do you think Diddy's kids looked at Diddy? You like?
I think she was a salary worker.
How old are y'all? I be forgetting how old my audience is now. I think my audience is still early 20s, like on average. I don't think unless I got teenagers who watch me. I don't know. I think all y'all grew up. Most of y'all grew up watching me. I got some 30-year-olds. I got some 40-year-olds. But I think like 20s, right? No, Friday after next. Y'all gonna know the freaky scene I'm talking about. This scene right here.
Judge will break here. And so they're taking a break. Is it a lunch break or how long of a break? I don't know. That went on Craigslist. Why they on their break? I guess we'll listen to Act. Well, I'm 5 minutes behind, so.
Y'all remember this movie? Some of y'all too young for this. That's Diddy right there. Freak off time from this movie. I know mine already. Actually, I'll use one. You can't use that. From this movie, the most notable line, no more locked doors. Okay, y'all gotta pick another one. Pick another. All right. Oh yeah, baby D for the car. All right, cool. Let's get back to it, chat. We're waiting for tweets. We're not in court. We're waiting for tweets. We're trying to give some context to some of these tweets. We're trying to also, this is what I can't do if I'm at the courthouse. I can't get to pull up a video that meant what's mentioned in court. And we could just kind of have a 360 view. So just please understand that.
Man, she washed that piss off and she got a whole bunch of, how much did they say she got from Diddy? 50 or whatever she got. The piss been washed off, but she just got their money last year. No, what'd you say? Or did they eat at the zoo? What'd you say? I don't see the other comment. Oh, I thought you was talking about did Cassie have to take a lunch on her freak offs? No, she didn't have to take.
But do a little 1-2, okay? All right. There should be some new tweets now. Let's get to it. All right. Okay, here we go. Now it says where the freak off. Initially it was candle, strong smelling blade. The AUSA says any other use of candle wax. Ventura then says a few times they poured it on my body. So it looked like there was some freaky shit. You poured the hot candle wax on her body. AUSA says, who set the temperature of the room? She says, Sean. I was expected to do freak offs on my period. Oh my God. Yo, get me that one. I gotta post this. This is like Rage made a posting right here. Yo, I need what do you call it again? I need memes. Send me this shit right here. My dog's upstairs crying like hose. I'm gonna give some attention a little bit. Okay. Sean says, no. Ventura says, Sean set the temperature of the room. I was expected to do freak offs on my period. Holy shit. It's kind of crazy. You know what kind of puzzles me about all this?
I can hear him saying after I had said, what the fuck?
Diddy, I don't think Diddy ever, do we think that Kim Porter did freak offs? I don't think so. I'm wondering if Diddy maybe has this, way of, and this is where, again, I need y'all to think out of the box. I need some real nigga, put your real nigga hat on. Put your real nigga hat on for a second. And I'm trying to say or ask. Hearing some of the things that he subjected Cassie to, or he allowed Cassie to do, or Cassie wanted to do. Who knows at this point? We're going to figure it out. I'm wondering if Diddy, and I know we're like, this is a freaky ass nigga, but I wonder if he had a way to separate. Because, and this is why I said put your real nigga hats on, because men, we do separate, not to this extent, but we do separate. We do separate. I'll give you a chick I was with caught me cheating. I was a shit. Went to my, after she done getting mad, you know what she says to me? She says, why don't you fuck me like them bitches in the videos on your phone? And I had to explain to her, I said, I don't give two fucks about them bitches. I actually like them. And that's like a different type of way as a man of how I fuck. Sorry. I know it's a TMI, but I'm just trying to get you to, I'm getting to a point. Men, we could separate. Like the way you deal with a hoe is not how you deal with a wife. I know publicly, Cassie was wifey. But the shit that, like, some of the stuff is just flat out nasty. Why would you want her to have unprotected sex during her period with a sex worker? Like, that's even nasty for you. Like, that's some nasty shit. I'm making an assumption here, but I don't think the mothers of his children he ever had do that. So maybe he was on some shit like, yo, I don't ever plan to have kids with this woman. I just want to slut her out. I'm Diddy. She's a bad bitch, but shit, I'm Diddy. So I'm going to just slut her out. Yeah, like, you know, she's linked to me publicly, but I'm just going to slut her out, but I'm never going to have a kid with her. Because even the Gina girl, I know he has a bunch of kids, but I don't think he was looking at these women as we're going to build families. These women were just sex objects. You get what I'm saying, Chad? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? It's like, I don't think that he would have Cassie do all this if he wanted to have children with her. I think he looked at her as a sex object. Because some of this shit is not flat out disgusting. Like, to me, that's disgusting.
If he didn't I just say that?
That's nasty.
And them niggas that volunteered to fuck a stranger, I don't give a fuck if she was a celebrity. Them niggas nasty too.
Because, again, I do think he was abusive to all women, right? Kim Porter reported that he was abusive to her. But I don't think he had Kim Porter that freaked out. Like, on some, yo, fuck all my friends shit. Or just do all type of, like, some of these things is like, once you get to that stage, you don't want to have kids with that person. Like, yeah, you'll fuck on her, but you don't want to have kids with her. Like, you know, at some point, y'all gonna stop fucking around with each other. You're gonna have to replace it. It's no way he was doing this and thinking, all right, one day I'm gonna give her kids. And sometimes, and maybe Cassie or whoever, Gina was definitely saying that, Gina Hill, she was saying, I was getting down with whatever he wanted to do, hoping at a certain point, I even had 2 abortions for him, hoping that eventually he would make me his, and eventually he would want to have a child with me. I don't think that he really wanted to. Now, granted, I'm trying to read into his psyche. Maybe this guy is just a degenerate that wants to have kids with women that he is smutted out to the max. I don't know. And not to throw my man Adam 22 under the bus, but, you know, obviously people like that do exist. Where, you know, in chat, all my men in here, y'all know what I'm talking about. You get to a certain point with a chick, even if you fuck with her, once it starts getting to that, you're like, all right, I'm gonna still fuck you, but we ain't doing the motherfucking thing with this. I'm wondering if Diddy really, it felt like he was looking at it like, you're young. And by the way, this is also a thing too. Shorty's young. She's probably not thinking about a child. She thinks that eventually you're going to give her a child or have a family with her. So she's just going through the moments. But really, you didn't plan, you're not trying to put a baby in her after you have 4,000 sex workers fuck her. Do you get what I'm saying?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I'm really trying to like look like, to me, and you know, I'm trying to just cover the case, but obviously we're giving some color commentary as well. To me, this is nasty. Like, first of all, his whole kink is a little bit odd. But if you, how you have your girl do a freak off on her period? How you let another nigga fuck your girl on her period? I understand you fuck your girl on her period, if that's what you would do. But you're gonna let random sex workers just fuck her on her period? Okay, we didn't end there. She says, Sean said the temperature room. I was expected to do freak offs on my period. AUSA says, well, did you want to do that? She says, no.
Man, this nigga think alike.
Defense says, objection. The judge says, what grounds? It says, asked and answered. It said, overruled. Cassie then says, I did not want to get urinated on. Now, that would be directly contrary to what the sex worker said. The sex worker, Philip, said, Cassie asked me if I've ever peed on someone and then instructed me to pee on her. So that's, again, these are things that I know the defense is going to go crazy and be like, hey, did you ever ask? They're going to ask you, like, did you pee on? I asked because Sean told me to ask, right? So, okay. That's an answer. Overruled. No, I did not want to. AUSA says, how did it feel? Ew, what the fuck? How did the pee feel? What type of questions are these? How did the piss feel? It was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. So basically, she's saying the dude starts peeing on her, and he starts peeing in her mouth, and she starts choking. It's like some Guantanamo Bay waterboarding shit. They were waterboarding her ass with pee. Nah, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. Like, let's do this. It's crazy.
No, it's outside. They rap.
In my Escalade, man, I'm paid, I got it made. Take me to your special place.
Close your eyes, show me your face. I'm gonna do piss on it. Players wanna play, others wanna love. I don't even want it. None of the above, I wanna piss on you.
Okay. So she didn't get
that shit was classic.
She said it felt disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. They said, why were you choking? Yo, they're in the details of this shit. Why were you choking though? Why were you choking on the pee? The urine. It was too much urine. It was too much piss. Who else urinated on you? Sean. They were using her like a urinal, like a fucking porta potty. All right, everybody clear their bladder? All right, come on. Cassie, open up. Come on, line up. They were treating Cassie like the bathroom, the nearest bathroom to your terminal when you just, anybody ever get on a long plane ride? When everybody get off that plane, that first bathroom, they just lined up ready to go take a piss. Yep, that was Cassie. All right, everybody line up. Cassie's getting pissed on today. Who else urinated on you? Sean. Did you want Sean to urinate on you? I didn't want nobody to urinate on you. AUSA says, how often did it happen?
He's stupid.
So which hotel charged the most for the damage to the room? The Intercontinental in New York. They redecorated the whole room for ridiculous money. Back to the urine, man. Fuck all that. Back to the urine. Oh shit. The AUSA is on it. Let's get back to the urine, man. Let's get back to the piss. Let's get back to the piss, man. The judge says, hey, Ms. Johnson, only a few more questions. Chill out now. Why did you say no to the piss? Craigslist. Now, I'm going to be honest here with you, chat, and I know some of y'all have seen, we're keeping it a little bit light here. Again, I don't want to make fun of this woman or her plight, and I do sympathize with her. As I'm reading this, and it feels sad. It feels sad, and I'm going to be honest with you, just me reading it, I know, like, there's a part of me that think Cassie was freaked out and she was into the shit, but maybe it's just the details, and I think that's why the AUSA is getting into the details. Bro, it feels sad. Like, this woman is so desperate for acceptance by Diddy, she's so desperate to try to get a career in music. She's desperate to keep living this lifestyle. She's just sprawled out on the ground with her mouth open while two men just pee on her. Yeah, that seems kind of sad, bro. The judge says we'll break here. I don't think that's for the rest of the day. I would imagine it might be a bathroom break or something like that. It feels sad, Chad. I ain't gonna lie, it feels sad. It do feel sad. Now, I'm not saying she's 100% right. I'm not saying she's like definitely a victim. But just imagine that lifestyle where it's like your whole life revolves around pleasing this man sexually. There's nothing else. There's nothing else to look at or to hope for. And I can imagine she was battling with those emotions over the years because she probably in like 2006 when she got signed, and then in 2008 she starts fucking with him. She's having high hopes like, oh, I'm gonna be a star. I'm gonna be like J-Lo. I'm gonna be like this. And quickly she realizes that's done. You're never really gonna pop up. You're gonna be the glorified trophy wife or trophy girlfriend, because not a wife, of Sean Combs. And maybe she enjoys like the red carpets. She wasn't like a movie or a show or something like that. But primarily what she had to look forward to each week was these freaked out sex escapades with random dudes. She's getting peed on, nutted on. She's getting slapped up. She's, again, I know there's a side and an argument to say she was with it though. That's what I would say. It feels like a sad existence. Like just
It definitely is.
I see Young Charles in the chat. He said, I actually wanted that fame in the money.
Imagine if this shit was on
that's part of it
TV.
That's part of it
Man,
too.
that shit would be breaking.
Somebody said 10 years. Don't let that cloud your judgment. She was with the shits.
That shit will break
That's
rings.
going to be the interesting part about it, right? You know when Diddy's lawyers take, or is their time to either cross, well, definitely on cross. When they cross.
Man,
they
what,
say,
Miss B? Shut your piss ass up.
You were with Diddy for 10 years. Did he not at multiple times offer that y'all could stop doing free calls? Did he not at multiple times saying y'all could be over? And this is going to be very often. I'm telling you what's going to happen. Because remember, Diddy's fucking with other women too. She was catching it too. He was catching her too. I'm pretty sure at times when she was wilding out on him, I'm pretty sure he told her, yo, if you want to leave, leave. We can be done. Now, obviously that's in a toxic relationship type of whatever. But they're probably going to bring up how many times Diddy allowed her to leave. Because a part of this is them trying to say Cassie had no choice. She couldn't leave. She was financially controlled. She was physically threatened. And these are the things that coerced her to keep doing weekly free calls for a decade.
They're on a nice little break.
Very, very crazy, man.
If it was bathroom break.
And I think
That's crazy. Hold on. I'm getting some more videos and shit.
However long I was being punished for.
Yes. Well, that's
Big Buck, thank you for the 5 memberships to the Academy. Appreciate you, my boy.
gets at it. When she's being punished, right? She's in a relationship with Sean Combs. So you don't think even when
Being punished by having tablets and laptops taken away. What the fuck are we talking about here, people? That's what she said the punishment was. The staff would take laptops and phones and shit. Not that she was getting beat. Not that she couldn't leave.
you don't think of them getting the
I don't
staff
like them
involved
using the
in that
word
part.
punishment.
So the staff shouldn't be involved in punishing your girlfriend. And that gets you into sort of predicate act territory.
If you were the prosecution, should you dedicate just a full day everybody who worked for Combs and helped him facilitate this alleged illegal activity? You just dedicate 1 or 2 days, just staff member.
So I don't know how I would do it exactly, but if I was prosecuting the case, I would try to build an org chart. I would try to build a demonstrative I could show the jury that would have Sean Combs on the top and lines that flowed down to his various staff members, and then members did to Cassie or otherwise relevant in the case, and try to show that it all flowed down through this enterprise, through this organization.
We have a super chat question. Thank you so much from Getwood, who this thing was coerced. And everything against her will could 100% be true.
See, law and crime on it, and law and crime is not saying grape or nothing.
Sex trafficking case.
They gonna say what the fuck they need to say.
Kidnapping girls from another country, selling them off to somebody else. She testifies, explains what happens to her. She was trafficked. This is different, and I wonder if Get Right 904 might.
They're asking, why should we care if the cross-examination goes hard? And if you have the views that question.
Now, Chad, if you're wondering where I'm falling on things currently, again, I'm not in court, so I'm not really. Again, remember, she's crying. They already told you she's sobbing. That has profound impact that we can't read through the context of a tweet, through anything like that. It's gonna make you look at things differently. And I even told you, I felt it was sad, and because it's sad, you want to almost agree with her, or you at least empathize with the pain that she's even feeling going through this again, or recounting it. I'm still leaning on the side that this is a consistent domestic abuser, that he put hands on her, whatever, but they were in a toxic relationship. AUSA, again, remember, they're playing chess, so they know the move the defense is going to do when the defense gets Cassie. They said, Cassie, did you ever tell him no? And it's like, well, I wanted to tell him no, but I didn't tell him no. And they're addressing a text message or email where essentially she backpedals from saying she didn't want to do free calls anymore. What's probably also going to have to be addressed at some point is, did Cassandra Ventura also put her hands on Diddy? Now, granted, in how we talk about things in public opinion, for the most part, people don't care about women who hit men. Like, we don't care about supposedly the real true story with the Chris Brown and Rihanna thing. Rihanna's was phone, see some shit, start beating the shit out of him. I completely get all that. But sometimes, again, Diddy's admitting that he beat her, or he's put hands on her. it might help contextualize this and just kind of drive home the point for Diddy and his lawyers. Their whole thing is saying, and they said this, if we were on trial for domestic abuse or domestic violence, assault, we would not be in a trial. We would have pled guilty. Yes, he did hit her from time to time. Sexual, sex trafficking and a RICO for sex trafficking and prostitution. No, that's fake. That's false. So here's the thing. I'm pretty sure they're going to drive home this point to say, yo, this was just a domestic violence, toxic relationship. They're going to point out and they're going to ask Cassie, did you ever hit Sean? Did you ever hit him first? Did you ever go through his phone, see that he was fucking with another girl? You see him say X, Y, Z, and you put hands on him, right? Remember, she also said that when Diddy posted the thing online calling Kim Porter his soulmate, she was like livid. And also at that point, she was almost done. How did that shit go down? I expect the prosecutor to at some point point that out and have her explain, because it's better if you do it in a softball way rather than her getting a 102-mile-per-hour fastball that she got to deal with from the defense. Hey, did you ever hit Sean? And maybe she's like, yeah, after I felt like he was forcing me to go suck 10 dicks in a day. Like, yeah, I hit him. Like, people could understand that. Like, of course, like, yeah, you got hit because you're trying to force a girl to suck a fucking dick. You know what I mean? Yo, he peed on me and I almost choked and I punched him saying, stop. Okay, that makes sense, right? Like, you know, people are not going to look at her putting her, not that, again, in public opinion, nobody really cares about a woman who put hands on a man. But it does matter for this, because that is Diddy's point. Diddy's entire point is that we were toxic. We used to put our hands on each other. We were beefing. She hit me. I hit her. But they're not charging me with hitting her sex trafficking. So I think at some point they're going to try to tie the possibility of her putting her hands on him to
It's a little extended
this idea
break
of
there,
her
y'all.
like a mutual domestically violent relationship. Okay, cool. By the way, I think Roger Bonds spoke about that. He also said Cassie would. He said, I saw Cassie hit Diddy.
Into a lawsuit, there's another incident that happened in New York after a party with Jay-Z. It was an Escalade. And she said that Diddy started to beat her, kick her, and so forth. He forced her out of the car on Fifth Avenue in New York. She eventually got a cab and got to her apartment in Manhattan, where she basically came home, cried in fear, and she spent 3 days in her apartment. Do you know about this incident?
I know about the incident, but I wasn't there for that night. Because when we went to New York, Paulie would take over.
Right. Paulie was the New York guy.
Right.
You were the out-of-town guy.
Yeah.
Got it. But you did see a fight when you guys were in a Cadillac at one point.
Yes.
And you guys were driving.
Yes.
Describe what happened.
Her and Puff was fighting, and I broke it up again. And I put Puff in the front seat, and I put Cassie in the back seat. And he was just sitting there, and I was like, yo, y'all can't be acting up like this, man. And then Cassie, rightfully, she punched him in the face, and they started fighting, and I had the window open. And people started pulling up. Oh, shit, that's Diddy and Cassie in there fighting, and I'm trying to roll the window up at the same time. So in my mind, I was happy because I actually seen her fight back. In my mind, I was happy. And then when we got to the house, I pulled both of them out. And at this time, I was able to grab Puff. And I was able to start walking him up the hill. We lived in Beverly Hills. So I started walking him up the hill. And then Cassie ran behind me and she kicked him. You know what I'm saying? When I went to chase her, I grabbed him again.
I think
and I was able to stop.
it should tell you how to
these are the
do
things
it,
that
like
people
in the
don't talk
membership
about. So I was
part.
able
I'm
to
not
stop
sure
it at
though.
that time, and then later on, they went in the house. It was almost like they would stay in the room for 2-3 days at a time, doing nothing but getting high. And then when they came out the room, it was like a different person. Cassie would be like a whole different type of person. She was very quiet. She started really not talking. And that's when I started realizing, like, she's at the point where she's just terrified.
Well, when she punched Diddy in the face in the car, I guess she had a ring on?
Yeah, she had a ring on. She had a monkey ring on. And the reason I remember this monkey ring on is because Uncle Paulie had left this same ring in LA. Bonds, when you get to the house in LA, yo, I left Cassie ring. So I said, okay, I'll get it. So I got the ring and I was out one day. I emptied my pockets out and I threw the ring away. And This ring was a $10,000 ring. So I just threw it away. So when I went back to Ralph's to look in the parking lot, it wasn't there. So I went to, I forgot the jeweler name, famous jeweler on Fifth Avenue. This is Loren, something Loren. And I went to her. She knew who I was. And she gave me the same ring again on a payment plan.
All rise. Miss Ventura, in what cities did you respond to ads on Craigslist? In New York, did you respond to ads on Backpage as well? Ventura, yes.
And I said, yo, I
Puffy from New York.
Can't go back
That
and
ain't
tell him I
sex
lost
trafficking.
this ring. And she said, okay.
He being charged with sex trafficking, not her, the one who was actually buying dick. He didn't buy no pussy.
You the ring, Barnes, but you got to pay me $1,000 every month. And I said, okay. And lo and behold, it was a see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil ring.
The three monkeys.
The three monkeys.
Yeah.
But this was a see no evil. So the ring that she gave me was a hear no evil. Everything else was the same. And once again, when Cassie got in the room alone with Puff, for some reason she was afraid. And the next thing I heard was, Bonds, pick up the phone, pick up the phone. And I picked up the phone and he said, yo, what happened? You lost the ring? You lost Cassie ring? And I said, yeah, I lost the ring. He said, why you didn't tell me? I said, why should I tell you? I said, you always arguing with people about not handling. I took responsibility and I got another ring. He said, yeah, but that's not exactly the ring. You had to really look at it and see that it was different.
Now, some of y'all are gonna say, what happened to Diddy's, Cassie's father or parents? Listen to this.
They had an abusive relationship that went both ways. Like you said, in the car, she punched him in the face with a ring on that I guess cut him.
No, I didn't cut him.
I didn't cut him, but it left an impression,
right?
On his face. And both of them were hit each other, but him more than her.
No, I'm gonna say, when I say hit each other, I'm gonna say it's one or two incidents she hit back. But let's be real, Vlad. I've had fights with my wife, you know what I'm saying? And she can hit me. It's nothing compared to if I was to hit her.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when I say that they have an abusive relationship, I say sometimes she did fight back. But when I say fight back, this is after years.
Yeah.
This wasn't like the beginning, because at the beginning she would just ball up and crawl up. And to see him hit her would be like, you mad about something else. Like what are you really mad about? You know what I'm saying? And it became a point where, like, even everything that they talk about, like, you wouldn't know that all of this was going on because the immediate crew thought that was wifey. Like, she was off, nobody could say nothing to Cassie. So it was like, I love her. And it was times to me and him talk. And he would say, yo, Barnes, I don't know what to do. I said, what you mean you don't know what to do? It's coming a time where I'm going to have to make a decision between him and Cassie. You know what I'm saying? He asked,
who directed you to communicate with escorts? Objection. Who, if anyone? Objection. Assumes a fact, not an evidence. Did you ever reach out to escort independently? No, and that's gonna be a lie there too, because the dude said that she was texting him the address and stuff, and this is not on Backpage. This is the one they hit. All right. Uh-oh.
Me that even though you love Cassie, I said, Kim is your ride or die. She got the kids. And what I didn't know, and the next week, Cassie came and told me, she said, Barnes, I heard you. I said, you heard what? She said, I heard you tell Puff to take Kim over me. And I was like, She said, nah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And we never spoke about it again, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, from people I talked to that were close to Puff, they all told me that Puff refused to get married because he loved his money too much. And he couldn't comprehend potentially getting a divorce and splitting some of his money.
He told me that out of his own mouth. He said, I'm not giving nobody 50% of what I got.
Yeah. From people I've talked to that were around Cassie during this time, Cassie really wanted to marry Puffy. And I remember a private conversation I had with someone, you know, an executive that everybody knows. They were, you know, basically hanging out one day, and he said the whole time, the whole ride back, can you convince your friend Puffy to marry me? You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to get married. I'm tired of just being his
I'm looking for this father part. Did I miss it?
girlfriend. You know, can you talk to him, convince him to get married? She wanted to marry him.
Okay. So remember I was talking about earlier? Looked like Cassie, you know, and I think this is kind of normal too. You're with this guy who can get any woman he wants. He already has a family. He already got everything he wants. He's in the era of, I just want to fuck a young bitch. He don't want to wife up one young girl. But he's probably stringing her along. He's probably telling her, like, yo, if you act right, you do everything I tell you to do, you don't be a headache, you're going to be the one. I'm going to marry you. And she's probably going on that thought for a long time. But let's be honest. Based on what Diddy was having her do, I don't think he was trying to marry her. I don't think he was trying to have kids and no family with her.
Fuck no.
Getting his rocks off.
All that nasty ass shit.
She was just like a joint he could freak out. And it was clear to me, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Diddy was more obsessed with power than he was obsessed with her. He was obsessed that this woman would do anything for him. And it's one of those things that he might have loved that idea that he loved her. You get what I'm saying? He might have loved the idea that she would do anything for him more than he loved her, if that makes any sense to y'all.
Mm-hmm. But he never wanted to marry her.
I agree.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You know, and you know, during these abusive situations, you would sometimes take Cassie to the hospital.
Yes.
To the Beverly Hills Hospital, and you would go the back door.
The back entrance, yes.
Okay. And
it's been times that I took her there, and it's been times I took Diddy there.
Oh.
Where I don't know if it's called the overdose. I don't know, whatever you call it. I had to take him through the back door for there also.
Okay. And the hospital basically just asked no questions?
No questions. It was like it was already taken care of through his staff.
Wow. Okay. And during this time, and you had kind of hinted at this before, Puffy asked what Cassie called her father and her grandfather, and that was Pop Pop?
Pop Pop.
Oh, shit, this did come up. We just heard Cassie say it.
Okay. And during this time, and you kind of hinted at this before, Puffy asked what Cassie called, and that was Pop Pop?
Pop Pop, yes.
And
did you ever not use an escort who arrived? One couldn't perform, so Sean sent him on. What was a safe escort? Not a cop, and someone who'd not run and tell everyone about their experience with us. Yeah, I got about 9 more minutes so that I could cover this before I got to jet it. Let's see what tweets we get. He putting a lot out in 9 minutes.
Right. He was saying over the PA system and everything else, Pop Pop, and he got off on that. And I believe one time he was on the phone with the father and said, this is my daughter now. She called me.
This is my daughter. I learned this whole situation was not legal. Objection. Jury will disregard that last answer. How did Cash get there? Security or he brought it himself? She learned it was
She called me
illegal.
dad.
Oh shit.
What, when the trial happened?
That's always been weird to me, man. You know, when girls call me daddy in bed, I've always would stop them. I'm like, nah, I don't like
Yeah,
it.
but Pop was the name for the grandfather.
He went
Like,
past
I think this
daddy.
freaky sex shit, a chick might say daddy or poppy. And I hope they're not thinking you're their actual dad, right? But a chick calling you her grandfather's name. What?
That sounds almost like incest. Like
That thing
I just
acting
don't like
got
it.
lost
But I
in
guess
the
he got off on
tweets.
that.
I guess so.
I guess so. And you know, he would send
And
Cassie's
Vlad and
parents
them
on
won't strike him.
vacations and give him money and everything else like that to try to placate the situation.
Yes.
They would take it.
Yeah, they would take it. They would take it, and her brother came and I think he gave her brother a job working with her. You know what I'm saying? He would do all the things to calm it down, to satisfy, especially after they had a big blow up or a big fight. And he felt like the mother and father knew about it.
Wow. Okay, we should be back, chat. We should be back. Let me see any updates on TMZ. Any updates on TM? Got attacked? All right, whatever. By the way, we'll give an update on Tory afterwards. Just chill with me, chat. Chill with me. We are vibing today. Y'all all good? Where y'all at, by the way? Y'all at work? On the way back from work? Y'all cooling? What y'all eat for lunch? Gotta do an update check on y'all every now and then. Right?
Why the judge say security? Why it can't be judge?
Refresh here.
The judge wouldn't say security, or he brought it himself.
This is check-in time, people. This is check-in time. Your one hitter 7110. I see you over there, my boy. Butterfingers. Shit. Look like Diddy might have had them butterfingers, except it was baby oil fingers. This man Will, I see over there. TLG or Kick. We're doing an extra hour after this. We're gonna be on Kick, people. We're gonna be having a good old time. So please rock out with me on Kick today. All right. Shout out to my Rumble squad real quick. By the way, Kick, I'm gonna get y'all niggas on the screen. I also just updated my PFP on there. We got about 2,700 people on Rumble. Shout out to y'all. Let me see what's good with y'all. It's an act. We in the gym right now. Exclusive beats. You in the gym? Listen to Diddy. Body at life. Shit. Tyree 504. I see you, my boy. He says, man, I'm at work trying to avoid my clients. Where you work at? Jewel Lavella. She says, I'm at work. I'm vibing and listening. The job just treated us to pizza. Oh, yeah, I got treated to pizza on a Tuesday. So I'm talking about Born Hustler says, yo, Rumble is actually the biggest. Never worried 24. I see you over there, my nigga. Scooter 2650 says, what's up? What up? DDV says, fuck Kick. He beefing with Kick. www Zio says W Stream. And Iceman Sosa 99 says gang shit. And why you say fuck R Block? I thought R Block was Rumble Block. He said we at the crib, man. We just coolin'. I Prince Cali, what up with you? And Lewis Rich, you're my guy. I always see you over there. By the way, Slim Gem Podcast Network, salute to you. Let me get over to the Academy, or actually King Academic. Oh, let's do King Academics first. Shout out to over the King Academics channel who is watching. Let me see. Oh shit, my man Wavy Stack. I'm running it up, man. Yo, listen, shout out to all my truck drivers. Let me tell you this. You know, I have a few friends that do truck driving, delivery. I understand how, number one, you guys are really important, but I also understand how tedious that job can be. And sometimes even like, you know, it's hard to keep concentration. I'm one of the people, I can't drive for too long. So if you listening to me helps you on your, I appreciate you guys. Shout out to Justin Carper. He says he's an Amazon delivery driver. Okay? Well, my only thing, Amazon been good. Not FedEx. UPS been getting a little sloppy with me, Chad. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think because I got so many signs at my gate. Yo, I got a sign on my gate that says, fuck the dog. Worry about the owner with the gun. I got all type of signs on my fence. I think sometimes they're like, yeah, we're not even gonna walk up that shit to go to the door. Fuck that. You know what I mean? We're just gonna leave it here. And I have the thing that allows delivery people to come up. They don't even fuck with my shit no more. It's all good. Oh, love from India. Who's from India? Oh, yeah, I read your shit before. Kushagra Bard. See, I'm gonna fuck up your name. Bard Wash. Okay. My man Dwayne is smoking.
All right, y'all. He ain't did no new tweets. I'm finna share act page out on my commune wall so y'all can finish the rest of the trial. We pretty much got through most of it today. It's 4:30 up there in New York, so they probably got another 30 minutes. But until the next episode, y'all, we out. Never been a hoe, I stay on go, so what?